Hi, it's Katie. I'm going to talk about crochet while you sleep, so get comfy and I'll start now.
I went ahead and I made some strawberry turtles. I made one, two, three strawberry turtles. These did not take me nearly as long as it took me the first time to make that strawberry turtle. I have done a lot of research on turtle patterns, and I know that there are a couple that people love, like Myrtle the Turtle is a really popular one. And there are also a million and one free sea turtle patterns out there on Instagram, YouTube, Ribbler. I just kind of freehanded this just with my accumulated knowledge of all of these different patterns. And I think that they turned out to be a really good size. I used Sweet Snuggles. My brain is working slower than Internet Explorer today, so I apologize. This is Sweet Snuggles Light from Michaels. This one is obviously the hot pink. I think it's called Carmine, and then their light pink. The light pink, I don't know what the name is. We'll just call it baby pink, but turned out really cute, I think. Good size. I don't know what price I'm going to put on these yet, but these took me about an hour, which is a lot better than the almost 3 hours that I spent on the first one that I did, which turned out about, these are 2 times bigger than that first one that I did was, and it sold for $22, which is insane. But that just goes to show people like sea turtles, especially when they're combined with fruits. So these are the only fruit ones that I have done so far, but I do intend on doing a watermelon turtle because I think that that would turn out super cute. Okay, next I wanted to do a daisy turtle. My mom loves daisies, and daisies always make me think of her. And so I did this daisy turtle, and I started with this dark green yarn. I did not tack this one's head because it wasn't too floppy like they normally are. So I don't know. I like having one that's got a little floppiness. People might like that. I mean, it feels so good in your hand, you know? He's so cute. Anyways, I used agave and Sweet Snuggles, no, not Sweet Snuggles, Chenille Home Slim from Michaels, which is like the equivalent of Sweet Snuggles Light from Michaels, but it is like the darker colors Home Slim is. So I used agave, and then I ran out of this color green, and I wanted to do some more daisies. So I switched over to the Sweet Snuggles Light. I think they call this chalk blue. This might be mint, not chalk blue. I can't recall. Baby green, maybe. I don't know. I should probably rehearse these things and look them up before I just jump on here, but oh well. So I made 2 more daisy turtles. There they are. So there are 2 light green and 1 dark green. Let me know which one you like. Do you like the light greens better or the dark greens? I do intend on making some more turtles in this color once I'm able to get my hands on more of this agave color. Because it's the holiday season, they have been sold out of this for weeks. This and the terracotta brown I've been trying to get and can't. So once I get my hands on some more of this agave green, I am going to do some more turtles just like this, except I will make them sunflowers. So with the darker green, brown shell, and then of course the little yellow leaves and pointy leaves because it's a sunflower. So after that, I was like, I have all of this bloom yarn, the Sweet Snuggles Light Bloom. And I never know what to do with it. Every time I see it at the store and I'm like, oh, that's so pretty. And then I get it and then I never know what to do with it. So it's like turtle shells, I feel like are a good place to use this bloom yarn. So I made 3 different color combos with the bloom. So this one is a light pink with the yellow and green leaf thing. telling you, my brain today, wow. And then I did yellow for the head and the fins to pull out the yellow in the shell. So that one's cute. I think I'm gonna name her Sunshine because I'm basic. Then I did this one, which I think is my favorite. You're gonna have to let me know which of these three are your favorite in the comments below. This one is the white with the hot pink and darker green bloom yarn. And then I matched the hot pink and did the hot pink head and fins. And next to each other, you can tell one is bigger than the other, and it's because I got distracted. Who, me? I would never get distracted while crocheting and miscount rounds. Yeah. This one is a lot smaller, both in the head and the shell. So I don't know if I'm going to put these out at the same time because they will be the same price, but oops. And then lastly, I did this blue and light pink bloom with, this is Parfait Chunky in the color Key Lime. And this one turned out cute. I feel like this is the most traditional turtle colors, if you will. But this chenille bloom was a nightmare to work with. If you crochet and you buy the loops and threads chenille yarn from Michaels, you can probably relate to this. Sometimes it is the most luxurious, soft, fluffy, most pleasant thing to work with. Although the fluffy yarn does shed a lot more, this was that. It was like, ooh, it was like butter in my hands. This one, this blue one, however, sometimes you'll get a skein that the only way I can explain it is that it feels starchy. It like leaves a residue on your hands of like stiffness, and it's just, it does not glide on the hook. There's a lot of drag. That was what this skein was, which is really unfortunate. I think I got this early on in my crochet career before I really knew like what I was looking for in yarn. And unfortunately, Michaels over the past month or two has been coming out with a new formula, it seems, of the Sweet Snuggles Light and the Home Slim that is all poo-poo, which is really unfortunate because I have heard Parfait Chunky has also had some issues over the past couple of months. So I feel like our options for yarns are dwindling quickly if you do the plushy stuff. But anyways, let me know which color combo is your favorite. I think the hot pink is my favorite, but I'm a little bit biased because like I said, this yarn was a lot of fun to work with. Two more things for you today. On the subject of turtles, I decided that I wanted to do a sushi turtle. I don't love sushi, but I love the aesthetic of sushi. By the way, our question of the day today is, do you like sushi? I feel like it's a very divisive question because like I said, I don't like the taste of sushi, but I love the aesthetic. Like I will go and sit in a sushi restaurant and just pretend to eat it with the chopsticks because it's a vibe, but don't love the taste. Don't love fish really in general. I do like salmon, but that's about it. And it has to be like lathered in garlic and butter. So anyways, because I love the aesthetic of sushi so much, I decided to do a sushi turtle. So you'll notice this one is a lot bigger, and I did that purposefully because of the amount of work that was put into this one was different. I mean, it's not that much bigger, but was different than the smaller turtles because of all of the color changes. So to get the bang for my buck for my time, I made it a little bit bigger. So I sized up to a size 6 hook. This is still Sweet Snuggles Light. All of the colors are Parfait Chunky. The black is also Sweet Snuggles Light. But I did more rounds in the head, the shell, and each flipper. So he turned out a bit bigger. And Since I wanted a bit of a higher price on this one, I did the Sparkle Eye 2, and I opted for the gold because that screams sushi to me. But I think it looks amazing. You know, he's cute. And this is the chenille from Loops and Threads. That is so soft. I would rub it on my face, but I'm planning on selling this, so I won't do that. But there's a little sushi turtle. Oh, I forgot to name all my turtles. So I have Sunshine. This one's going to be Barbara. And this one is going to be Rosie. And you guys can name Sushi Turtle because I don't want to accidentally be racist. Because I feel like I need like something Japanese. But kawaii, it can be kawaii because that's like the only Japanese word that I know. Kawaii means cute. Kawaii desu means it's cute. So his name is Kawaii, which means cute. All right, the last thing that I have for you today is not turtle related, but since I had the bloom chenille out, I was like, what else can I do with this? And by the way, this pink one is also one of the ones that was super, super soft and fun to work with. So I decided to do a squid, and I wanted something kind of easy. I went on Etsy and purchased a squid pattern, which I will link in the description below as always. And it took a little over an hour because I had to frog it out. I like miscounted. Something went awry. And then when I went to fold it over to do the little points on the sides, it didn't line up properly, so I had to restart. So it didn't really take over an hour. I would say once I got in the groove and going, it probably took me 45 minutes to do, which isn't bad for the size that this came out to be. But she is so cute. She is the moment. There's a big old ball of fluff on her, you know how it be. These tentacles are so fun to squeeze because of how soft and squishy this yarn is. I don't know if she's gonna sell because a squid specifically combined with flowers is a very unique combo. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe a little kid will be like, oh my gosh, it's so fun. I like squeezing these and I like the flowers, and it'll sell. Honestly, this is probably one of my favorite things that I have ever made, which is ridiculous because it's just a little stupid no-sew squid. But it's the feel of it, man. It's squishy up top. It's fun to play with these little guys. So I definitely need to make more of these. And I think I'm going to try it in the Bernat Mythical, and they're going to turn out a little bit bigger, but that yarn is also super soft and super squishy, so I think it'll be kind of the same effect as this girly right here. So there you have it, all my turtles today. Thank you for joining me for Turtle Mania. Don't forget to answer the question of the day in the comments down below and let me know which color combo turtle was your favorite. We have some fun, nostalgic plushies to show you today. Who do I refer to whenever I say we? I guess just me and the voices in my head. I just realized when I was editing my last This Week's Makes vlog that I say we made constantly. I guess I'm talking about the collective we, you know, what I make, you also make. I'm roping you into my shenanigans. Hope you don't mind. But yeah, I've got a lot of things to show you guys this week. Not a lot. A couple of things, very detailed things I did this week. Anyways, Jillian reached out to me after seeing that Lisa Frank inspired leopard back there. Actually, let me get her because we're going to be referring to her a few times today. So I showed this little lady off a few episodes ago, and this is a pattern that I got on Etsy. It was for a cheetah, I believe, or a leopard, I don't know. I'll link it in the description box, but I completely modded it with all of the colors to be like a Lisa Frank inspired plushie with all the rainbow whatnot. And Jillian reached out and said, hey, could you do a Lisa Frank something for me? And I said, sure, what did you have in mind? And she asked me if I could do the little white angel cat from Lisa Frank. And I said, oh boy, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna give it my best effort. And I think I did okay. I'm going to show it to you guys in a minute here, but she also asked for 2 other smaller things that I want to show you first. We're going to kind of build up to it, you know. We got a little foreplay before we get to the big kahuna of the video. So she also asked if I can throw into her order these little purple and yellow kittens from Lisa Frank, and she asked me for everything that I'm making for her to use as much sparkle yarn as I possibly could. So lucky for her, I did have a couple of sparkle yarns, one of which was purple. I actually did place an order specifically for the purple yarn, but I'm using it for other things too, so I did have it on hand. Speaking of purple sparkle, did you guys see my new curtains back here? That's the new fabric that I got in the vlog that I posted last week. I do have that sheer fabric to go over it too, with the little embroidered moons and constellations on it, but I'm going to save it because I'm actually going to use that fabric for something for the Renaissance Fair, and then once the Ren Fair is over, then I will add it. But for right now, it's just purple sparkly, which matches my logo up there, which you can't see today because the camera's so close, but I like it. It got glitter all over my office. And after vacuuming 6 times, it's still sparkly down there. So I'm not really complaining because I love the sparkles as well. Anywho, I digress. So Jillian said, use all of the sparkle yarn that you can. And I said, you got it. So she requested these little kittens, and she specifically wanted this pattern, which I have done before. So this is a little kitten pattern. Of course, I will post it in the description box along with every other pattern that I show in this video that I did not freehand. And this is different than a loaf cat. These take me like an hour, which is why I decided ultimately that I do not want to do this style cat for markets, because the loaf cats take me like 25 minutes. I just dropped them. As opposed to these guys, which take me closer to an hour. It just wasn't as market prep friendly, but I did it for Jillian. And of course I used white sparkle and purple sparkle. I mean, they are adorable. I love the size that they are. Like, that's a good size. That's it compared to my head. Yeah, that's a really good size. They're just, I don't know what it is about the pattern that like makes me not like it, because the pattern is written just fine. Nothing against the pattern itself. I honestly feel like it's just the amount of time that it takes. And if I prep these for markets and also the regular loaf cat style cats for market, the loaf cats I'm going to be able to price a lot cheaper than these because of the amount of time and materials that it takes. This also takes a lot more yarn and stuffing than those do. And it's like, as a consumer, if I were to see this style cat and then the loaf cat, I would probably pick the cheaper option just if I wanted a cat. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the reason why I really don't care to make these for markets. But for a special reason like this, I do absolutely love them. So for the yellow, unfortunately, I did not have any sparkle yellow. I used to have in my collection the Bernat Sparkle. Is it Bernat Baby or just regular Bernat? I don't know, but it's sparkle yellow. I used all of it up when I made a Luma for Comic-Con, which actually Jillian owns. So all of that yellow sparkle yarn is in that Luma instead of the cat. Unfortunately, I could not find any of that yellow Bernat Sparkle online at Hirschner's, because that is where I placed the yarn order for all of the yarns that went into her project specifically. They used to have it at Joann's, but of course you can't get anything at Joann's anymore, because especially yarn, because people are panic buying it. So unfortunately, Jillian, I could not get you the yellow sparkle, but I still use the white sparkle for his little tuft. So under this really bright ring light there, it's kind of hard to see the sparkle, but in like normal room light, it's so pretty. So I ended up for this using Chenille Brights. Yes, Chenille Brights. And I think the color lemon, maybe? No, I don't know what color this is. Sunshine? I don't know. I just make things up. You probably know at this point that I just make up yarn names. So don't take anything that I say seriously. Okay, we're not that serious on this channel. But anywho, compared to the Burnout Sparkle, because it is a smaller weight yarn, I mean, they are the same weight. I think they're both size 6, but the Burnout Sparkle is just a lot denser. So the yellow did come out a little tiny bit smaller, but I think that they look so cute, like stacked on top of each other, just like the Lisa Frank poster. I did ask her, I was like, okay, you wanted sparkle, but the actual Lisa Frank purple cat is like a darker purple, which I do have. So would you rather me be accurate to the color or go for sparkle? And she said, sparkle it up, baby. That's not what she said. I'm paraphrasing, but you get it. So there are her little kittens. You're going to have to let us know what you decide to name them, Jillian. She actually has 2 of my loaf cats too that she bought when she came to see me at Comic-Con. So she's going to have a whole little Celestial Homebody cat family at her house. All right, so again, here is my Lisa Frank leopard. And this is the reference image that she wanted me to use for her little angel cat. For the body of her cat, I used the same pattern as I did for my leopard, but of course had to change some things like the ears and the tail. I freehanded those, and then of course added the wings, which were freehanded as well, to make it more like a cat. So here is what she looks like. It took me like a good hour and a half just to do all of the embroidery. And of course I had to freehand the wings. And I asked her if this plushie was going to be for cuddling or for display, because I was thinking for the wings, to make the wings stand up, I would put wire in them and then maybe even do like a wire halo, since the cat does have a halo. She told me not to worry about the halo, but because she wants it to be able to cuddle it, I didn't want to put wire in it. So the wings, because of the yarn that I use, it is actually stiff enough that it will stand up on its own. But if you like really flop it around, they will flop. But if you're setting it up to display, you can definitely prop them up like that so that they stand up on their own. Silly me. I've been so exhausted this week. I have been running on fumes, and I completely forgot to embroider the eyelashes before I put the sinker eyes in. And now, like, if you're a crocheter, which I assume you are if you're watching this video, you know that embroidering next to sinker eyes is impossible because the backing is in there, so you can't get the needle close enough to the eye. So I don't know that I like the little fake eyelashes that we have going on. I might end up taking those off. You know, it'd be funny actually. What if I went to like the Dollar Tree and got like super cheap false eyelashes and just glued them on so she had like real eyelashes? Would that be funny or would that be creepy? Or would it be both? I kind of like that idea. Of course, she has her little pink nose. I tried to get her like as close to the reference image as possible. So even for all of her little tiger stripes, which by the way, is this a tiger or a cat? Because it's a cat, but it has tiger stripes, and it's also an angel. So I don't know what this like mutant creature is, but it's cute, so we love her. But I even tried to get all of her stripes like identical to the reference image with the colors and the placements. I did go a little rogue on the stripes on the body, but I don't know. I think that she looks okay. Maybe I should put another stripe or 2 on her back. I did all the stripes before I did the wings, so I wasn't sure where the wings were going to go on the back, so I didn't want to go too crazy on the back because I wasn't sure how much of it would be covered. But now that the wings are out more, I definitely think that I can put some more stripes on her back. But of course, I freehanded her tail. I really tried to stuff that point because right after I crocheted it, before I stuffed it, it was definitely looking a little nipple-like. And so I really shoved some stuffing in there to puff it out a little bit. But now it just kind of looks like after my baby nurses. I hope that you can unsee that, Jillian. But the cat has like a puffy tail, and then it comes to like a little like swooshy point, and I think I just increased too fast. But again, I was freehanding this at like 2 o'clock in the morning and I was exhausted. I made her in a sitting position just like the picture. This one, so if you saw the video where I showed this one off in detail and talked about the pattern and everything, I'm going to recap just super quick. I did not like how the legs were done on this pattern because they tell you to stuff the legs firmly so that it can sit and support the weight of the big old head. So I did just that. I stuffed the arms really firmly, but then you sew them in like this, and then it makes them look very, very buff. So knowing that, when I went to do this one, since I used the same pattern, I only stuffed the feet and did not stuff up here, but still they stick out. And to kind of compensate for them sticking out, I did move them higher, hoping that the head would kind of hide that, which I do think that it does. But now the arms are a little bit too high, so when she sits, she definitely leans forward, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's just wasn't what I was originally intending this plushie to look like. The wings were a beast to do. There were so many ends in this that I had to weave in because obviously with all those colors and I'm really hoping that ends don't peek through there. I mean, I think I weaved them in really good. I spent a lot of time meticulously making sure that they were in there, but I feel like if this were to go to a child, the ends would definitely come out if they were really careless and like rubbing it all over themselves and whatnot. I have seen little children with plushies, thankfully not mine, like at markets and things, but little kids like in stores taking a plushie by like their arm and just flinging them around, you know. This is not the kind of plushie that you can do that to. I'm so sorry about Paisley. For once, Paisley is not in the room with me. She wanted out, so I'm not going to take too much personal offense to that. I think it's because Ryan is making dinner downstairs and she just wants to get a little something, something, you know? But anyways, I do feel like something is missing on her face. And when I was looking back at the reference image, I noticed that she has like a tuft of hair right here. So I think that I need to add that. I just don't know what I can do to make it look like that tuft. You know, I don't know. By the time you see this, I'm already going to have put it aside. I might talk to Jillian and ask her like if she thinks it's too plain, if she wants the little tuft, you know. Also, I did choose green eyes. Even though the cat in the reference image has blue eyes, I thought that it would be kind of special for both of our Lisa Frank plushies to have green eyes, you know, like they're sisters or something, or cousins. This one looks so much bigger with that big old tail, but they are the same pattern. Again, I just freehanded the ears on that one, but hers has sparkly green eyes and mine have holographic green eyes, but I thought that was just a little special, you know. Like, our plushies are like siblings or cousins. Is it just me who comes up with like lore for their plushies? I don't know. So after doing this one, I am putting a ban on this pattern, and also just doing Lisa Frank plushies in general because of the amount of time that this takes. Again, an hour and a half just for hand embroidering all of the little spots. An hour went into just the wings and having to frog it back and retry it. And the pattern I'm not a super crazy of because of the arms. Other than that, the pattern is really easy to follow. Although in the pattern, since it is for a cheetah, it has like spots worked into the pattern. So it is a little bit confusing if you get that and decide to modify it and not do the spots like I did with both of my plushies, because it'll say like it's a round of single crochet, but it will say like 15 single crochet, and then you do like a couple of the color change, and then you go back to single crochet. So you have to like read through each line just to come to find out that, oh, it's just a round of single crochet of the same color, because I'm not doing the color changes, if that makes sense. So I will not be doing any more Lisa Frank plushies. Maybe one day I will sell that one. I'm not sure yet, but for right now, she's sitting in the back of my videos and I love her. So this is Angel the kitty cat. I hope that you love her, Jillian, and you'll have to DM me on Instagram and let me know if you want me to ship them to you or if you just want to pick them up at PopCon, which, by the way, shameless plug, I'm going to be at PopCon Indy this June. So if you're in the Indianapolis area and you want to come say hi to me at PopCon and enjoy a Comic-Con type event, then PopCon Indy is happening, and I hope to see you there. Also, along the lines of the nostalgic plushies, I did a troll. And I'm not talking about the kind that leave hate comments on the videos. I'm talking about like a treasure troll. Were these guys originally introduced in the 80s? I think so. I think that they were a little before my time because I was born in 95. So I think that the trolls had kind of died out by the time I was old enough to play with that sort of thing. I was more like the Polly Pocket, Barbie, 2000s Barbie, My Littlest Pet Shop, all of that era of toys. So I didn't have any treasure trolls, but I do love the look of them, mainly because their hair is so much fun. So Wonder Crochet, you guys have probably seen, because this pattern is like everywhere. Wonder Crochet came out with a troll crochet pattern, and she actually just released a free mini troll pattern on her YouTube channel. So I will link both the big troll pattern and her free mini troll in the description box. So I saw that pattern and I was like, that looks like a lot of fun. So I went to Etsy to go to purchase it, and it is over $5 for this pattern. And that's a little rich for my blood, especially if I know that I'm only going to be making this thing one time. Like, I can justify spending $5 or $6 on a crochet pattern if it's going to be a regularly gone to pattern. But because of the hair on this guy, I was not confident in myself that I would make more than one. And I just, like, that is $5 that I would have to add additional to the price when I was selling this guy to make up for it. So I opted not to get her pattern, but that is nothing against Allison, I think her name is, Wonder Crochet. It looks like a fantastic pattern. I do recommend it. If you have the funds to buy that pattern, go for it. I decided just to look at a picture of her troll and then freehand it. And here is how mine turned out. And I think that I got pretty darn close just freehanding it. Now, you might notice the hair. He has a man bun because I started meticulously with a needle unraveling each little strand and then brushing it out, because that's how you get like their hair to stick up. Like this little part, you see how it sticks up like that? So it took me like 2 hours just to do this little section. And I said, nah, I'm not about that. I do not have the bandwidth to deal with this right now. This was yesterday that I was doing this, by the way. And so I decided for this video to just put the rest of his hair just up in a little bun, this is normally what my hair looks like 99% of the time, just so you know, just so we're clear that I do not look this snatched all the time. Normally I look like a raccoon crawling out of a dumpster that's set on fire in the middle of the night and is also homeless. That's kind of my normal vibe. So I was like, you know what? Amanda after my own heart. I also gave him blue eyes, so we're practically twins. I will, before Renaissance Fair, maybe, I will be going back to finish his hair, brushing it out and everything. Of course, I will show you when that happens. But for right now, to just get him done enough to show you guys on this video, this is all we have so far. It is very fun to feel. It feels like cotton candy. Although I will say that brushing this out, even with separating the strands of yarn, I had so much shedding. These strands were like that long, and I lost like half of the height. So that's a little unfortunate. I'm hoping that his hair turns out tall enough. I think that it will. Just hopefully it doesn't get any shorter than that. But anyways, here is his body in all of his glory. I gave him a tiny little butt. I did give him a butt crack, but I didn't want to go too Kim K on the butt because some people don't like that. I know a lot of people, customers do like the booty cheeks. I guess they're perverts. I don't know why people like those, but they do. But for people who wanted a more modest, completely butt naked troll, I didn't give him bodacious booty cheeks. So maybe we're not twins, actually. Anyways, look at this pear shape. Talk about a pear body shape. He is voluptuous. He is voluminous. His feet have little toes on it. I gave him 4 toes. Don't know how many toes a troll has, but I went with 4 because that was what my heart was telling me. His belly button is pierced because he's a baddie. I bejeweled him with a orange bedazzle because of the orange in his hair. And then of course the blue eyes to pull out some of that blue in his hair as well. And the only problem, not really problem, but like the most challenging part that I ran into with him by not using Wonder Crochet's pattern was the nose. I think I got it okay. I think that I sewed it onto his face too flat though. I think that the shape was good, but then I just squished it too much as I was sewing it on and kind of messed it up. But I also gave him a little crooked smile. You know, he's like a little mischievous naked troll. Oh my God, imagine seeing one of these little naked trolls running around in your house at night with this little mischievous look. So you're going to get an update on Mr. Troll's hair once it's all done. But for right now, he's looking like a frat boy, buck naked with a man bun. That's actually a pretty accurate name for him. What's a good frat boy name? Kyle? Should your name be Kyle? Oh my gosh, she remembers the Amanda Show with Kyle. That was a niche reference. So also this week, I made some more blue chickens. I actually made 3 to be exact. And these guys have been selling on Etsy. And thank you so much. My voice just got really high because I'm very excited. Thank you for everybody who has purchased one of my chickens on Etsy. I have been just stealing from my market stash whenever I get an order for some. And blue chickens I have to have at the Ren Fair. I'd have to take them to every market because they always sell out. If you are a Stardew Valley fan, that is what inspired me to make these blue chickens with the purple combs. And if you did not see this week's makes video, I told you all that I just found this new burnout blanket Mythical in the color Crystal Ocean. And this color is perfect for these blue chickens because of the variegatedness of them. It makes them look pixelated, which I think is so fun. And it's just a very vibrant, bright, pretty color. It looks so good with that purple. This, by the way, the purple is Big Twist Posh, Rip Posh, and Big Twist in general, and Joann's in general. But this is the color Smoothie Bowl, and it's just the perfect vibrant purple for them. Although, you know what I just realized? I've been making blue chickens and I've been forgetting to put the tail feather on it. If you get a blue chicken from me and it doesn't have a tail feather, I am so sorry. I just realized that. I was like, why does that butt look naked? And it's because I forgot the tail feather. Womp womp. Oh, and by the way, if you like the look of these guys, the style of them, this is my pattern. It is on my Etsy. I will link it below. So this next thing is kind of a cheater for this week because I did not make it this week. It has been in Celeste's room, and I just thought that I would show it to you because I made it before I had a YouTube channel, and I just thought that I would show it to you because it's cute and it's something that I made, crocheted. It's completely out of season, but this is a little gingerbread man. So I made this for her this Christmas because it was her first Christmas. And this is just a free pattern, gingerbread pattern that was on a blog, I think. I'm gonna have to hunt it down because I made it like 6-7 months ago at this point, so I don't even remember where I got it, but if I saw pictures of it, I would remember. So I'll go on a hunt for it and link it for you. But this is just a free little gingerbread pattern, and because it was for a baby, I of course embroidered all the features, gave him a little bit of blush, and I just think he's cute. I don't really know what else to say about him. Oh, he would be cute with some little butt cheeks too. When I gave him to her for this Christmas, she was only 3 months old at the time and just a little scrawny. She was pretty much a larva still. Couldn't do anything. You know, she just kind of stared at it like, okay, milk please, is kind of the vibe that she was giving. So I'm excited for next Christmas when she's like toddling around, she can hold this. I think it's gonna be so cute. So he is not for sale. He is not going to market. I just grabbed him from her room in her little toy box because I was going through all of her toys and taking out any holiday stuff to put it away so that it's not in there all year round and it's just a special seasonal item for her. So there's sweet little gingerbread man. Oh, on him I used Big Twist Paw. No, I did not. That's a lie. I used Parfait Chunky on him. And I have actually made another one of these patterns before. If you have been around here for a while, you might remember in my market recap from the 2024 Fall Festival, I had a raffle for a giant gingerbread man that was probably that big. Probably a good 2-3 feet tall. It was the same exact pattern. I just used burlap blanket on it and like a 7mm hook, maybe, or 6.5mm hook. Same pattern, took the same amount of time. This one, of course, just turned out a lot smaller because it's Parfait Chunky. Oh, and speaking of yarns, I didn't tell you what yarns I used on these, so let me grab them again. So on the troll, I'm sorry if you were screaming at me like, wait, I want to know what yarn that is for his hair. So for his hair, this is the Red Heart Super Saver stripes in the color Retro Stripe. And if you saw my vlog from Friday when we went shopping at Joann's, they had exactly one skein of this and I snatched it up so quick because I just thought that it would be so pretty in the troll's hair. And after I started cutting the strands, I was like, wait a second, I think that this is like the same yarn that Wonder Crochet uses like in her pattern listing picture because the colors are almost identical. If it's not, I will be very confused how the colors are almost identical. But yes, it is the Red Heart Stripes Retro Stripe, and it has neon orange and pink and purple and green, teal, blue. It's so fun. It's so bright and vibrant. I absolutely love it. And what's awesome about the striping yarn is that you don't have to get a bunch of different skeins, you know, like I didn't have to go out and buy a blue skein and a green skein and a pink skein, etc., just to get the rainbow look. I just pulled from the same skein. And when I tell you that I gutted that skein, I gutted it. I cut the entire thing. I wasn't sure how much hair was going to go on this guy. So I just went ham cutting the strips, you know, like, I don't know, that long, maybe a little bit longer, I don't know, cutting the strips of yarn, and I just used up pretty much the entire skein until I had like one layer of tube left. And I now have a bunch of this extra little hair tentacle strands laying around my office now, and I never plan on making another troll again because of this situation here. But for the troll's body, this is a Lise Voluto. I don't know what color number this is because they don't name their colors, they just number them. If I were to make it up, I would call it creme brulee. I would call it the top of creme brulee. I don't actually know what the top of creme brulee looks like. It just look, you know, this is what I imagine it to look like. So it's Elise Voluto 6.5 millimeter hook. I love Elise Voluto, you guys. I have been hooked, so to speak, pretty much ever since I tried it a few videos ago. And then for my Lisa Frank Angel Kitty, this is the Burnout Sparkle. And then all of the colors is a mix of Elise Voluto, Chenille Home Slim / Sweet Snuggles Light, and Premier's, what's it called? Chenille Brights. So the Chenille Brights are the ones that have a little bit more texture, like the hot pink, the orange, and the blue. These two right here, the yellow and like the mint, are Sweet Snuggles. The purple is Elise Voluto. So I just went to town on my stash and pretty much just picked what colors I thought would look good together. I didn't pay attention at all to the brand or the line of yarn, which I normally don't. You probably know that by now. I just go based on color normally. As long as it's a similar weight, I'm okay pairing it together. I'm not very precious about only pairing the Elise Voluto with the Elise Voluto and the Burnout with the Burnout, and so on and so forth. So the next thing that I made to pattern test my own pattern. As you can see, all of the little dragons back there, that is a pattern that I came up with because I wanted the fastest, easiest market make dragon out on the market. And I think that I did it, you guys. I think that I did it. And so that is currently in testing right now, along with it's a very similar style to these guys, but it's a Pegasus. So it's got the little horn and the wings and the curly hair, and it's very cute. Both of those patterns are in testing currently. Side note, if you apply to pattern test either of those, or if you missed the pattern test, I'm so sorry, but thank you to anybody who applied or wanted to apply. It was very overwhelming choosing like who to pick. So here's what I did. To be honest with you guys, everybody who applied to test either Lyra, which is the Pegasus, or Nyx, which is the dragon, I just put their names into Google generated spinning wheels and then just spun the wheel 6 times for each one. And then I just picked them to pattern test because it was a lot. I don't know how people normally pick testers. I did, however, screen their profile on Instagram, and I made sure that they were actually posting crochet stuff. Because if you're going to have pattern testers, you might as well get some free advertising for it, you know? But I picked people that had never done pattern tests before, some that had like 6 followers. Like, I did not pay attention to any of that. As long as they had a public crochet account, I said, sure, you're in. The odds were ever in your favor. So that's how I picked my 12 pattern testers. So they are working away right now. They are doing an amazing job, and I've gotten so many cute pictures of Nyx and Lyra of like modifications that they've done to them. Like, one person did a cherry blossom Nyx the dragon with like cherry blossom embroidered wings, and it was stunning. People are doing an amazing job. But there was a question on Nyx the dragon, and so I had to do my own pattern to like make sure that I was answering correctly, because I couldn't remember off the top of my head what was what, even though I had made all of those previously. I had to follow my own pattern, and we got the kinks worked out. So I made another Nyx as I was testing that. And for him, I wanted to use this Parfait Chunky in the, what is this called? Pom-pom? Yeah, I think it's pom-pom. Don't know what colorway this is. I think the black one is called Neon Lights, but I don't know what the white one is called. We're going to call it Rave, because I feel like with this neon orange, he definitely looks like he would glow under black light and like he would be in a rave, you know? So yeah, little Nyx the dragon with the white and the pom-pom. And then this orange is a stripe of Big Twist Posh in whatever their neon orange is. And I forgot to put eyes in him because I was too focused on answering the question about something having to do with the head. And so I forgot eyes. So I just ended up embroidering his eyes. And since he's white and it's me, I did add some blush to him. Just a little teeny tiny bit of blush. Just a little bit, because he's still a dragon. You know, he needs to be like, grr, I'm a dragon. But also is cute with the blush. So we'll add him back here with his family. And if you are curious, the Nyx and Lyra crochet patterns will be out next week. I will tell you guys more about them in next Monday's This Week's Makes video. And I'm sure I'm going to have a lot more to show you because I am prepping these like crazy for the Renaissance Fair market. I think that they're going to sell so well, and they only take me like 35 minutes to make. So I'm very excited. Keep an eye out for next week's video. All right, the next thing that I made was another free-handed item. And to be honest with you, I don't know what inspired me to make this. I feel like it's very random. It's a dragon, but it's not like any dragon that I have shown you before. Like last week, I showed you guys that guy up there. This is more of like a Chinese dragon, you know, like the long snake-like dragons, not, you know, ye old dragon. So I wanted to do one of these guys, but inspired by the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Zelda dragon. And so I did. So this is free-handed. So here she is. And I actually put wire in here, bonsai wire, so that I can, there we go, I can actually make it like, what's the word I'm looking for? My mind just went a blank. Make it stay squiggly. So like when it's sitting on a table, it still looks like it's like moving, you know? So here's her face. So again, free-handed it. Before I added the ears and the horns and the eyes and all of the legs and all of this stuff, Ryan looked at it and he goes, it looks like a sperm. And it did. Look at how long this thing is, by the way. Look at that. That's like a good, that's a good 3.5 feet, because your arm span is your height, right? And I'm 6 feet tall. So let's see, holding her head. Yeah, that's like almost 4 feet long. I was just crocheting like crazy, and this was not really hard to do, the base of it at least, because it's essentially just a big snake. So it was just endless rounds of single crochets all the way around, and then I shoved the wire into her, and then doing all of the little accessories, that took a while. I gave her sleeping eyes, and of course I added blush onto her. Now on her face, I need to go back on this side and stitch up some holes. This is Sweet Snuggles Light, and I normally use a 6.5mm hook with Sweet Snuggles Light, and I did for the whole body, and as you can see, there are no holes. But the baby was sleeping on top of me as I was doing this, and normally when that happens, my tension gets looser because my arms just, you know, the ergonomics aren't as good. So my tension was too loose on the whole head, and I actually did already on this side go back with the same yarn and a needle and closed up all those holes. I just have not done it on this side yet, but I do think that it looks okay even with the sewn up. I definitely think that you cannot tell, especially if you do not know anything about crochet and like what the stitches look like. I think it's fine. I don't think people are going to have a problem with it. I would rather have the stitches not look as neat versus having holes, but I put way too much work into this before I noticed that I was like, no, I'm just gonna sew it up. I'm not frogging this whole thing. So since she was free-handed, unfortunately I can't give you really any information on it. I'm sure that there are Zelda dragon patterns out there. Technically the dragon in Zelda has a like this color or the same color as the legs. snout. The little snoot is like brown gray, and then the head goes white. But I was not looking at a reference image as I was making this. I was just basing it off my memory of playing Tears of the Kingdom. And yeah, I really like the colors, how they go together, this minty color and the like blonde. So as I said, for the body, white, I use the Sweet Snuggles Light. This color is Elise Voluto, and then all of the mint is Big Twist Plush in mint. And should she have 4 legs on the back? I don't know. I couldn't be bothered to make another set of legs. I mean, I already made 6 legs for this thing. I didn't want to make another 2. I think it's okay though. She looks kind of creepy like this, to be honest with you. I think that you definitely have to display it with this wire in here, you know, like that. But I really hope that she sells at the Renaissance Fair. Again, it is a dragon, so it's definitely on theme, but it's also a video game character. Well, it doesn't have to be. You can look at this and not see Tears of the Kingdom dragon, and that's totally fine. But for those who have played the game and are a Zelda's fan, then I feel like this is definitely like, oh, hey, that's from Tears of the Kingdom, isn't it? You know, so look at the little dangly feet. Look at her. She looks like she's tap dancing. Okay, anyways, there's my Zelda dragon. I'm going to put her back here, actually. See, look at how cool that looks with the wire in it. I used bonsai wire in case I didn't say that. I don't know what size. It looks like this, though. I got it on Amazon. I just cut some of that and shoved it into her. And then the last thing that I made this week is something that was intended to be sold at the Renaissance Fair, but I love it so much I might actually keep it. And I'm going to give you a jump scare warning because this creature does have white pupil eyes, which I know freaks some people out. I personally love the white pupil eyes. I love creepy things. So I love them. I think it gives them so much character. This item I actually started last week. It was on my hook last week, and I mentioned in this week's Makes video that I was excited to go work on something that was a mythical creature. This is that item. So up top there, a few weeks ago I showed you guys that mermaid up there, and the mermaid was a lot of fun to make, and I thought that for the Ren Fair that I could do a whole line of colorful mermaids, because again, I'm trying to go for like that mythical creature vibe. And I was looking through my yarns and I'm like, what colors could I use for a mermaid? And I found this blue color, and I want to say it's called Rain. I don't know. Again, pulling that completely out of my butt. But it is a chenille brights color, and it is like this very muted blue. And I saw it and I was like, I have never used this for anything. I only have one skein of it. I kind of want to use it on a mermaid. But I started thinking, maybe instead of doing a mermaid, I do a siren. And I know that there is a biological difference. I think sirens have like 2 tails, like their tail splits. So this is a siren, but with a mermaid tail. Okay, so I was following the same pattern as the mermaid that I just showed you, but I wanted to make it creepy and magical. So are you ready to see her? Jump scare warning. 3, 2, 1. Look at how pretty she is. I love her so much. I don't think I can sell her. I really, truly don't think that I can sell her, you guys. Okay, let me tell you about her. I'm excited to talk about her. So, I started following the same pattern as that other mermaid, which I will link for you, but I went rogue, as I tend to do, because after I picked out all of the colors for this, I was like, I have a feeling I'm going to want to keep this mermaid and not sell it. And so I wanted it to be able to sit on one of my shelves or my bookshelf back there. So I didn't want to stuff the fin like I did with that other mermaid. So I left it snuggler style unstuffed so that she would be able to sit like that. Oh my gosh, look at her. I love her so much. I gotta get over myself. I'm like, it's not a unique idea at all. Something about this color combo, I just think is so fun. She's creepy, but also beautiful. And I love that. I love that. So instead of following the mermaid pattern exactly, I added a couple more rounds to her tail to make it longer because the tails are very short. They're only about that long normally. So I added a couple more so that when she sat, her fin would kind of hang off that bookshelf. We'll test her back there once I'm done talking about her. And she would just look so pretty, like she was just sitting there minding her own business, listening to all of us talk, you know? Of course, there's that blue color that I was telling you guys about. For her eyes, I hand painted those with a folk art color. It is a Color Shift folk art acrylic paint, and I believe it's called Dragon something. It's Dragon something. But I thought that it was perfect and it kind of matched the color that I chose to do for her seashells. So let me talk about her seashells, okay? In the pattern, they have a little bandeau. Can you see it up there? Can you see how they have like a little, you know, they have no boobies. They're premature mermaids. And for my Siren, I wanted her to be a little bit more mature. So I freehanded some shells to go over the breasticles. And when I sewed them on, they lost their shell shape. As you can see, they no longer have like the humps, but I promise that they had the little shell. I just did not sew them on carefully enough. But when I sewed them on, they kind of puckered and created some boobs, and there's no stuffing in there or anything. They just happened to do that when I sewed them on. So she has some little boobies. Well, they're not really little. That's like a solid D cup, I would say. But she is a mature Siren, you know? She was sitting on my desk and Ryan comes in and he goes, I really want to touch her boobs. I was like, go for it. He goes, oh, there's not stuffing in there. And I'm like, no, it just kind of happened. He goes, I like it. So it got Ryan's stamp of approval. It was not intentional though. I did not give her a little strap or anything. You know, she's a little scandalous. This is like definitely an R-rated show today. We have breasts. We have naked trolls running around with butt cheeks hanging out. I'm so sorry if you're watching this with young children. I did not intend for it to be this X-rated. Let's move on from the chesticles conversation up to her hair, which is Bernat Blanket in sparkle cream colored. And I tried freehanding a little like seashell crown for her, but it was just not coming out right. And I ultimately decided if I do end up selling her, the amount of time that I'm going to put into the crown is not worth it for like the money that I'm going to get for her. So I just gave her a little starfish to match her fin, which by the way, her fin is Burnout Mythical in pink quartz. Oh gosh, I'm holding her. That's a little morbid. Just holding her upside down like that. Wait, look, I'm going to be like every middle-aged guy in his Facebook profile picture. So I was debating for her flower if I should do the blue from her seashell bra or tie in to her fin and do blush. And I ultimately decided on the blush. Just, I don't know. I felt like doing the blue up here would be too much blue, especially with her skin tone. So I decided to pull in the blush. This is Elise Voluto, by the way. And I also used it for her ruffle around here. It kind of goes low in the back. I don't know. Like, definitely if she had a butt crack, it would be showing. It makes me a little uncomfortable back there. But it's okay. Her hair covers it. I did curly whirly hair for her. She kind of has Merida vibes with her hair. I did do her hair differently than Merida. Those are tighter ringlets. These are meant to be long, luxurious locks, you know, that float in the ocean as she lures sailors to their deaths. And of course, look at what I gave her, blush. I wasn't sure how the blush would look on her blue skin tone, but I just dabbed a tiny bit and I was like, wait, it looks okay. It still definitely looks like blush. You know, you have to be careful when you're adding actual cosmetics to plushies. If it's not the right color, either blush or yarn, it could look like a blemish on them, and then people might think that like they want to rub it off because it's like it's a blemish. But I do think that it still just looks like she's blushing. And I did not give her any on her nose. Normally with my dolls, I will give them a little dab of blush on their little button noses as well, but I didn't for her. There's another close-up of the eyes. How fun are those? I have no idea what size these are. They're at least 30 millimeter white pupil eyes. And I get all of my white pupil eyes this big off of AliExpress. They take forever and a day to come to your house, but it is the only place that I have found where they have white pupil eyes this big. And this is a lot bigger than my other eyes that I use on my dolls. I think, I want to say these are 28 no, I don't know, in the 20 millimeter range. These are at least 30, so much bigger. And as you can see, the finished product is a lot bigger. Oh, she looks real creepy sitting back there menacingly. Oh, I love it. Okay, wait, we got to put her up on the shelf back there. Look at her. What should her name be? I'm thinking Artemis. I don't know why. I mean, that's a Greek goddess name. I feel like she looks like an Artemis. I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at her in the camera. I love her. I have a little bit of a crush on her, I think. Let me show you what I crocheted this week, shall I? So first and foremost, I have an Etsy order for a blue chicken. So I made a blue chicken. This is my pattern. He's got fluff on him because of course he does. So this blue chicken pattern is mine. I will link it below as well as all of the other patterns that I did this week in the description box as always. So this yarn is Burnout Mythical in the color Crystal Ocean. And what I love about it, I've said this before, I apologize if you've been around here for a while and you're sick of me repeating this like I'm a broken record. But what I love about this yarn in particular for the chickens is because it makes them look pixelated. And these chickens are designed after, inspired by Stardew Valley. They're not a one-for-one because the Stardew Valley chickens have wings, which, you know what, I should make a modification for that if you want to make them even more like the Stardew Valley chickens. But these are super quick to make. These take me like 15 minutes, like between 12 and 15 minutes, but I am a fast crocheter, so take that with a grain of salt. But because it makes them look pixelated, it just kind of lends to the fact that they're supposed to be from a video game, you know? And the little purple comb is Big Twist Posh in the color Smoothie Bowl. And I'm happy that I stocked up on this color since we won't be able to get it anymore. Rip. But anyways, Big Twist Posh for the comb. I love this color for the comb because it's very vibrant. And if you know what the Stardew Valley blue chickens look like, the purple is not like a plum or a grape. It's like a vibrant neon purple. So this, I am so happy that I stocked up on. But anyways, I have a order for a blue chicken. So this one is to replace the one that I already sent out. So yes, there he is. So also in Friday's vlog, when I was redoing my office and rearranging all of my yarn, I set aside a skein of Parfait Chunky, what color is it? Mustard? I think it's mustard, to do some chicken nuggets. So I already have like 15 chicken nuggets that did not sell at the Renaissance Fair. But I just wanted to use up that skein. It was like a partial skein and I didn't want to have to shove it in with the mustards in my new pretty organized yarn. By the way, look at how pretty it looks. Look at that color gradient. Also, I'm using my phone today, so it's like the camera's closer. If I use my fancy camera, it's a lot more wide angle. So when we get the tapestry put up, I will use my other camera. It's just charging right now. That's why I'm not using it today. But my wide angle camera will capture more of the tapestry that'll go behind me. But anyway, so I had that skein out to make some chicken nuggets. So I made 5 and put them on keychains. Well, actually Ryan put them on keychains for me. But this pattern is, oh look, I made an angry nugget. You guys love the angry nugget the last time I made them. So I made another one. So this pattern is actually a free chicken nugget pattern on Ravelry. And I know that there's one that a lot of people do on Instagram. I personally prefer this one. Whenever I try the Instagram chicken nugget pattern, it always turns out too big. And I think for something like this, a keychain is like optimal, because I feel like a lot of people want to put these on like their backpacks or their purses or whatever. So I personally like this pattern the best because they come out like the perfect size. Plus I like the shape of these better. I don't know, just something about them. It's like the boot shape. You know how every chicken nugget at McDonald's has a different shape? There's like the ball, which is the circle. There's the boot, which is my favorite, optimal for dipping. There's the, I think it's called like a wishbone or something, even though it's not a wishbone shape. I don't know. There's all the different shapes. This is my favorite shape. So that's why I like the Ravelry one, but I will link it below. We've got 5 chicken nugget keychains. So that puts me at like 20 of these babies. And honestly, so for PopCon, I'm anticipating them selling pretty well. I feel like it has a lot to do with my location, because when I put my chicken nuggets out in the little red basket at Comic-Con, they went so fast. How many times I heard somebody from like way down the way, the main aisle, yell chicken nuggets and run over and then buy one was too many times to count. So I think that a lot of why they did so well was because I had an optimal location. And for PopCon, I'm going to be an exhibitor hall, which is like for the typical like bigger booths with all of the pops, you know, the Funko Pops, and they're just bigger. I think it's an 8x8 space or a 10x10. Yeah, I think it's 10x10 space, which will be great and for me to like display things, but I wasn't able to get into Artist Alley, and I feel like that is where people go to look for the stickers and the handmade items. Hopefully me being an exhibitor hall won't affect my sales too much, but I feel like these guys might not do as well if they're not front and foremost at my table or in my booth for people to see from a ways away and then come and want to check them out because they're just a novelty item. So we're going to see how they do. But my backup plan, if they don't do well selling on their own, then they're small enough that I will put them in my claw machine, because I do have a claw machine that I bought like a year ago, and I have yet to have the opportunity to use my claw machine. So I am hyped that PopCon, we're finally going to get to bring that baby. And I have been making, and Ryan has been making stuff for the claw machine since I got it like a year ago that I just haven't shown you guys, because I started making stuff long before I had a YouTube channel. So it's all just been sitting in the side of the claw machine, sitting out in the garage. So we're finally gonna get to break that out. But that's my backup plan for these. I'll throw them in the claw machine. I do have a couple other keychains that are going in there, like some little mini acrylic turtles that Ryan made and put keychains on. So yeah, I hope that it goes well, because I am hyped for the claw machine. So the next thing that I made is a Laboo. And you might be going, what's Laboo, Katie? Well, it is how the French say that they got hurt. No, actually, this is a Laboo. This is a character in a blind box. You can research the Laboo if you want to know more about him, because I am not an expert. All I know is that it's a blind box thing from Pop Mart. A K-pop band wore a Laboo keychain at a show or something, and then Hailey Bieber had a Laboo hanging from her designer bag one time, and then everything that Hailey Bieber does, everybody else wants to get a piece of. So everybody now is obsessed with these little Laboo guys. So I crocheted one. A lot of you guys actually recommended in last video or the one before that I make a Laboo because they'll probably sell, since the actual real Laboobos, how many times can I say that, are so hard to get. Actually, a fake knockoff Laboo is called a Lafufu. So this is Lafufu. This is a plushie co pattern, and I'm about to say something that you need to take with a huge, gigantic iceberg size salt wise, okay? I do not like this pattern, and I personally do not typically enjoy plushie co's patterns. However, I think that's just a me problem, because they do amazingly on Etsy. They sold 900 of these patterns in a week, and I was like, that's like $3,000 in 1 week just from passive income. Can one of my patterns go viral like that, please? But anyways, something about how they write their patterns. I have dyslexia, so I am very picky with how patterns are written, and like the text font that they use and how they word things. And for whatever reason, it just doesn't resonate with my brain. Okay, but I have like 2 brain cells, and they're on vacation most of the time. So like I said, take what I say with a grain of salt. I have heard nobody else on the internet, and everybody who I have watched on YouTube who has done this pattern has said that they've had a problem with it. People say that they love the pattern. So like I said, I, however, did not like doing it. This took me like 2 days. Like, why did this take me that long? I feel like I was having to sit there and reread the same line like 15 times to comprehend what they wanted me to do. And I feel like that's not normal. So I think it's just a me problem. But he did turn out cute. I feel like for the amount of work that goes into these guys, with like they're doing their legs separately and then crocheting them together, and the arms and all of the little parts that have to go on, and cutting the felt and doing all the embroidery, too much work for how tiny these guys turn out, you know? So I have no idea what kind of price I'm going to put on this. I also kind of messed up, and his head is slightly turning. Can you see that? It's supposed to be like straight on, but it's like ever so slightly turning. Part of the problem was also the fact that I was doing this in bed at like 2 o'clock in the morning, just by the light of my little like neck reading light thing, because Celeste was sleeping next to me and I didn't want to wake her up by turning on the light. And so maybe that had a little bit to do with it. I don't know. But here's Laboo. He's too big for a keychain, unfortunately, but also too small to put like a $45 price tag on him, which is what I'm inclined to do based on how much time it took. If not $55, that's way too much for something this size. So I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss for what to price him at. Is this a him? I don't know. But look at his little vampire teeth. I freehand cut his eyes. Actually, this is kind of a spoiler for the rest of what I have to show you guys. I used a lot of felt this week. A lot of felt and hot glue. And yes, I do just hot glue. For the little white spots, it says to cut more white fabric and glue that on. And I'm like, that's too tiny. I'm going to burn the crap out of my fingers. So I just used a white Sharpie. I think it's the brand Sharpie, but it's like a paint pen that I just dabbed. And it soaked in a little bit, so it's not super crisp, but I still think it gets the point across that he's got a little glisten, a little mischievous twinkle in his eye. So there's my Laboo. Won't make another one. Also, I don't know, his butt, he's got that Kim K figure, and that was not intended. Oh, I did also use Squishmallow stuffing in him because I gutted one of my Squishmallows to harvest its stuffing, and that stuffing, some of it went in here. So he's nice and squishy. He's definitely huggable and cuddly. And I use Elise Veluto yarn on him, which is extra soft and extra spongy yarn. So he's definitely a cuddly Laboo. So maybe somebody will appreciate that over the keychain where he just hangs, you know, on your purse. So we'll see how he does. I have a feeling that he's going to sell since this character is so highly coveted at the moment. I hope so, because I put a lot of work into that little guy. So next up, I made something that has been on my to make list for a hot minute. And it's a little inappropriate, okay? It's nothing like pornographic, but just if you have little ones watching, maybe avert their eyes. So this is Patrick Star, and you might be wondering why he has this alarmed expression on his face. Well, it's because of this. It's Patrick Star in a thong. So this pattern has been in my YouTube save, because it's actually a YouTube video pattern for forever. And it's meant to be a keychain. They use like really, really thin. It's like the skinny chenille yarn, it looks like, from Michaels. But they use that to turn it into a keychain. But I wanted to make him like more plushy size, so I use Sweet Snuggles Light for the pink, and then Elise Voluto for his undies here. But yeah, oh, I forgot to tuck in tails right there. I gotta remember to do that. Yeah, okay, anyways, ignore the tails that I forgot to tuck in. But yeah, he's cheeked up. Every time I see a thong, I always think of that artist illustration of Tarzan, who is carrying Jane with both hands, but also somehow holding on to the vine. And so it's like, what is he holding on to the vine with? It must be his butt cheeks. Now, this is not my best work in terms of stitch work. You can tell the stitches are a little messy. That's because I was making this while the baby was napping on my chest, and normally when that happens, she's kind of slipping off to the side, and then just my tension gets weird because of how I'm holding my crochet hook and my arm differently. So that is why the stitches are not the most pristine on this guy, but I don't think that customers are really going to be like with a magnifying glass going, there is a slightly looser stitch here than there is elsewhere. I think that some kid is going to see this and think that it's hilarious, or a big kid like me think that it's hilarious. But of course I gave him blush. I made his eyes out of felt, and then for the pupils, instead of doing black felt, I used some puff paint for his pupils. Kind of gives him a glossy, watery look, and then embroidered his little O-mouth and belly button there, and used my Wet n Wild blush for his butt cheeks. So Wet n Wild, if you want to sponsor me, I will gladly put your blush on more butt cheeks, okay? So there's Mr. Patrick. Yeah. Next up, I made some pickles because I lost a couple pickles to inventory loss at the Renaissance Fair from customers or myself with my big fat butt knocking them off the table, falling into mud. So I made some more pickles. This is an Elise Voluto color. Don't know the color number since they don't label their colors with words. They only number them. And you think I got room in this brain of mine to remember numbers? I have Hannah Montana movie lyrics in here permanently forever. I don't have room to memorize the Elise color numbers. But this is a really cool green. It's kind of similar to the Goblin color in Parfait Chunky, but it's a little more yellow. But I made 5, so I just grabbed a skein of this Elise Voluto, and then I just made pickles till I ran out of yarn. So I got 5 out of the one skein, which isn't too bad. They are smaller balls of yarn. By the way, do you say skein or skein? It sounds wrong to me, and I think it's because skein is too close to the word skeet, and I don't like that. I don't like that one little bit, so I always call it a skein. But anyways, I used up one whole skein, got 5. So this guy, I gave kind of like a side smile. I don't know. I like to give them all kind of different facial expressions. This one is just like a normal smile. This one has a smaller mouth. This is a nice girthy pickle. Members, where are you? Where are you with your girthy emojis? Because look at this guy. So here's a little normal pickle, and then look at this girthy guy. I like making them all different sizes because, you know, different strokes for different folks. Maybe somebody likes a girthy pickle. Maybe somebody likes the little pickle. This one was also pretty gargantuan. So yeah, I didn't make any of them angry this time because a lot of people liked the angry pickle at my last market in the jar. They thought that it was funny, but they ultimately ended up buying just the smiley pickle. So, I made 5, which I think just about covers what I sold at, the Renaissance Fair out of my pickle jar, but does not cover what I lost in damages. So I'm probably going to do one more skein, and we'll see how these sell. They sold really well at Comic-Con and they sold really well at Renaissance Fair. So hopefully the pickles are another bestseller at PopCon because those are all really quick and easy to make, you know? All right, so a few weeks ago, I told you guys that I wanted to have a whole buffet at my PopCon booth of plushies. And I have like this vision of having them all laid out with like a red table runner. I'm probably not going to do this because I'm going to forget till last minute. But then like a candelabra and maybe like putting some things in like those like chafing dishes, like the tin ones that you get, tinfoil ones that you get at like Walmart with some tongs and stuff, like making it like a, I don't know, like a hometown buffet type situation. I don't know. I have a vision in my head, but I don't think I'm going to do it because I need to really consider table space at this event. But anyways, I made a lot more stuff for my buffet of plushies this week. So the first thing that I made are these little pancake cats. This is a free Instagram pattern, and look at how cute they are. I don't know that pink was the right choice for the nose. In the Instagram pattern, they cut the nose and the like the little ooh-woo mouth out of felt, but I didn't want to bother with that or have to glue it on. I had already done so much felt work and gluing this week. I just did these late last night at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I made 2. One turned out way bigger than the other one. I don't know why, but you know me, I don't count my stitches. Life is too short to count stitches. Just frog it if it doesn't look right. I would much rather just completely discard a project than be bothered to count stitches. Is anybody else like that? Or am I just chaotic? I am a chaotic gremlin. We've been over this. But anyways, this one turned out a lot more fluffier. We'll call it a fluffy pancake. And I did change the ears on this one. So this is how the pattern says to do the ears, but I felt that the ears didn't look quite right. They were almost too big for this little guy. So I did change how I did the ears, and I think that if I had put these ears on the big one and then these ears on the little one, they would have like matched better. But they both kind of look a little off because these ears are too tiny for this big beefy boy. But this was a very simple, quick and easy pattern to do. Oh, so it's meant to be a pancake, right? So you got the little butter pat on top. And the only brown color that I had that would work was this rust color from Chenille Brights, and it is way too dark. This is like, they're like burnt pancakes. This is like the first pancake that you do because you know the first one never turns out right. So you always expect the first pancake to be a throwaway. That's what these little guys are, you know, with like the burnt edges, the burnt tops and bottoms. What would have been the perfect brown color, which I am out of, is the color that's slightly darker than this in the Elise Velluto, because this is Elise Velluto, so soft. I freaking love this yarn, you guys. You can get it on hobbyshoppy.com. I actually just placed an order for it last night. Had to spend $100 to get that free shipping. So I ordered like 15 skeins of the darker brown color because I need it. I ended up needing it for a couple of things that I'm about to show you this week. Oh, here. I have something that I made out of it right here. I'm not going to give it away, but that is the color. So here's the lighter one, and then here's the darker one. So it's ever so slightly darker. It's like 1.5 shades darker than this light one, but it's great for like medium skin tones. It's great for anything like crust-like. So this, it would have been great for these. So maybe I'll make a couple more of these little pancake kitties when I get that Elise order in. Also, if I'm going to make these again, instead of working in the round, I'm probably going to do the slip stitch chain so that the color change isn't so obvious with working in the round. But these two cute little guys, I think that these are going to sell. I would love to be able to stack them, but because of the butter pat, it's kind of difficult to do so. But yeah. Maybe if I make more of these, I will do the felt for the nose and the little mouth as well. So a few weeks ago when I was showing you guys the buffet of plushies, round 1, this is round 2 of course, I showed you this cute little boba bear who is a free pattern on Ribbler. Did I say Ravelry earlier when I was talking about the chicken nuggets? I meant to say Ribbler. I don't remember. That was too long ago. But anyway, so I showed you this little boba bear. So I was talking about how I wanted to make a couple of boba bears in different flavor milk teas. So that is what I did. So I made this one, which is a matcha milk tea. And I did a light brown bear for him. And then I also did a strawberry milk tea with a dark brown bear and a green straw because it kind of looks like a little stem. So now I have 3 boba bears so people can decide which flavor they want. Leave me a comment. Which is your favorite type of milk tea? Or do you like milk tea? Or have you never tried it? I was so opposed to trying boba for the longest time because I thought that it looked disgusting. But if you've been around here for a while and you see my vlogs, I'm a little bit obsessed with boba. I love the aesthetic of it. It looks fun and cool, but also it's so good. If you like tea and if you put milk into your black tea, you're gonna love a Korean milk tea. And then the bobas are made out of tapioca, actually. They don't taste like tapioca pudding or anything like that. How do you explain the taste of a boba? I don't know. If you like tea and you like specifically black tea, if you like black tea and you like gummy candy and stuff, you will love a boba. So if you've yet to try one, I highly recommend it. But I personally don't like matcha. I've only had matcha one time when Ryan was a manager at Starbucks. He brought me a matcha to try and it tasted like the earth. But Ryan recently got a matcha milk tea from like an actual, like a mom and pop boba shop, not a Starbucks. And he said that the matcha was really good and he looked into it. And apparently only poor quality or bad matcha tastes like grass. So he likes matcha, but I've yet to try it since that one time I tried it at Starbucks. And when I want something refreshing on a hot day, I'll definitely go for the strawberry milk tea. But generally, my favorite is the traditional regular black milk tea. Sometimes I like the brown sugar. But yeah, leave me a comment. I wonder which one of these will sell first. I don't know, but I think that they're going to look really cute all stood up there at my booth. Oh, I will say, so this middle one here is Elise Voluto. The 2 outer ones, the bases, are made with chenille brights, but all of the tops are Elise Voluto, all little bear heads. But because the Elise is more spongy and does not have as much structure as the chenille brights does, you can see, like, look at the difference between the bottom of this cup, like it stands on its own, and the bottom of this cup is more rounded. The pattern does say that it's optional to add a piece of cardboard in here so that it will stand up on its own, but I didn't want to bother having to cut cardboard to size. But yeah, the Elise does not stand up really on its own unless it's propped up against something else. Also, I don't really know why the top of this one keeps curling up. I don't know why that is. But anyways, I'll prop them up against something. So I think I'm going to put them up there with all my pink yarns, actually. That was a little tricky to get that green one to stand, but I got them up there. You know what? I do have these little like round wooden base things that have like a little pokey stick. they're just little teeny tiny ones. This bases are maybe this big, but they're meant to display your plushies. So maybe if I use one of those, I will be able to stand those guys up on their own at my booth. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Okay, next up, you probably saw the title, and say it with me, friends. Where are the turtles? Where are they? I have them here. And first up, I have little itty bitty baby pizza turtle. So this is another one that's going into my buffet. Actually, all of my turtles are going into my buffet. If you hear the scratching at the door, that's Jovi. What's the matter, Jojo? Are you trapped? So this is by far my favorite turtle pattern to make. And you might notice that it looks a little different than your standard turtle that you see at most markets. That is because this is a land turtle. This is a tortoise. It's not a sea turtle, so it doesn't have the little flipper arms and legs. It has just little bobble stitch arms and legs. And if you know me, you know that I typically don't like to make, like, batch make or just make a bunch of the sea turtles for markets, because I don't like making the same thing over and over. And when I have to make 4 of the same pieces just for one item, i.e. the flippers, it just burns me out so quick. So what I like about these little guys, this is Tofu the turtle pattern, by the way, I'll link it below, is that you don't have to make all the little legs. You just make the shell and the head, and then you just do the bobbles and close them up. And I think, in my experience, these sell just as well as my sea turtles. And these actually tend to sell better because I price them a little bit cheaper. The sea turtles normally take me like 45 minutes to an hour to make, regardless of the size, just because of all those flippers. These guys take me like 15 to 20 minutes, if even that. And I can make all of the shells separately. I can batch make these, all the shells, all the heads, and then just finish up the body. So as you can see, this guy is a little pizza. And this is another example of, I really wish that I had that darker brown Lise Veluto, because I think that the crust would have looked better. This is a chenille brights color, but I don't know what color that is. Does anybody know? I don't know. It's just like a tan color. Sand, maybe? I don't know. But the cheese is a Lise Veluto light yellow, and I think I want to make another pizza turtle like this, but I'm going to use the darker, that yellow right there, like the darker Monopoly $500 bill yellow. And then when I get that dark brown order in, then I will use that for the crust, and maybe a lighter green, more bright, vibrant green for the actual turtle. But I thought that a land turtle with a pizza shell was kind of an ode to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and without being too Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle-y, you know. Oh my gosh, wait a second, I just thought of a modification for this. You could do like a band around their head of like their little mask. That would be cute. I'm probably not going to do that, but there's an idea for you if you want to steal that idea. But here's the turtle. Oh, you know what? I just forgot. I think you're supposed to crochet along here, the little lip. Yeah, I got to do that. I forgot to do that. Maybe I'll wait until I get the dark brown Elise so that I can at least make the crust the color that I want it to be. But for his little pepperonis, I just hot glued on some felt that I hand cut. I would do his pepperonis a little bit bigger too. I don't know. They look a little sparse. Like, I would be pissed if I got a pepperoni pizza and it looked like this. I'd be like, that 5 pepperonis, 6 pepperonis for this large pizza? Send it back. I pull a Karen. My mom hates that phrase because she is a Karen. Her name's Karen, and she is a Karen too if she wants to be or needs to be. But anyways, there's my little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle inspired tofu turtle. Okay, these are the most exciting things that I did this week. So let's start with one that I think that you guys are going to love. So yes, you watching, I heard that your birthday is coming up. So I made this just for you. Leave me a comment if your birthday is actually coming up, or if it just passed, or if it passed 6 months ago. That is just passed. And that also means that it's coming up. So it's everybody's birthday all the time. But this is a birthday cake turtle. Look at how pretty. I actually showed this off in an Instagram story. If you're not following me on Instagram, go follow me on Instagram. I post to stories all the time. It's mostly just memes, but occasionally I'll share some personal things on there. But anywho, so this turtle I showed off in my stories, and I already got comments that you guys love it. So I have a feeling this is going to be a favorite from this week. This I freehanded. Actually, all of my turtles that I'm about to show you, I freehanded all of these. There is no pattern for these, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. But I'm sure you can find something similar to this. I use the Loops and Threads Fluffy Flex, and I love that yarn. I feel like you either love this yarn or hate it. A lot of people compare it to the old Formula Burnout Blanket. I personally don't think that it's like that at all. It is dense like the old Formula Burnout, but it's fluffier. So if you use a good quality hook for this yarn, it works just as fine as like the Chenille Brights. It does not snap when you pull it closed. I love how it has the little variegation in it. I guess you could call this variegated, right? The little sprinkles, because I did not have to sit there and embroider sprinkles all over this thing. And unfortunately it is now discontinued at Michael's. It was clearanced out. You might still be able to get it at your local Michael's if you want to try the Fluffy Flex. I highly recommend and going like ASAP, because they are getting rid of it. Apparently every year, I just learned this, Loops and Threads does a limited edition special run yarn. And last year it was the Loops and Threads Chenille Home Slim, or the Sweet Snuggles in the variegateds, which I have a couple of actually. And then this year it was the Fluffy Flex. So we're getting ready. They're gearing up to launch a new limited edition yarn for the year. So we'll see what it is. I actually have an idea what it is, but I'm not going to tell you yet until I confirm. And then I'll do a whole video on it. But let's just say if you are going to miss a particular line of the big twist at Joann's, then you will be very happy if Michael's does in fact come out with this line that I think they're going to come out with. And I have some photographic proof that they're coming out with it, but that's for another time. I know I'm being very cryptic today. That's on purpose. But anyway, so I used the Fluffy Flex for this guy. For his little candle, this is Parfait Chunky, and I just used some scrap yarn, and I just stuffed it so that it would stand up on its own, because we don't want a limp candle, you know, so I stuffed it nice and firm. And then I did a line of frosting. That sounded like I smoked frosting. I did a single crochet round of Sweet Snuggles in pink to make it look like the frosting in between the cake layers. And then around the edge, of course, I did like the little, you know, like the little piping shells around it. And for the body, I use the mint because I have a ton of the mint. Look at all of it down there. That's all of my Fluffy Flex. I got a lot of it down there. My tummy is rumbling. I need some din real quick. That was disgusting. Why did I say it like that? I need some dinner quickly, stat. For her eyes, I hand painted these eyes, and these are sparkly pink. I thought that the pink was appropriate because it matched the pink icing. And I could have done any color for the icing. I just thought that the pink and white looked really pretty together. And then I wanted to just make it all pastel color with the mint body. So I pulled the mint scraps for the candle. And yeah, there's my little birthday turtle. So hopefully somebody who comes to the booth will know somebody, or they themselves will be somebody who loves turtles and has a birthday coming up. Perfect birthday gift right here. So yeah, this one is one of my favorites from this week. You know what? I'm about to say that everything that I'm about to show you is my favorite from this week. So scratch that from the record. So the next one that I made, again, free-handed. This is what I used up all of my dark brown Elise Voluto on. And that is this pie turtle. This is a cherry pie turtle, and look at how cute he is. So I also hand painted his eyes. Look at the pretty red in it. Oh my goodness, all that sparkle. And then for the cherry, I guess you could call it, maybe it's, is there another red style pie? Rhubarb pie. This is actually the color rhubarb in Chenille Home Slim. So maybe it is rhubarb pie. And because I freehanded this, there are some things that I wish I had done differently. Like I feel like the little grids here, they should be a little bit fatter so that you see less of the filling. Because me personally, I'd be pissed if I got a slice of pie and it had this little crust, because the crust is the best part of a pie. That and the whipped cream. But I don't know why I decided to do like a cherry. I could have done a blueberry pie. I could have done a key lime. I could have done a pumpkin pie with a little dollop of whipped cream. But I figured that in my area of rural Midwest USA, cherry pies are very big here, and people are really into canning as like a hobby. And every year for our county fair, there's a whole pie contest section. By the way, let me know, are you guys interested in me doing a vlog where we go to our county fair? I am going to submit Serafina back there. It might be a members only vlog if not a lot of you are interested in it. Yeah, where we go and we look at everything that people submitted to the fair, because some things are just hilarious. Like homemade cookies are a whole category in our county fair. Homemade pies are a whole category. And there's always a ton of strawberry and cherry apple pies. They're like the most common. So that is why I decided to go with this kind of pie. I also did not tack his head. I made it a little floppy, and I personally like a floppy head. Don't take that out of context. Get your mind out of the gutter. So the last turtle that I made this week, again, it's one of my favorites, and again, it's completely freehanded. This one I made in honor of Ryan, my sweet husband, who is learning Japanese, and he is obsessed with all things Japanese culture, food, travel. He just watches all day long YouTube videos of people traveling Japan, and one day we will go. He loves Japanese cuisine, so this one is for him. This is a ramen bowl turtle. So for this one, I gave like these holographic brown eyes. These are just discs, holographic discs that came with these 30mm eyes. So I picked brown because I didn't really feel like any other color went. If I had a green that would have matched like whatever this is, I don't know what it is. Every time there's green in a Japanese item like ramen or sushi, I just assume it's wasabi. But if you're eating chunks of wasabi in your ramen, you are on another level. Are you even human? Because that would be a spicy. But anyways, if they had had a green, I would have picked that. But I just went brown. So the ramen bowl, of course, is a bowl. It's black. I picked orange just because I felt like the black and the orange went well together. And then, so underneath for the broth, this is mustard and Elise Voluto. Then I have all these ramens. This took forever, by the way. To do the ramen, I would just slip stitch into like the base, the broth, if you will, and then I would chain a bunch and then slip stitch and then chain a bunch, and I would loop it under and over so to make it look like the noodles. This little bit is supposed to look like ham. And that might make you laugh. Again, I was all out of this color, which I feel like would have been a more appropriate ham color, because I don't have that many like brown colors in different shades of brown. So this was the closest that I have, but it kind of looks like old crusty ham. Maybe it's just cooked ham, you know, boiled dark meat ham. Is there a dark meat ham? I don't think that there is. I think that's just like a chicken thing. But then we have a hard-boiled egg here. This is kind of fun. It's kind of like a pop toy because it can stick out like that, or you can pop it in. It's like one of those little silicone popping things. So I crocheted the fins into this, and I do not like the way that it looks. I think that the black is just too stark of a difference from the orange. So what I'm going to do after I'm done recording right now is go over with this orange and cover up those stitches so that you can't see them. I just think that it'll look a little bit cleaner. But yeah, I also put his back legs too close together. He looks like he's gotta go potty, and he's like crossing his legs, you know, to hold it in, which I can relate to after giving birth to 2 children. Because if I laugh too hard, you better watch out. But anyways, so there is my ramen turtle. So that is my follow-up buffet of plushies. There we go, birthday turtle and pizza turtle. So, for somebody who doesn't like making turtles, I sure did make a lot of turtles this week. And spoiler alert, next week there's going to be even more. Although I'm probably not going to do any more sea turtles. I'm probably just going to go ham making the little tofu turtle. So if you guys watch Robin at Knotting Hook Crochet, it's actually funny. Great minds think alike, because a couple of weeks ago she showed that she made one of these items that I'm holding in my lap right now, and at the time I had started it and it was sitting in my whips bag using the same exact yarn that she chose, and I finally completed it. I got around to completing it this week. Because it was free-handed, I just did not have the bandwidth at the time to figure it out, and she just recently made another one of these in her most recent video. So Robin, I'm not trying to copy you. We just had the exact same idea, I swear. Not that there's anything wrong with getting inspiration from other creators, but I think it's just funny that we both had the same idea. So this is a Minecraft bee, and for this guy, his antennae are a little saggy, and I spent hours. This is what I had. He was completely done. I had him sitting in my whips bag, but I spent hours trying to figure out the lightning bolt antenna, and I just could not get it right. And so I put it in my whips bag, and I was like, I'll think about it later. But here we are, it's later now, and I mean, I think I got the lightning bolt shape. Let's see, let's hold it up to my very pale skin so that you can see what's happening. So the lightning bolt shape is good. The problem is that they're a little saggy. They don't stand up like they should stand up like this. So when I originally made these lightning bolts, I made them out of Elise Voluto yarn, which, if you're not familiar with that yarn, it's very, very soft and squishy and spongy, and it makes phenomenal plushies because they're so soft and fun to squish. However, it lacks structure, so anytime you use it for something that it needs structure, unfortunately the Elise Voluto is not a good choice, because the first time I made these, they were even saggier than these are. Okay, that one's kind of standing up right now. I think it just has to be positioned the right way. Okay, wait, that's not bad. That's not bad. But anywho, so the Elise Voluto was very saggy, and we did not want Mr. Bumblebee here to have limp antenna, because that would be embarrassing. So then I pulled out my Big Twist Posh, which is what this is, because that yarn has a little bit more structure. So I used a size 4.5 millimeter hook, so pretty small hook, with this to get it to have a little bit more structure. And as you can see, they kind of stand up on their own. You know, I do think that they're okay. This is not really meant to be a display plushie like a lot of my others are, like that dragon back there, or Tia, or my Lisa Frank. I always want to call it a cheetah. It's not a cheetah. A leopard. That stuff is for display. This is meant to be like cuddled. And I'm sure somebody at PopCon is just going to see this and love Minecraft and want to like use it as like a pillow on their bed or something. So I'm okay with the antenna not being super rigid and sturdy. For the body of this guy, I used this Burnout Mythical in the color Sunshine, I think, because I wanted it to have that pixelated look. This is the same yarn that I use for my blue chickens that are inspired by Stardew Valley. It also looks pixelated. It's obviously a blue color and not a yellow color. To me, this color looks like corn, doesn't it? It's corn, a big lump with knobs. It has the juice. It has the juice. And then for his stripes, I used Elise Voluto Brown. Just this dark brown color. I never remember the Elise Voluto color numbers. We've talked about this before. My memory, this brain, I have rattling around in here Hannah Montana soundtrack lyrics from seasons 1, 2, and 3. I don't have room in here to memorize the Elise Voluto color numbers. So this is their darkest brown color. And then for the wings, I used Bernat Baby Blanket in white. So as you can tell, he is inspired by Minecraft. I think that the eyes give it away mostly. So he's meant to be a square. And as I was starting this, I got the square shape really well. In fact, you can kind of see, can you see that line there of the square? And then on the back, I think I got the square shape pretty well. But the problem is when you stuff this, it kind of bulges out the sides and rounds the shape. Also, I did not keep the square shape going down like the sides here. I could have done like a granny square technique where I kept the sides rigid, but I wanted it to not be super rigid. I wanted it to look still like a plushie. I don't really know how to explain myself here. I just worked in the round and then just made the front and the butt squares. I know that there is a way, just a pro tip for you. If you are ever crocheting a square plushie and it's bulging like this when you stuff it, you can get some iron-on interfacing from Walmart, or I guess Michael's has fabric now. So you can get some iron-on interfacing and then iron that onto the interior walls of your plushie, and that will keep it a little bit more rigid so that it does not bulge as much with the stuffing. But let me tell you guys, I used Squishmallow stuffing on this guy and he is so soft and cuddly. This very well could be a Squishmallow, but it's not because it's made by these phalanges. For the eyes, I just used felt. I just freehand cut felt and then hot glued them on. And I made sure to get around the edges and the corners really well. Whenever I'm hot gluing onto yarn square things, I make sure to do extra glue on the corners because those are going to be your failing points of the felt peeling up. The only white felt that I had is this. It's really thin. It's a rigid felt, but it's really thin. So whenever I put hot glue on the back, you can kind of see through it. So I'm not in love with that, but it is what it is. It's all I had. And technically the Minecraft bees have little like teal blue pupils. I don't know if you would consider it teal. It's like a really vibrant light blue. I do not have any of that color felt, so we went with white. But overall, there is my Minecraft bee. I'm actually planning, one of my hairs is trapped in him. It's a gift for you. I'm actually planning on doing a YouTube tutorial in the very near future. I'll probably record it after PopCon, so just in a couple of weeks, of how to make miniature Minecraft bees, like, I don't know, yay big, how to make little mini bees, and I think that those would be great sellers for markets, so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, here is my jumbo bee, and yes, he turned out a lot bigger than I thought that he was going to. I was just having a lot of fun increasing in the square here. Come on, be more square. Come on, manifest SpongeBob bee. Maybe that's a little bit better. I don't know, I can't tell. So Stacy at Stacy Makes and April from the Cozy Buckeye, both here on YouTube, they challenged me to do a free Instagram pattern challenge where you find 5 free Instagram patterns and you make them and then you share them with people so that we can spread the love and get those creators some traffic on their Instagram accounts. And so I'm going to link all of the patterns that I've used down in the description box. And yeah, we're going to start with one that I have actually made before, and that is a little rubber duck. So last week I was telling you guys how I wanted to make a couple of these ducks because they're good for Jeeps. As a Jeep girl myself, I have a crochet duck that I did make for myself sitting on my dashboard, and I wanted to make a hot pink one. I just feel like hot pink would sell well. So the difference between this one and the ones that I made last week though is that instead of using a thicker yarn like the Chenille Brights or Burnout Blanket or something like that, I used Parfait Chunky on this guy because I have a claw machine, and actually a lot of my free patterns that I'm going to show you guys today are geared toward like the smaller super duper quick makes that I can throw in my claw machine. So if you also have a claw machine or are interested in getting one, then this video is definitely for you. Not all of them are, but a couple of them I had that in mind. So this is one of them. I do not know if this is still too big for the claw to grasp. It might be able to fit around the head, but I'm going to try it when we get to PopCon and when we set up. I will throw this in there and see if it is feasible for the claw to grab. If it's not, then I'll just put it with the other rubber ducks in the little ducky section. Oh my gosh, you guys, I have a little bathtub that I got from the Michael Spring Shop like 2 years ago that was on super clearance, and I have had it in my market stuff and just never pulled it out for anything. So I think I'm going to use it for the rubber ducks. I mean, it is tiny though. It's supposed to be a soap dish, so it can only fit one duck at a time, but I still think that that would just be a cute visual to put a little duck in the bathtub and then the other ones surrounding it. So we'll see how this goes. These rubber ducks take me about 25 minutes. They're not the quickest for me, but I think 25 minutes is still good for like the $10 that I would put on these guys. Also, I embroidered the eyes instead of doing safety eyes. I don't know. I feel like this is something that you might get for a baby. I like to have a good mix of embroidered eyes and safety eyes at my booth, just in case there are parents who are conscientious of the choking hazards and specifically asked for something that does not have the safety eyes. So that is why I like to do a mix. So this little lady has the embroidered eyes. So I did one hot pink rubber duck. So the next free Instagram pattern that I tried is a new one to me, and I had really high hopes for this, and I was going to do a whole rainbow line of chameleons because that is what this is. Unfortunately, it did not turn out nearly as cute as hers did in the pictures. I don't know if I did something wrong or it was the yarn that I used or what. But this is a little chameleon, and don't get me wrong, he is adorable. Just for the amount of time that this took me probably 40 minutes, and just something about it is not as cute to me as her pictures are. Part of the problem is that the tail you have to sew in the curl, and you also have to make it a little bit longer. I had to stop crocheting because it gets to a point where you're working in like 4 in the round, and I just cannot do that. Every time I try to crochet 4 in the round, it ends up decreasing on its own somehow without me trying to decrease. Does anybody else have that problem? I don't know why that is, but I got to the point where I only had like 2 stitches in the round, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm finishing the tail now. So it is a little bit short, so I don't have as big of a curl as I think that you're supposed to have. For this one, I also used Parfait Chunky because I wanted it to be small enough to put in the claw machine. Again, ooh, I just dropped the duck. I was going to grab it to show you. Again, I don't know if this is going to be too big for the claw machine because it is very tiny. It's just a little cheap. I think it was like $45 or $50 on Amazon. Little tiny tabletop claw machine. It's nothing too spectacular. So we'll see if that little claw can grasp onto this guy. But I used Parfait Chunky on him in the color, I don't even remember any of the Parfait Chunky colors, to be honest with you guys, because it's been so long since I've used them. But this is like a pretty mint color. Sea glass, maybe? I don't know. And of course I gave him blush because it's me. We'll play a little game today called How Many Plushies Did Katie Put Blush On? Okay, keep count for me. But here is my little chameleon. I think that this would be so cute in variegated yarns. I wish that I liked making this because it did turn out pretty cute. I love his little legs. He has like the Leggy frog style legs. They're cute. But anyways, one comma, chameleon. You come and go. You come and go. Next up is another free Instagram pattern, and if you do markets, then you have probably, I dare to say, you have made these, or you have it in your Instagram saves to make, and that is these little tiny whales. I know a lot of people put these on keychains, which would be very cute, but I made one in yellow because, I don't know, baby shark is yellow, so I did a yellow one. And then I also did a whale that looks like an orca. Is it a shark or a whale? It's up to your own imagination. I actually think that the pattern is called a dolphin, but to me this does not look like a dolphin because whales I feel like are more short and squatty shaped overall versus a dolphin, which is more long, plus they have the bottlenose. I mean, there is such thing as a bottlenose dolphin, and there's other breeds of dolphins too, but all of them have some sort of snoot, and these guys don't have a snoot. So I definitely think that these look more like whales or sharks in my opinion. These are quick to make. These are like 10-minute makes. I made this one look like an orca with these little white spots next to his eyes. The black eyes don't show up too well on the black yarn, but in the daylight they do. Also, I think I put his fin a little bit too high on his head. He kind of looks like a rocker with a mohawk. Oh, I didn't hold up the right fingers. I'm not a rocker, can you tell? This guy, I put the fin a little bit further back on the head, and I think it looks a little bit better, but I think I put it too far back. So put the fin somewhere between these. And there are your little shark / whales. So this next pattern is by Stacy at Stacy Makes Apple Tree Boutique on Etsy. So this is one of my paid patterns that I did this week. So are you guys ready to see the fattest guinea pig / hamster that you have ever seen? Okay, hold on to your britches, clasp your pearls. Are you ready? Here he is. Don't say I didn't warn you. He looks like he just went ham in a hometown buffet and got kicked out for eating too much. He looks like the ant in Harry Potter, where when Harry like blows her up and then she floats away. He's so fat that if he were to wear high heels, he'd strike oil. This hamster is so fat that if I were to blast him into space, he would have his own gravitational orbit. Okay, enough of the hamster roast. I have a motto that I live by, and that motto is, life is too short to count stitches. And typically that works out just fine for me, but in this case, he's a little rotund, okay? And we love a rotund queen here, but I think I was 1 or 2 stitches off. So I'm sorry, Stacy, that I made your adorable little Basil the hamster look like Violet from Willy Wonka that we could just roll off the screen here. So another problem that I think that I had with this, like the size that it came out to be, is that I wanted it to be large. So I used an 8 or 9 millimeter hook with, this is Big Twist Plush. So I think that this is probably, I don't know, this is definitely bigger than a hamster. Maybe it's like more of a guinea pig size. Although guinea pigs are a little bit longer. One of my college suite mates had guinea pigs, so I know what they look like. I'm familiar with the smell, let me tell you. But yeah, I think that if you use a smaller yarn, they would come out a little bit more dainty. Not that this little guy is not precious. In fact, his name is Teddy. I've named him Teddy after Ryan's hamster that he had as a child. We're not going to talk about what happened to Teddy, but this is in memoriam of Teddy the hamster. I don't know if this is the colorway that Teddy was, but in her pattern, she gives you the option of doing a solid color hamster or the dual color. I picked the dual color just because I thought that it added a little spice. Her patterns are really easy to follow. When I can download a pattern off of Etsy or Instagram or whatever, and I can screenshot it on my phone in one screenshot to save to my photos to refer back to later, if I can get it all, the entire pattern into one screenshot, then I consider it a quick make. If it is like multiple pages that I have to scroll through, then it's going to take a couple of hours. This is one that is a quick make. This took me probably close to an hour, but because I was using a large hook, therefore I was using a plastic hook, a prim hook. I do have some Susan baits in the larger hooks, but I could not find them. They have run away from me just like Kirby does continuously. Inside joke if you've been on the channel for a while. But I was using a plastic hook with this really, really thick yarn. So I crochet at about half the speed as I normally do when I'm using yarn and a smaller hook that I'm like used to. So for the little white, you might have noticed that it's fuzzy, and that is because in order to get a fuzzy texture and also to match the thickness of this Big Twist plush yarn, I double stranded burnout pipsqueak, which is that really thin strand of it's not fluffy, it has little fibers coming off of it, so it makes it have like a fuzzy appearance, and it's super duper soft. Double stranded that with burnout baby blanket, and that is how I got this little fuzzy appearance face, and it ended up being the same size as the plush. I am just now realizing that I forgot to add a nose. I did have some pink safety noses that I did put in there that when I like first started the face, when the pattern said to put in the nose, and I thought that the nose was too small for how big this guy was turning out. So I said, I'm just going to embroider the nose, and I forgot to embroider the nose. But all in all, here is Teddy. Thank you so much, Stacy, for sending me this pattern. His little legs cannot even support his belly. I kind of love him. I don't know if I want to sell him. I think we're going to put him out on the table, though, because I do think that he's going to get quite a bit of attention for being a chonky hamster. So the next free pattern that I tried is one that is new to me, and that is this cute little Miffy rabbit. I'm looking in the viewfinder and I'm noticing that the eyes are not aligned. Kind of looks like she had a stroke. Oh no. Okay, I might pull those out and embroider the eyes because that is going to bother me. Yeah, those are not on the same line. I am just swinging and missing this week. You know what? It's important to laugh at yourself though, okay? Life's too short to count stitches. Life's too short to have your panties in a wad. You can't get offended by everything. You gotta laugh at yourself because we make mistakes. That's what makes us human. Unless you're an alien shape-shifting to look like a human, in which case I'm on to you. So this is a pattern on Instagram, and I wish that this pattern was a little bit faster than it actually is. I would say this took me about 45 minutes, although I did not time it. It just felt like it took a while, but that could have been because I only made one of them and it was the first time that I was doing this pattern. Normally it takes me a while when I'm first doing a pattern because I have to keep referencing back to the pattern. I have to go find it in my phone and my photos. I have to find what round I'm on. You get it. So it normally takes a while. Also, this is not no-sew. You do have to make the ears separately and then sew them on, which I typically don't have a problem sewing in plushies, so that does not bother me. I'm just letting you know it does add a little bit of time. You do have to embroider the little cross nose if you want it to look similar to the Miffy bunny. If you wanted it just to be a cute little standing up bunny, you could just do like a safety nose or just embroider a line or something. And then the tail, I slip stitched onto the body and then just did a bobble stitch. And that is how I did the tail. I believe in the pattern, she wants you to make like an actual like 6 in the round magic ring and then sew that on. I just slip stitched and did a bobble on like that. There's fluff coming off of her. Oh my goodness. I also think that the ears I should have put up a little bit more if I wanted it to be like real Miffy. Her ears go up a little bit like that. I absolutely love the Miffy bunny. It's just the most simple, clean character. Like, she's just all white. Sometimes she doesn't wear clothes. That sounds wrong, but in the book sometimes she wears clothes, but in a lot of the merchandise she is a little naked bunny like this. And I have recently been redoing my whole desk area over there, which I will show you soon, because I am getting my ultimate gamer girly set up, and I've been adding a lot of Miffy inspired things to that area. So I was going to put this in the claw machine, but honestly, I might keep her for my desk. Oh my gosh, you know what I just forgot to add on her? You know it. You know it. I'm going to do it live right here on camera. I'm going to blush her up. So I use this Wet n Wild blush in the color Pinch Me Pink. It's got a little sparkle to it. It was the only blush color that I could find at Walmart that was neutral. Otherwise, they were leaning too red or too orange, and I wanted just like a pretty and pink color. So this was the closest that I found. Although I do kind of want to get a couple more blush colors for like the darker plushies to have more of a red, rosy cheek, rougey. I guess that's the right word because rouge is French for red. But this is the color that we're going with. So I use this little e.l.f. makeup brush that I do not use for me. This is only for plushies. So I'm gonna get just a little tiny bit on my brush. And since she's white, this is going to cake on and be way too saturated. So I'm going to wipe a little bit off on my hand and then gently swirl that onto her like so. You think I could do wedding makeup and I can put this on my resume, can blush up plushies, and that is my only experience doing other people's makeup? Just kidding. I used to do my friends' makeup for prom and stuff when we were in high school. But there she is. Now she has just a little bit of blush. You could add a little bit to the nose too. I'm just going to use what's left on my brush here. Actually, that's like not showing up at all. There's very little left on the brush. But that is how you add blush to plushies. Wet n Wild, if you want to sponsor me. No guarantees I'll behave myself in a sponsored video, but hit me up. Have your people call my people. My people being these guys. Speaking of these guys, this is the next free pattern that I did, and this is obviously a pickle. If you've been on the channel for a while, you know the saga of the pickles and the pickle jar. This little guy is kind of a meme around here. In fact, if you're a member, you have a special emoji for a pickle that says girthy, because I like making girthy pickles. What can I say? I'm a girl who likes a girthy pickle. And this one I could also give blush to, although I don't know how well it would show up on the green. But I normally put my pickles in my pickle jar, which you will see at PopCon in that vlog if you are new here. I will show you my pickle jar and how I display these guys. And pickles always sell so well for me. They are a bestseller. And so I wanted to find a pattern for you guys. I get so many comments asking me what pattern do I use for the pickles, and to be honest with you, I always freehand them, and I make them in different sizes. I make some long skinny ones, I make some short fatter ones, because pickles come in all shapes and sizes. So I did go onto Ribbler though, and I did find a pickle pattern for you guys, so I will link that below. It is free. If you don't have a Ribbler or an Instagram account and you're a crocheter, I highly recommend signing up for both, because they are great free resources for crocheters. So highly recommend. But this is super duper easy. Pickles take me like 15 minutes depending on how big it is, and I did not follow the pattern directly, if I'm being honest with you. And what I mean by that is all of the little bobble stitches that you do to make their little lumps, those are written into the pattern. I did not do that. I just increased to the amount that they told me to increase, and then occasionally I would do a bobble stitch for a bump. And to me, that just cut out a lot of time versus having to count my stitches, because you guys know how I feel about counting stitches. Counting stitches and then doing the bobble and continuing on, having to constantly reference back to the pattern. So nothing much to say about him. He's a pickle. Oh, I did use Elise Voluto yarn on him, and this is the color number that refers to this vibrant green, like true green color. Very similar to the Goblin color in Parfait Chunky, although this is quite a bit lighter, but similar tone. So if you have Parfait Chunky Goblin, that is a great pickle color. And I have found, just a side note, I have found that some colors that you use for pickles sell a heck of a lot better than others. So if you have used a specific yarn on all of your pickles, taken them to market, and they have not sold, I recommend changing up what yarn you use and maybe mixing them in with all of your other pickles, and then see which colors people are drawn to. For me personally, every time I've used the sparkly yarn, which I thought made beautiful pickles, they almost look like wet and slippery, people have not really liked those. They tend to like the more true green colors like this. I've tried using light green. I've tried using like a hunter green. Most of the time people are drawn to this classic pickle green color. So maybe try that if you're not able to sell pickles. Change the color. The next free pattern that I did this week, what number are we on? I don't know, maybe 6 free patterns. So this is not from Instagram. This is fidget gummy worms. So this pattern is by me actually, and make sure that you hit the subscribe button and make sure that the notification bell is turned on, because next Monday I'm going to be posting a free YouTube tutorial on how to make these guys. They're little fidget gummy worms. And yeah, it's going to be completely free here on YouTube. Although if you're a member, you're going to get to see it tomorrow probably, if not today. It might already be up for members, but it's already recorded. I just need to edit it and upload it. So I made a bunch of little gummy worms, and I'm planning on making some more of these this week too, because these are best sellers. So I made a couple in the hot pink and green. I feel like this is one of the most classic gummy worm colors. Second to that would be the hot pink and yellow gummy worm. So I made one of those. I made a yellow and a green. I made a blue and a red, or like a mint and a red. And then I made a mint and a yellow. So I've made 6 gummy worms. I'm planning to make 6 more tonight so that I have a total of 12. I don't even know if that's going to be enough for PopCon. The last time I brought these to market was at Fall Festival. That was before I even had a YouTube channel. I brought 15 with me and sold out the first day of the 3-day market. So I definitely need to make some more of these. And yeah, look forward to that tutorial if you're interested in learning how to make these fidget gummy worms. These are quick to make. These only take me about 10 minutes a pop. So great bang for your buck. I always say that. I need a saying to mean like the amount of time that you put into a plushie, it sells for a high amount. So bang for your time, I just feel like sounds like I'm a pimp or something, and that just, it doesn't sound right. So give me a saying that I can use meaning meaning that, and not bang for your time. Speaking of gummy things, this is a free Instagram pattern, and you can actually also find these patterns on Ribbler on YouTube. I have made these before. These are little gummy bears. These, along with the gummy worms, were my best sellers at last year's Fall Festival market, which of course I will vlog for you guys this year. It's in my hometown, so it'll be a lot of fun to take you guys around my hometown and introduce you to like our favorite places to eat in town and things like that. So anywho, the gummy bears, I sell these for $5. A lot of people put these on keychains. I think that these are a really good seller with the kids because they're just so handheld even for a child. It's like a little shut up toy, you know, so that the parents can get them something that's really cheap, but they feel like they got something substantial. This is substantial to a child. So I made 2 of them this week. These take me about 12 minutes to make. I sell them for $5, and I'm actually planning on throwing these into the claw machine. These for sure will fit because I have tried this size before. So let's see, in comparison to like the chameleon here, yes, I don't know if it's going to fit around these. If not, I'm going to put, oh girls, if these don't fit in the claw machine, I'm going to put little tags on these guys and then put them into my misfit bin, which is a new thing that I'm implementing in my markets now. I have a lot of little one-off things. I'm so sorry if my dogs are making your dogs go crazy. I apologize. So I got a clearance basket at Joann's, and I made a little sign for it that said Misfit Bin, and then it says, like, there's nothing wrong with us, we're just one of a kind, or something like that. I forgot what I made the sign to say. But I'm going to just throw all of these little one-off items with tags into the Misfit Bin, because I personally like my booth display to be very cohesive. I will group like items. So for example, I'll put all of my little whales and sharks into one little container and so on and so forth. So I don't like it when all of these like just random things are laying all over the place. So hopefully the misfit bin will mitigate some of that messiness. But I made 2 gummy bears for the claw machine. I made a hot pink and a mint because these were 2 of the most popular colors that I found last year when I employed these for the fall festival. Also, purple was another really popular color. So if I get around to it this week, I might make a couple purples, but I already have a couple that are thrown into the claw machine that are sitting out in storage. There's a lot of stuff in the claw machine that you guys have not seen yet because I made them so long ago. So I'm excited to show you guys in the market vlog, like what Ryan and I have made to go into the claw machine, and hopefully it does well. I have a feeling that it will. So this next free pattern is from Ribbler, and I've made this one before as well. In fact, I've made it a couple of times here on the channel, so you're going to recognize it. However, it's in a different color scheme than what I've done before, and that is the boba bear. How stinking cute is this boba bear? So in the past, I've made a regular milk tea with the brown body, and I think I did a white bear head. I've done a strawberry milk tea. I've done a matcha milk tea, and it was highly requested in the comment section that I do a taro milk tea. So that is what this is, this light lavender, lilac, I don't know what color you'd call it, purple. And this is Sweet Snuggles Light, and similar to Elise Voluto, it lacks structure. So if you're going to make one of these, I highly recommend using like a Premier Chenille Brights or a burnout blanket, something that has a little bit more structure to it so that the cup does not bulge as much as this does when you stuff it. But this, I decided to go with the taro milk tea and a brown bear and then a white straw. I didn't really know what color to do with the purple, but I think that this is cute. It almost kind of gives like a whipped cream on top vibe. Also, I did not give it blush because of the dark brown. The blush, I know, does not show up on this color because I've tried before. It just kind of looks like it's blemished, which I don't want people to think. So for this pattern, she actually recommends, well, not recommends, she tells you to make the bobas crocheted. So you have to crochet like 6 little tiny balls and then sew them on. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I just freehand cut some circles out of felt and then I just hot glue them on. Would it look better with crocheted bobas? Honestly, I don't think so. I think that it looks clean and crisp like this. And this is one of those items that I feel like, yes, it's fun to squeeze, but mostly I feel like it's going to like sit on a desk as like a desk ornament or on a dresser or something like that. I can't really see people getting this to want to like fondle. I don't know, maybe. But that is my purple milk tea. I have actually never tried taro milk tea. Am I saying that correctly? Taro? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I've never tried it. Is it like lavender flavored? If so, I don't think I would like that very much. Similar to how I don't like matcha. I don't like things that taste like nature. Also, in my office today, I have Jovi. Paisley is downstairs. Well, she's actually sitting on the stairs barking. But this is Jovi. You guys don't see her very much because she's normally a little introvert. She's normally hiding under the bed or downstairs on the couch. She is literally my dog spirit animal. I love both of my dogs, but Jovi is my, she's my college baby. I got her when I was in college, and she lived with me in the dorm room. And yeah, she's my little spirit animal. Literally, if I was a dog, this is who I would be. Can I have a kiss? Thank you, good girl. Okay. All right, if you follow me over on Instagram, which if you're not, you should, at the Celestial Homebody, I post stuff to my stories all the time, just what I'm up to in my day-to-day. I also post a lot of memes. But I already shared this over on Instagram, so if you follow me, you've already seen these, but I'm excited to show you the army of flower pals that I've made. So this is a new pattern by me. It's available on Etsy. I'm so excited to show you guys. So this is a flower pal. And I designed these because if you've been around for a while, you might know a couple of months ago, I had an idea to do a little flower buddy like this. And I tried it with this variegated yarn that was purple and green and red, which on the skein looked beautiful. But when I held it up to the camera to show you guys the little flower pal that I made with it, it looked like blood was splattered all over the flower because of the red and the variegatedness. I'll see if I can find the clip for you. And honestly, it's kind of ugly, you guys. So this is what it looks like. It's honestly a little nightmare inducing, and I don't know what it is about it that I don't like. Maybe it's like the arms. I don't know, but I don't like it. It doesn't sit right with me, y'all. So I was like, yeah, I'm giving up on this. And I shouldn't have given up on it because the concept idea was cute, but the execution with the yarn that I chose was not. So I went back to that idea many months down the line now. Here we are. And I made 16 of these little flower pals, and I wrote up a pattern for it, and I included different petal styles. So this is the daisy petal. You could also do in the pattern, there is a sunflower petal like that, and then there is a rounded petal. So they're different than the daisy petals. The daisies are more elongated. These are more just like ye old standard flower petals. But I made a ton of these because these are so quick to make and they're great scrap busters. So I just had my scrap bin out that I was pulling to do the faces. And then for all of the petals, well, not all of them, a lot of the petals, I pulled out my variegated yarns because, I mean, look at this. Like, how cool does that variegated yarn look with it? This is the chenille tie-dye from Premier in the color Technicolor. This was a lot of your guys' favorite from a couple of episodes ago when I was showing you guys the new tie-dye colors from Premier. So I made 3. I made 4. This is the Elise Voluto purple along with the tie-dye in the pastel. This colorway is called Peace and Love. And then I did light green for the legs. They are so cute sitting on your desk, you guys. I actually made myself one. I'll input a clip here of a white-faced flower with some blush, of course, and then the pastel petals. And it just is so cheerful sitting on my desk. It's so cute. I made this one with the Flower Child colorway in the tie-dye with the little pink face. I did just a classic pink and yellow with the light green legs. I did a yellow with the pastel Peace and Love colorway in the tie-dye. Here is another Technicolor petal one, but I did a blue Elise Voluto face with some dark green legs. They're so cute when they sit like that. Look at how cute it is. This is another Technicolor petal. And then for this one, I used this bright yellow burnout blanket dappled for the face. Do you see all the blush that I gave to these guys? I made two that were loosely inspired by sunflowers. These were actually the first two of these guys that I made. And as you can see, I made the petals going all the way around their legs. So you could make the petals go all the way around their legs if you wanted to, or you can leave it like this where their legs are showing. Let me hold these up so you can see the difference. Where their legs are showing, it's really personal preference. Either way, they look adorable sitting down. You could put these like on your dashboard or on your desk, on your bed. I don't know. I guess I could put a keychain on this and make it like a little purse buddy or something. Might be a little excessive, but if people can put Laboobos on their purses, then why not put a flower pal? Anyways, I got sidetracked. I was saying that this was the first one that I made the petals go all the way around. And this was before I decided to write a separate petal style for the sunflower. So I just did the standard, rounded petals, and then I also used a lighter yellow. You'll have to let me know what you like better for the sunflower. Do you like the mustard color for the petals for the sunflower, or do you like the bright yellow for a sunflower? Just imagine that these petals looked like this shape. Which do you like for a sunflower? I feel like this looks more realistic sunflower. This would look more cartoony sunflower. Both I think would be really pretty, and people who like sunflowers I think would be drawn to both. So anyways, I made two of those. This one is one of my favorites outside of the pastel petal ones, obviously, because pastel is my favorite color. This is the color, what's it called? In Harmony. In Harmony I used for the petals, and I wish that I had more of this yarn because I just love the way that this variegated works up into the petals. And I did a yellow face for this, and this reminds me of the Girl Scouts daisy, you know, because it's like a little yellow daisy center with like the rainbow petals. And this just reminds me of that, and it is so cheerful and so cute. Oh my gosh, with the blush, this one's definitely one of my favorites. I also used that color. This was the only face that I did in a variegated with the solid color petals, and you'll have to let me know. I'm asking you to let me know a lot in the comments, so I'm gonna hold you to it, okay? Bombard me with comments. You'll have to let me know, which do you prefer? Do you like the solid face with the variegated petals, or vice versa? I personally like the solid face. I just think that the variegated petals, it looks like each petal is a different color without having to do the color changes. But the face being in like the rainbow is also really pretty, but we'll see if these find a home at PopCon. I have a feeling that these are going to be really good sellers. So I have this color. This is called Pink Lemonade in the Chenille Brights Variegated, and I had not done any dark purple. I had done a couple light purple. A lot of these flowers that I have done are like pastels. This is the other one that I made that I'm about to show you. A lot of them are like in lighter pastel colors, so I wanted to do something a little more moody. So this is the Pink Lemonade color with a Elise Voluto dark purple, and then I gave her light green or like really vibrant green legs. And then, like I just gave you a little peep of, here is the last one, light green legs with the flower child tie-dye and a light purple face. See, this is one that it would be really pretty to do the darker blush on, because the lighter blush is not going to show up on the purple, unfortunately. But anyways, that is all of my Flower Pal army. So I'm so excited about that pattern. You can get your hands on it if you want to. The link is in the description box, and I will let you guys know how they sell at market. So back to free patterns. This is a little out of season, but not really. The next couple of things that I have to show you are more like Halloween items, which when you think about it, it's not that far out of season because you should probably be prepping now if you have shows in the fall, which is considered market season. So these next couple of things are free patterns on Instagram. This one I have made before, and that is the Boo Bear. Look at how freaking cute this is. Oh my gosh, Becky, look at her tail. It is so cute. This little Boo Bear gave him blush, of course. So I have a couple of these Boo Bears in my market totes. I think I only have 2 left though, and I would like to have at least 3 for PopCon. Just display wise, I feel like the odd numbers look better. So I made 1 additional one to throw in with those other 2. This one I can talk, I promise. This one did turn out a lot bigger than the others. On the other ones, I want to say I used Parfait Chunky, and this one turned out like double the size because I used Elise Voluto Brown and Burnout Blanket for the white. So I am going to put the same price on it, but I guess people can choose if they want like the cuter little one or this big boy. Again, this is like a good desk ornament type plushie, although this one, because of its shape, is very squishable and huggable. These are quick. Despite how big this turns out to be, these take me like 45 minutes, and I feel like for the size of this, that's really good because I think like an $18 to $25 price on these is completely reasonable for the size that they are for 45 minutes. Again, I need that saying, bang for my time. I don't know what else to say about him. Oh, I do know what else to say. In the pattern, it tells you to do the legs separately and then sew them onto the bottom so that the bear is standing up, which I do think would look really cute. But I personally omit that step, and when I'm crocheting the body and the round, I just add bobbles for the legs, and then when I close up the body, I do a back loop only round so that he sits, so that this little guy can sit on his own on a tabletop, versus if you were to do it like the pattern's written and make him standing, he's probably not going to stand up on his own. I do think that the little legs sticking down look adorable, but they look just as cute sitting out like that. And then he looks like he's sitting. So there's my little Boo Bear. This one, the eyes aren't even either. What was going on with me? That's okay. I can probably just cut these out and then embroider. I'm not too worried about it. This one is like ever so slightly lower. I'm going to blame my eye placement mishaps on the fact that most of the time I am crocheting in bed in the pitch black darkness with only my little reading light while the baby is sleeping next to me. So that's what I'm going to blame this on. Also along the lines of Halloween fall time markets, this is another free Instagram pattern, and this is a little candy corn buddy. Now I'm going to give you a jump scare warning because this does have white eyes. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. So there's my little candy corn buddy. On the pattern, it does not tell you to add legs, but I just slip stitched into the body and then added some legs because if you are familiar with Target, their line of the little seasonal, I don't know what they call them, but they're little felt buddies, and it comes in a pack of 2, and then they like hold hands, and you can get them for different seasons. I'll put a picture here. That was kind of what inspired these guys for my fall festival market, just because I think that it adds a little something something when they're sitting, you know, instead of just a candy corn with a face sitting there. So as you can tell, I did do white eyes on this, and I do really like the white eyes, but I also did one with black eyes, which I'll show you in a minute. And this is one case when I do think I like the black eyes better. This looked a little scary before I added eyebrows, so I embroidered some eyebrows onto it, and it makes it look a little happier, you know, but it's supposed to be a spooky candy corn. So here is a little tip if you're going to do the candy corn plushies in the free pattern. You have to stuff little by little, because this point at the top here is pretty difficult to get stuffing to go in there and to stay put in there. And if you're not careful, you'll end up with a nipple shape, because that is kind of how this is looking. This was the first one that I did, and I corrected that when I did the second one, and the second one looks a lot better. I'll just show it to you now. So here's the second one with the black eyes. Look at the shape difference of the tops. So this one I stuffed gradually versus this one I kind of tried to shove a bunch of stuffing in there all at once. And yeah, it looks a little nipply, so don't do what I did. Also on this one, I accidentally added an extra row to the yellow. It's supposed to look like this. You can see the extra row. And the other thing that I did differently on this is for the orange, I used Elise Voluto yarn. For the white, I used Bernat. And then for the yellow, I did Chenille Brights. The Elise Voluto is ever so slightly thinner of a yarn. At least that skein was between these two skeins. So I was using a 6.5mm hook. And when I was all done with the candy corn, the orange had some big gaping holes in it compared to these two, which had no holes. So I had to go back with a little bit of the yarn on a needle and sew all of the holes closed. That's why it does not look like there are holes, but trust me, there were. So when I went to do this one, I made sure that I tightened my tension like crazy so that I could not have to go through and do any holes. So this is also a 6.5mm hook, but as you can see, no holes because I made my tension nice and tight. So white eyes, black eyes. This shape is a little bit wonky. It turned out to be a bigger candy corn than this one. I'm not planning on putting these out at PopCon. I mean, if I'm getting really low on inventory, I can throw them out on the table, but I made these specifically for the fall festival. And I would like to do a couple more little candy corn buddies. I want to do some pumpkin buddies, some bat buddies, maybe even some little ghost buddies in addition to the Boo Bears, just some little ghosts. So yeah, those were my Halloween items. I pulled out a half skein that I had of regular chenille home from Michael's, not home slim. It was like the thick stuff. And I had like a half a skein of that because at my last market, I got a commission to do a giant possum. So I had some gray left over from that. And it wasn't enough to do anything huge. So I decided, again for Comic-Con, I wanted to do something that I feel like is tailored to the patronage at that event. So I did a Totoro. And I hated every second of making this. I hated it so much, I didn't even give him a tail because I said, screw it, we're done with him. And the reason I hated making him so much is because I was using chenille home. This stuff sheds like crazy, and because it's so thick, I have to use a bigger hook. I think I used an 8 or 9mm on this, and the only hooks that I have that are bigger are plastic, and I despise plastic hooks. I have Prim hooks, which are great in terms of plastic, but I am a die-hard tulip fan. I love my Tulip Edamo Rose crochet hooks. It comes in like a super cute little pink booklet that has all of them, and there are different shades of pink, and they're so pretty, and they glide like butter. And so whenever I have to pull out a plastic hook, I'm like, I gag a little. So hated making this. I used sinker eyes on him with glitter discs. These came with glitter discs, but I very well could have painted the back of the eye white. But to be honest with you, I was too lazy to do that. I couldn't be bothered. So I just took silver glitter discs and flipped them backwards and put them in like that. If I had had a darker gray, I would have used a darker gray for his nose and his little tufts on his chest, but black it was, which is fine because I had quite a bit of Sweet Snuggles Light or Chenille Home Slim, whichever one it is. They're interchangeable in black that I needed to get rid of too. So I made a Totoro, and in the pattern it said to make essentially like little tubes for his ears. Girl, you think I was about to single crochet 4 in the round for like 6 rounds? with chenille home? No way, no how. So I just slip stitched and surface crochet. I just chained a couple up and then slip stitched back down, and they're fine. They're fine. I mean, this is like a maybe $25, $30 item. I'm not spending any more time on him. He's cute, but we're done. We're done with that. And I'm so happy it used up every little bit of the gray that I had, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. So on the topic of Totoros, this is kind of cheating because if you watched my video of Crochet Roulette where I let a wheel decide what I made that week, that was a fun video. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. I had a lot of fun with that. The wheel for one of them, spoiler alert, landed on a Totoro on a swing. And I had not made any critters on a swings, and I know that they're normally really good sellers for people, but I don't know. I don't like to be like everybody else. Like there are a couple of things that I do that everybody's making, like loaf cats and leggy frogs, but I like to be unique. With how saturated the crochet market is right now, I definitely want to stand out, which is why like I did like the Stardew Valley blue chickens instead of just regular chickens, which now everybody's doing, which is ironic to me. But I'm on YouTube now, so I share what I make, and if people copy, then they copy, and that's fine. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so I greatly appreciate it, and I like the clout. But things like that I like to do and be a little bit more unique. So I have not done the critters on the swings, but knowing that I had Comic-Con coming up, I was like, what can I do on a swing that's not like just your standard bird or turtle or frog, whatever people do on the swings. So I put on that wheel on the Crochet Roulette video a Totoro on a swing, and I did one, and I hated it. Like I hated making the chain, and maybe I was just like in a weird mood that day. I think I was working with chenille yarn because I made 6 little Totoro bodies, and then I wanted to do the swing in cotton because I wanted it to be sturdier. And if you have ever gone from working with chenille yarn or like a thicker weight yarn down to like a weight 2 or 3 cotton, it feels so weird. The hook is like microscopic. It just feels weird. So I did one Totoro on a swing and I did not like it, but I had a bunch of little Totoro bodies left. So this week I had them sitting there in a bag, and I was like, okay, this is the week I'm finally going to make all these swings. And you know what? It wasn't that bad. So I did 5 Totoros on swings. So here they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I had already done one. So this is just what I completed this week. And I ran out of this gray Parfait Chunky to do their arms, but I do have some of this. It's called Seal Gray from Parfait. I have it in some of the order that's sitting down there. So once I do my haul and open that up, I will go through and add little arms to these guys. It wasn't that bad to do the swings, honestly. And I think that these are going to sell so well. And I decided to do green for the swings because Totoro has like a little green leaf on his head. So when you think this little guy, you tend to think green. To be honest with you, I have never seen My Neighbor Totoro. Don't tell the rest of the nerdy community because I just haven't. I've seen most of the Studio Ghibli movies, but not My Neighbor Totoro. I think it was the very first one that came out. So I need to watch that. But so we've got big Totoro and then 6 of these little guys. So in an effort to clean up my yarn stash, I had some more regular Sweet Snuggles. Remember how I said that I hated working with the regular chenille home? Hated every second of working with the regular Sweet Snuggles too, but I had to do it. I had to use it up. So I had this color and I was like, what can I make out of this? And I just saw jellyfish when I saw this color. So I made this jumbo jellyfish and didn't hate working with it with this as much as with the Totoro because there wasn't any sewing on this. It was pretty straightforward. If you've ever tried to sew with regular Sweet Snuggles, that stuff breaks quicker than my patience. But I also had some of this light blue regular Sweet Snuggles, so I used it for the tentacles, but I had enough of it where I was like, I'm gonna have still some of this left over if I use it for every single tentacle on this guy. So I decided to make a sea turtle with it, but which I'm going to show you in just a second. But I ran out on the sea turtle, so then I had to cut one of these guys' tentacles out and perform a little surgery and take some of that Sweet Snuggles to put on the turtle so that I could finish the turtle. So his teal or his like light mint color tentacles are uneven, but that's okay. And then also for his tentacles, I used this burlap baby blanket. I forgot the shade name. It's like lemon lime or something like that, but it's burlap sparkle. And I just thought the blues with the greens looked nice. And I gave him embroidered eyes too. Number one, I didn't really want to waste my giant safety eyes because I want to save those for like the character plushies for Comic-Con. So I didn't want to waste them on him. But also, the last time I sold one of these giant jellyfish, it was to somebody who was putting it in their baby's nursery, and the nursery was like underwater themed, which I thought was so sweet. So I had that in mind, and I thought, I don't know, maybe a little kid might like this. I mean, it's bulbous to hold on to, but the little tentacles are fun to hold. So there is my jellyfish. And then, as I said, I had more of that mint color Sweet Snuggles, so I wanted to do a turtle. And it just so happened that I had some Big Twist plush in the pastel variegated, which is, you guys know, my favorite yarn, my favorite variegated of all time. Had a little bit of that left. So I was able, with this one turtle, to use up 2 skeins of yarn from my stash, which is great. And the colors look so cute together. So there is the Big Twist plush in the pastel variegated. And then here is the regular Sweet Snuggles and whatever their mint color is called. And then I want to say these are 28 millimeter, I don't know, 28 millimeter glitter disc sinker eyes. And she is precious. Her back flippers are a little scrawny because, as I explained, I was running out of yarn and I was playing yarn chicken with all 4 flippers. So I did one less round in the back flippers to make sure that I would have enough. And I had, even after cutting out some of the tentacle yarn from my jellyfish, I had just enough to finish the turtle. So there is one nice big pastel turtle. So after using all of those skeins up, I was like, I need to do something easy because I'm sick of working with this squeaky yarn and plastic hook. So I pulled out my Juicy Couture velour yarn, and I decided to make some pickles. I have never done pickles at a market before, and I feel like they're very hit or miss. I feel like some people do really well with them and some people sell none. But I thought that these would be good for the Ren Fair because at a Renaissance fair, pickles and turkey legs are like a thing. So I want to do some crochet turkey legs and I want to do some crochet pickles. So I started on the pickles because I wanted to use a very bougie yarn and treat myself after struggling through those other things. So the first pickle that I did came out very chunky. I did not have a pattern for this. I mean, they're not hard to do. They're just cylinders with baubles. So he came out really chunky. And so I kind of reworked my pattern and did one less increase round and I think that this is a much better size. They're nice for like little kids to hold. So there's the size comparison. I'm going to sell them for the same price. Actually, a couple months ago when I decided that I wanted to make pickles for the Ren Fair, I went to Sam's Club and I got a giant container, like, you know, like the plastic containers of cheese balls. Well, I don't like cheese balls. Ryan does. So Ryan has been slowly working away for a couple months now on that giant container of cheese balls so that I can clean out the container and use that as like a giant pickle jar. And I think I'm going to order on Amazon some little pickle pouches, like paper ones, so that people can use like tongs and like go into the pickle jar and pick out their pickle and then put it into the pickle pouch. How many times can I say pickle? And I think that that'll be like a really cute little interactive display. So that cheese ball container, it's like a quarter full now, and we've had it for about 3 months. They're probably stale as heck, but he's a trooper, and I said, make them go away for me. Could we just throw them away? Yes, but that's wasteful, and my mom taught me not to waste food. So there is my big pickle and my little pickle. That's what she said. And then I was on a roll and I just wanted to use up this skein of yarn. So I made 3 more little pickles. So I made 5 pickles in all, and this used an entire skein of the Juicy Couture velour yarn. And that was a treat to work with. I really enjoyed making these. They were nice. So I'm going to pause showing you my weekly makes to show you something else really cool that I got in the mail. So I ordered on Etsy from the same people who made my sign back there. On Etsy, their name is Acryl Artistry, like acrylic, but Acryl Artistry on Etsy. And I asked them to also make me a payment code sign for my markets. So in the past, I just used like a Dollar Tree frame and then printed out like my QR codes for my Venmo and PayPal, etc. And I just had that set up as like my payment sign. But I really wanted to up my game. So when I ordered that, I decided to order this as well. And it came out so good. Wait till you guys see this. Look at how stunning this payment sign is. Oh, you can see my ring light in there. Look at how stunning that is. It's got my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App on there. And that is just, it's so pretty. Look at how good like the print is for my logo. And I love the gold. I did not even intend for the back of this to be like ombre, pink, and white, because that is what my, like the background of my banner is. So I could not be happier with how this came out. It just looks so professional to sit there, you know, instead of just like a printout. So I am very happy with this. And I want to say this was only like $25 or $30. And when I bought both of them together, I got free shipping. So I was pretty much saving money. I'm going to go broke saving money, I'll tell you what. Anyways, so then on Wednesday, I got selected to do a pattern test for Stacy Makes, and I have never pattern tested before, but I got on my knees and I said, please, Stacy, can I please pattern test for you? And she said, fine. I'm kidding. That's not how it happened. I love you, Stacy. I got selected. I don't know if it was just random or what, but her sitting birds, which you might have seen, you might not have seen, I of course will link the pattern down below, as like I always do, along with everything else that I'm showing today. So she has a new set of sitting birds. They're all the same shape, but they change like the little accessories on them. So their comb might be different, the shapes of their feet, etc. And then of course the color changes depend on what kind of bird you're doing. So in her third set of the sitting birds, there is a robin, a blue jay, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's an Australian bird. It's like a gala, I don't know. Pink bird from Australia, and then a cockatoo. And I saw the cockatoo, and she names all of her birds, and she named the bird pattern Kiki the cockatoo. And my heart skipped a beat, because growing up, you guys probably know by now, if you've been around here for a minute, that my parents were professional magicians, and because of that, I grew up sailing the world on a cruise ship, and lived on like Norwegian Cruise Line until I was like almost 7 years old. So my dad, being a magician, had a lot of birds, a lot of doves, and we had cockatoos. And when I was first born, we had a cockatoo named Heidi, who unfortunately passed away at only like a year or two old, because the vet messed up putting a chip in her and it killed her, unfortunately. But for my entire life, pretty much from 2 years old up to however old she is now, we had a cockatoo named Kiki. And it was just so sweet that just randomly Stacy decided to name her cockatoo pattern Kiki. And I will insert a clip here of our cockatoo Kiki and my dad on stage. And at the very end of the magic show, we would do our bows, and then Kiki would fly around the audience, and the audience loved it. And she would fly right back to my dad. And then after the show, she was such a good bird. After the show, people would come up and get to pet her, and she could say, you know, "Hi, Kiki." Cockatoos aren't really known for talking. That's more of a parrot thing. But she could say, "I love you," and she could say, "Hi, Kiki." So I was like, I have to do this cockatoo pattern test. So I'm talking so much today. Y'all are probably so annoyed with me right now that I'm just yapping and not showing you enough. By the way, if you're ever short on time, you can always hit the gear icon. I don't know where it is. I don't know if it's up top or down below. I think it depends on what device you're on. But if you hit the gear icon and you don't have time to watch this whole hour-long thing or however long it is, you can set the video on 2x speed, so that way I'll sound like a little chipmunk, and then it'll go faster. So you'll get done with the video in half the time but not miss any of the information. So there you go. Pro tip for you. Okay, so here's my little cockatoo. Here's Kiki. I used Sweet Snuggles Light, and she came out tiny. I was expecting it to be bigger just based on other people's patterns, or them doing this pattern, but I think a lot of them that I've seen are using Burnett, so it makes sense that the blanket yarn comes out a little bit bigger. But it wasn't really hard to do. I did mess up on the feet, I think. I think I attached them wrong, but they look okay. I don't know if I'm just stupid or have a 4-month-old baby and am sleep deprived. Maybe both. But I, for whatever reason, couldn't figure out, based on what the pattern said, on how to attach the feet, but Stacy clarified for me, and nobody else had an issue. So I think it's just me. But here is my little Kiki. Look at her little tail feathers, cute. And of course, her iconic cockatoo comb. Our Kiki used to, like, she would dance, she'd go like this, and her feathers would go like this. I say used to. Kiki is still alive, but she went to a bird rescue during my parents' divorce. They got rid of a lot of the animals, and so she lives with somebody who loves cockatoos now. I don't know who they are, but I think my dad is still in contact with them and gets updates on Kiki now and then. But I finally got to do my first pattern test, so that was so much fun. So she is a sweet little thing and means a lot to me because of my real Kiki. So I'm definitely going to be giving her to my dad, and I think that he'll like that. I mean, he doesn't like stuffed animals. He's almost 60-year-old man. But he'll like the sentiment, you know. So then we're like halfway done. So then I decided that I wanted to do some Leggy frogs. As I said earlier, I do like to be unique, but I do the Leggy frogs. And a lot of people that I have heard are reporting that they're not selling that well for them anymore, but they still sell fine for me. And I don't know why I get this vibe, but specifically the people who are going to the convention, I feel like will like the Leggy frogs more than the average person. Why? Maybe it's because I think that they're weird, And I do not mean that in a bad way, because again, I am one of these people. So, I don't know. I just thought that they would like the leggy frogs. So I also wanted to get rid of some of my variegated Big Twist plush that I have, because I love working with plush, but the skeins are huge, so they take up a lot of room in my storage. So I did 3 leggy frogs in this variegated green of the Big Twist plush. And I still have a little bit more. This next week, I'm going to just use up that entire skein to get rid of it. But I really like the way that these worked up in the frogs. I mean, how cool is that? That one kind of looks like it has like a white belly. And they kind of like stripe. They almost look like a barber shop stripe. Very, very cool looking. Almost camo. And camo honestly makes me gag. No, I like military camo. I don't like hunting camo because I don't like hunting. I'm sorry if you're a hunter, if you're married to a hunter, but I do not like the idea of shooting an innocent little animal who's just living their best life in the forest. But they kind of look like camo, and I feel like little kids especially will like the camo look. So I made these guys, and they turn out a good size with the plush. I mean, that's big. You can see it in my hand. He's a beefy boy. So I'm probably going to put like a $15 price on these, to be completely honest with you. So after I did the leggy frogs, I wanted to take a little bit of a break from market prep and do something for my daughter, Celeste. So she loves Angelina Ballerina. I said this last week. She doesn't love Angelina Ballerina. She's 4 months old. She doesn't know her butt from a hole in the ground, but I project that she loves this book onto her, okay? So last week I showed you guys this Angelina Ballerina lovey that I made, and don't get me wrong, I love her. Her face, I could never replicate how cute this face is. But I don't love the shape of the body. And I had seen on Etsy that, I think it's Cable and Canvas, maybe it's not. I'll link it below. I am so bad with these names. Somebody on Etsy, a really popular pattern designer, has this mouse pattern for these cute little mices that are ballerinas, or you can do it where they have like mermaid tails. And I was like, I kind of want to remake her Angelina Ballerina and sell this one. So this one is going up on my Etsy. So if you want her, she's not going to be cheap, because she took me about 6 hours because I wanted her to be perfect for my child. But I'll link my Etsy below. So she'll be up on there. But I wanted to do this pattern of this. It's not a lovey style. It's like an actual stuffed animal, but she's still little. So this is how she turned out. So of course I did her embroidered eyes because it's for a itty bitty baby. And as Bob Ross would say, it was a happy accident that last time I accidentally made her tutu a different color than her leotard. And you guys love that look, and I ended up really liking it too. So I did it on purpose this time with a little bit more of a contrast. So I did a darker pink for her leotard and for her little ballet slippers, and then a lighter pink for her tutu. And I did a faux pas, you guys. You hardcore crocheters are going to come after me, but I don't care. I'm going to do me. I'm going to tell you what you can do, even though a lot of crocheters will tell you that you can't, and that is you can mix yarns. In fact, you can even mix yarn weights. You guys, this is Big Twist Posh with burnout blanket, and it looks fine. This color, this darker pink, is Big Twist Posh. Her body and her tutu is burnout blanket, and her shoes also are Big Twist Posh. And it is so cute. So she's tiny, but it's perfect for little baby. So this is for Celeste, and I hated doing legs. I will never make another one of these. It took me about an hour. Oh, you thought I meant the whole thing took me an hour? No, just the legs took me an hour. The entire thing took me about 3. Why it took me so long? I couldn't tell you. It goes back to me either being stupid or sleep deprived or both. The legs are 5 in a round all the way for all of these rows, however many rounds there are. And I could not for the life of me make them the same width. One leg looked like it had gone to the gym and the other leg looked like it had skipped leg day. So I had to remake these legs 3 times and frog it back. I don't even know how many times. And I was doing it really late at night because after I put the baby down to bed, in her bassinet next to our bed in our bedroom, I go and sit in the recliner in our bedroom so that I can like keep an eye on her. But that is my mommy time to like really like put my head down and work. And I do that by the light of just a little tiny lamp. And it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I had very little light. I was getting really tired and I was getting so frustrated with these legs. And I'm not going to lie to you, between the Totoro and this week, I almost gave up on crocheting. But I can't do that because this job is what pays our mortgage and pays to feed said child. So, well, not right now. Right now she drinks milk, but she will be eating a lot of berries, I've heard. So she turned out cute. I will never make another one. So this one is for my baby girl. So she can sit right back there. Oh, cute! So after that, I was like, I need something else that's easy. And I pulled out my own loaf unicorn pattern, which is on my Etsy if you're interested in it. It's about a 40-45 minute make and it's very low sew. The only thing that you have to sew on is the muzzle. And so I was planning on making a lot of these, but I had crochet DD last week, as you can tell by me making over 50 items. So I ended up only making one loaf unicorn. And again, in an effort to get rid of some of my yarn stash, I had a little bit of this Bernat baby blanket and the sparkle left. So I did this. And I should have made the horn a different color, but I batch make these. So I have like 25 unicorn horns in the yellow already made up. I have a bunch of the hair already made up. And in the pattern, I tell you to surface crochet it, but you can also just make it up separately and then literally just tie it in, just tie it to the body and then use your hook to pull the tails through, and it takes seconds to do that. So I have a bunch of the hair and the horns made up. So I should have done a different color horn, but it's okay. And then on the muzzle, I wanted to try doing nostrils. I've been trying not to show it to you yet before I addressed how stupid this looks. I wanted to try doing nostrils and they did not turn out great. They're lopsided for one thing. They look like my chesticles after breastfeeding on one side. And also I put the sinker eye backs on the wrong way. So they don't sinker. They just sit on top. So, I don't know if I'm going to clearance this. I'm sure some little kid is going to come up and just love how quirky this is. So, I mean, it still took me the same amount of time. I don't think I'm going to clearance it. But I used this rainbow chenille. I have talked about this before. I love this yarn. It is some of my favorite. It feels just like the Juicy Couture Velour yarn. And it is from Amazon. And you get it in like a 24 pack of different colors, including variegateds. I'll link the Amazon listing for these, and I love this yarn. And I mean, how perfect is that for a unicorn? I mean, it's rainbow, right? Sparkly yarn with rainbow. I think if you look at this, you're going to be able to tell it's a unicorn, even though the horn is the same color as the body. And I could have changed colors for the baubles, but I couldn't be bothered at the time. I told you I had a rough start to the week. So I was like, I need to do easy things that I enjoy making. So this is a Gudetama. If you don't know what this is, it is a Sanrio character. So if you know Hello Kitty, Hello Kitty is owned and created by this company called Sanrio, and they've got hundreds of characters, and this is one of their characters. You could consider him a friend to Hello Kitty, but he's a little egg guy, and I would try to make him look like he was like scared, kind of. Like, I don't know, like his eggs splatted or something. I don't know. And I gave him a butt because I feel like eggs and butts are good sellers. Are all my customers perverts? Maybe. But I feel like the butts sell. So I gave him a booty. And this is Big Twist, a baby bear. And this is, yeah, they're both baby bear. They're both baby bear. No, I lied. The white is baby bear. The yellow is Sunshine in Parfait Chunky. So they worked up nice together. He only took me like an hour. I might actually do some more of him because I feel like this would sell well at Comic-Con. So speaking of Comic-Con things, a very, very popular fandom, you've probably heard of it, Harry Potter. I am a Hufflepuff, by the way, if you're wondering. So I was like, what can I make that's kind of Harry Potter-ish? And the only thing that I could think that would be a quick make, because I do have a lot of big stuff, which, as I said at the beginning of the video, I want the big intricate items for Comic-Con. That is, I think, what people are going to be more drawn to, and I think that I'm going to have a higher chance of selling big items at a convention like that versus just a random standard like high school market. But I do want some little quick make things. So the unicorns are going to be good for the Ren Fair, but I'm not going to do a ton of those right now for Comic-Con. So I was thinking about what I could do from Harry Potter, and I found a couple of patterns on Etsy, which I will be doing in future videos, so stay tuned for that if you're a Harry Potter fan, that are quicker makes. But I had the idea of doing a mandrake, which, if you don't know what that is, it is like a little plant guy, and when you pull them out of their pots, they cry like babies, and their cry is so piercing that it can kill you. Except for the baby mandrakes, they will just make you pass out from like the supersonic boom of their cry, which as a new mother, I can relate to. So I could not really find a pattern. There are a lot of mandrake patterns on Etsy. And by the way, a mandrake is not copyrighted. This is just like a mythical creature thing. They just are seen in Harry Potter. So a lot of people just relate them to Harry Potter. Just like, oh, it's like the same thing as a wizard. When you think of a wizard, you probably think of Harry Potter, but it is not a trademark or licensed thing. So a lot of the patterns that I had seen on Etsy looked like they were going to take too much time, because I want a quick make. Like, I want like a 15-minute make for batch making these, 50 of these items. And so I decided to devise my own mandrake pattern, and I'm not going to lie to you, I think it's going to be a one and done, because he took about an hour with like all the leaves and everything, and I don't think I'm going to make more. So this is what my mandrake turned out like. I just did bobble stitches for his arms and legs, and again, he's supposed to look sad, kind of like he's crying. I used Parfait Chunky for the body in teddy bear because I had a little bit of a skein left of that, so to get rid of it, I used that. And then for the leaves, I used Hobby Lobby's Yarn Bee in the Velvety Smooth Sparkle in olive. And I liked the sparkle because he's supposed to be like mythical, magical creature. So with all of the leaves, and I mean, that's not a small amount of stitches, and I could have made him smaller. Again, it was just something that I was kind of going with the flow with, and I was writing a pattern for this, by the way, that I was going to release on Etsy, and I don't know, maybe I will. I don't know if I will still. But with how long it took, I don't think I'm going to be doing any more. He was not hard. Really not hard at all. You do have to sew all of these on. And by sew, I mean you literally just, you've got 2 strings. You put it through a stitch and then you tie it and then you pull the ends through. It didn't take much time in that respect. But I think for how big it is, you know, if we had access to a chenille home slim still, I think that I would have been a lot more okay with doing more of these because I could have used the terracotta color for the body of these guys, and he would have turned out a much bigger size. And so I feel like if something takes me an hour or more to do, this probably took me close to an hour and 15 minutes, then I'm charging minimum $20 for it. Because this is my main source of income. It's not like I'm retired and just doing markets just to recoup my cost of yarn. Like, this is my full-time job that feeds my family and keeps a roof over our head. I'm just in that season of life right now where I have to make a living doing this. Otherwise, I need to go get a job at the McDonald's because I have to earn a living. So you might say like $20 for that, that's crazy, but I haven't had a problem making sales, I don't think, because of my prices, so I'm going to keep them as they are. But anyways, I would feel less guilty about charging $20 for this thing if it was a little bit bigger. But I think what I'm going to do, because he turned out kind of small, but I still want to get that $20 price range on him, I might do 18, is I am going to go and pick up a little pot from Walmart, like a 2-inch or 4-inch potting pot. I'll have to take him with me and see what he fits in, and get like a little clay pot to put him in so that he is not only a desk plant, because in the pot you're just going to see, you know, the little leaves. He's not only a desk plant, but you can take him out, like just like in the movie, you take him out by their little leaves and they cry. He'll be a mandrake as well. So I think that might be able to get me a little bit of a higher price point for him. So I did the mandrake. And then I made a couple stress pets. So I have this, what is the color called? Big Twist Plush. It's the pink variegated. I want to say it's like strawberry shortcake or something like that. But I had that yarn, and so I just used up an entire skein of that making stress pets. So I was able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stress pets out of that one skein. And I love the way this color works up. These little stress pets are amazing sellers for me. I have a free tutorial on my channel if you're interested in these. They just are so squishy and fun to squeeze, and I sell them for $8, and it's a good size item for $8, so parents usually don't have a problem buying their kids something of this size that they can hold. And I do like to make them in different like girths and lengths so that hands of all sizes can grasp them. Don't take that out of context, please. That could sound really dirty if you have a dirty mind like me. So I got quite a few of these guys out of that one skein, and I love using variegated yarns on these because I just think that it's a simple enough pattern and they're so small that the variegated isn't super like overwhelming, and it gives them like a cool stripe look. So every time I make a stress pet, it's always in a variegated yarn in the Big Twist Plush because it really gives it like that nice squishy feel. Although you can use burnout blanket too. It gives the squishy feel. Mythical is good, although Mythical will turn out a lot smaller than these. So just be aware of that. And then, oh, I forgot to say, before I did that turtle with the pastel variegated plush, I made a stress pet in that yarn. Look at how pretty it is. It is so, so pretty. So I've done these in like the neon rainbow, the the blues, the greens, now the pinks. I normally don't show you guys all of my little stuff that I make because I didn't think you cared, but do you care about all this little stuff? Do you want me to show it to you every week or just show you the big stuff? Because I've only really been showing you guys the big stuff and not all the little stuff that I make every week, because I made a goal for myself at the beginning of the year that starting on January 1st all the way until the day before Comic-Con, I was going to make $100 worth of inventory every day. I have not done that every day, but I would say that I've actually done pretty good on, like, if I get like the $30 range one day, then the next day I will compensate and I'll do like $150, $160 in inventory that day. So I normally don't show you guys this little stuff, but let me know if you like to see it. I don't know. This is so cute, y'all. So, so cute. I have a box of kittens. Look at them in there. This isn't all of them. I made 20 loaf cats this week. Not only do I have these, but I also have, hang on, let me put these guys down so that you'll believe me that I made 20. There they all are. You still can't really see them, but I promise you that there are 20. And I made them in different colors. So I used up an entire skein of burlap blanket tweeds for these guys. And I got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 loaf cats out of this skein. And by the way, this is my own pattern. I don't have it written. Oh, I have it written down. I don't know where I found it. I think it was like a compilation of different parts of different loaf cat patterns that I had seen that I liked the different bits of. So I made those. I used up an entire skein of burlap Mythical. These are so soft. Oh my gosh, they're so, so soft. This is like the perfect cat color. Used up an entire skein, and then the orange I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's interesting. I got less cats in the orange than I did in the tweeds. I made 1 in that pink variegated plush. Why I didn't make more, I don't know. I just wanted to do 1. The last time I made a non-traditional cat color loaf cat for a market, it did sell, but it was the very last cat to sell. And I did the Sweet Snuggles bloom in the pink bloom with like the yellow flowers, which I thought was adorable, but it did not sell until the very last thing. So I didn't want to go crazy with like the weird color cats, although that is so cute. And the way that the variegated colors pooled makes it look like patchy, you know? Almost like a calico. His ears need to be pointed up a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. I gave him a black nose, or her a black nose, because I didn't want it to be too pink. All the other ones got pink noses. I did 1 with white, and then on the white, she got a little pink bow on her tail. And this is the Bernat Baby Blanket Sparkle. I only did 1 white loaf cat because for whatever reason, people don't like the all white loaf cats as much as the other variegated, or like just the other colors. I don't know why. Maybe because people in my area are not like snooty enough to have white puffball cats, even though if I were to have a cat, I would have a white puffball cat because I think that they're adorable and she'd be sassy and she'd be a little princess. But I only made 1 of her. Plus, I need to save this Bernat yarn for my loaf unicorns because this is the perfect yarn for the unicorns. They turn out a really good size and they're sparkly, and unicorns are supposed to be sparkly. Then I used some chenille home slim and made some black kitty cats, and on them, because they're black and regular safety eyes won't show up, I gave them glitter disc green eyes with white whiskers. So I made 3 black cats. Oh, 3 black cats. So that was a total of 20 kitties that I made, and I display them in a box like this. you know, like little kittens found on the side of the road, which is so sad. Don't dump your cats or dogs on the side of the road, but I thought that the box was cute, so that's how I display them. So we have a bunch of just random one-off stock things, but I thought that it would be a great idea to have the bulk of the booth be this idea of adopting a creature. So I made these signs up on Canva. I made 3 of them. I just printed them out and then laminated them. So this idea of adopt a creature is as follows. For $25, you can adopt a unicorn, pegasus, dragon, or sea monster. All, of course, I crocheted. And they come with a little carrier and an adoption certificate. So I thought that this would be a cute idea instead of just saying like, here, you can buy a little baby dragon, which is cute enough on its own. But the idea of kids being able to walk away with a souvenir from the Renaissance Festival of their little baby dragon in a little carrier with an adoption certificate, I just thought was precious. So I have been going ham making my new dragon pattern. So I have not made a ton of Lyra the Pegasus because if you've been around here, you already know this, but I have another unicorn pattern. So this is my loaf unicorn pattern. It's available on my Etsy. I'm going to link all of the patterns that I talk about today in the description box, as I always do. But this is my loaf unicorn pattern, and I made a bunch of these. I made 18, maybe 20, I don't even remember, but I made a ton of them. I did not want to stomp on the hooves, so to speak, of the loaf unicorns and make a ton of Pegasi as well. So I only made 2 Lyra the Pegasus because I have so many unicorns. Now they are completely different styles. Lyra is more of a defined shape, and then this of course is a loaf. And I do think that there is a market for both styles. This one is a lot faster to do. This loaf unicorn, these guys take me like 20-25 minutes, whereas Lyra takes me closer to 40 to 45 minutes because of the shaping. And I'm just doing a blanket $25 for all of them. Now, if they did not come with the little carrier case and the birth certificate, I would probably do them for $20. These are a really good size. I use the Loops and Threads Fluffy Flex on these guys from Michaels, and they come out big. So I definitely think that they're worth the $25 in size. These guys, of course, are a little smaller, but as you can see, they're a lot more work, a lot more detail with like the face shaping and whatnot. This is mindless. I mean, this is like just 6 rounds of just single crochet. So easy peasy lemon squeezy on these guys. And then of course you have extra time in the wings because the Miss Lyra here is a Pegasus, not just a unicorn. So I have 18 or so of these. I have 2 of these. And then my other pattern that I devised is this little guy. This is Nyx the Dragon. Isn't he so cute? Look at his little feet. I love the way that his feet sit. They're so cute. So this is my pattern. It just released along with Lyra. So Nyx and Lyra, I gave them both names that were kind of inspired by like Greek mythology, and I wanted the Y in their name because they kind of go together. I created both patterns at the same time, and they were both in testing at the same time, released on the same day. So I call them adopted siblings. So NYX, Nyx and Lyra, LYRA. So here they are. They're so cute. Their face shape is similar, but it's slightly different, but they do come out close to the same size. Obviously Nyx is longer because he has the dragon tail, but the wings are done the same. And then Lyra, of course, has the horn, and he has the baubles for his horns. She has little picot stitch ears. So the patterns are different, but I thought that they would just be so cute sitting on the table together. And along with the loaf unicorn, and I have this little sea monster, this little Nessie sea monster, so kids can pick which mythical creature they want to adopt and take home as a souvenir from the Southern Indiana Renaissance Festival. So in addition to these signs, so I made 3 of them, as I said. I think I'm gonna put one like outside of my tent on the leg so that people can see it as they're walking by, and hopefully it'll catch some attention. And I made it look kind of old worldly, you know. I did not bother cutting detailed around this little paper thing. As you can see, I just kind of, I just sloppily went around the outside because I was not about to take the time to cut out all that white. You can see my heart ring light in the reflection because I laminated it. But then the other 2 I'll put inside of the tent, maybe one laying down on the table with all of the critters around them, and then one like sitting on the table upright so that adults and children can read them. So as I said, these little critters are going to come with an adoption certificate and a carrier. So let me show you those. So this is the adoption certificate that I came up with. I made these on Canva as well and then just printed them on my printer. So it says, Certificate of Adoption. Let it be known throughout the lands on this day of blank that the noble blank hath entered into a sacred companionship with the wondrous creature known as blank, a most rare and enchanted blank. This bond is forged in kindness, sealed by the stars, and shall endure through many moons. May their days be filled with magic, merriment, and the occasional heroic quest, signed and sealed by the Celestial Homebody. And then I signed it there at the bottom. So I wanted to pull in like the celestial vibe, which is why I added those parts about like the sealed by the stars and everything like that. And I just think that these are so cute. So I'll ask the kids, if you did not know this about me, I was a former teacher. I love kids. I love talking with them. I'm very good at carrying on conversations with little children who can barely talk. And so I thought that it would be fun. I would have a lot of fun doing this, and I think that they would get a lot of enjoyment out of it too, asking them, you know, what they're going to name their mythical creature and writing it down for them, or if they're an older kid or an adult, writing it down themselves. And I think that that will just kind of create that personal touch. Maybe one of the things that led me to do this is my very first job ever was working at Build-A-Bear Workshop. So I would stuff the bears, sew them up, do the little heart ceremony. I was also a manager, so I led a lot of parties and we would play games. I would help the kids with the birth certificates and all of that stuff. So I think that side of me, like in my brain, is like, I kind of miss doing that sort of thing. So I am so excited to participate in filling out these birth certificates for kids and adults alike, and just hopefully be a positive part of their experience at this Renaissance fair. So in addition to their birth certificate, they're also going to get this little carrier. Look at it. So after we fill out their birth certificate, then we will put their little mythical creature inside of their carrier, and then they can carry it around the Rin Festival. How cute is that? So these little things, I'll link them. They're from Amazon. These are actually treat like gift boxes for parties and whatnot. I want to say they're 6 inches long. I don't remember though. And they just barely fit. The dragon's wings and the tails kind of have to get bent in there, but it doesn't mess with the plushie at all. And then the loaf unicorns, these guys barely fit in here because they're so chunky. Let's see how Miss Minty fits in here. Yeah, look at her. But they do fit. So we just close it up like this. And then I give the kid their little creature and their carrier and their birth certificate, and they're on their merry way. So I'm very pleased with myself about this whole concept. I think that this idea is going to be most of my business. And I had another idea too of how I can not only decorate my tent, but also display my plushies. And that is to put fishing wire around these guys' necks and hang them from my tent so it looks like a bunch of little baby dragons are like flying around. I'll put them at different heights and stuff. And just when people ask, you know, what can they adopt, I can just say any of the dragons flying around. Brian and I are both tall, so we can reach the top of the canopy. We can just snip the fishing line on them and then give them to the client. That was a weird word. Give them to the customer. Why did I say client? But that will also decorate my tent, which I told you guys a few episodes ago that I needed to do that. So 2 birds, 1 stone. 2 dragons, 1 stone. So I already gave you guys a little sneak peek at this little cutie. This one I went with white and blue, kind of inspired by like a cloud dragon. I just wanted to use some of this Elise Voluto baby blue. And then this is white burnout. Well, it's not white, it's cream burnout blanket. I had a little tiny bit left, and these little dragons, by the way, are amazing scrap busters because they do not take much material at all. And with the horns and the wings, you can, you know, use just little tiny bits of yarn. So I had a tiny bit of this burnout cream left, and I decided to pair it with the Elise Voluto light blue because I had yet to use this color, and I just thought that it was really pretty, and I think that they look stunning together. I did accidentally sew the wings on a little crooked, but that's okay. He just kind of looks like he's flying like, woo, you know? The only sewing that you have to do in this pattern, by the way, is sewing the wings on. I could have made them so that you crochet them in and made this a completely no-sew pattern, but personally, I would much rather take the time to sew on bits like this versus crochet them in, because I end up spending more time like frogging things back to get the things to line up how I want them to when I'm crocheting them in versus just sewing them on. Plus, when you sew them, you can make it so that they stand up a little bit. If you try to crochet them in, they're going to be flat like that, which is cute because it looks like he's, you know, like gliding, soaring, but I personally like them up a little bit like that. I just think that it gives them a little bit more character. So that's why they're sew in and not crochet in, but that's the only thing that you have to sew on these guys. So I did the blue and the white. I also showed you this little guy. So this is Burnout Mystical. I don't know what color this red is. It's the red color. I'm trying to think of the name. What is it? It's not Canyon. Canyon is the orange. There's like one that's called Desert Flower that's also an orange. What is this red color, you guys? Rust? I don't know. I'm just making things up at this point. But I gave him little burnout blanket cream colored horns because I still had a little bit left of that since these dragons take so little material. I still had some after doing that white one. But I mean, the Mythical by Burnout is perfect for these guys. I mean, it's all there in the name. These are mythical, mystical, magical creatures, and I love the variegatedness of them. It makes it look scaly, you know? I wish that I had some black Burnout Mystical. They have been out at Michael's every single time that I have gone, and I would have loved to make a black dragon. I did make one last week or whenever that was that I showed you these guys. It is red with the black Burnout Mystical wings, but I only had enough of that yarn to do the wings and not the full body, unfortunately. But I think an all black dragon like this would have been badass. If these sell well, I might make them like a staple in my market, not just for Renaissance Festival stuff. So I also did this one. This is a Burnout blanket variegated color. Don't know what the name is of it. I don't have the band on it, but I have it right here. It looks like this. You might have seen it. I think this is one of the ones that they normally have at Walmart. This is a very, very soft skein. Definitely new formula Burnout. It feels like the Mystical does, but it's not Mystical. But I think that that's perfect for a dragon with the blues and the greens. This yarn would also be great for the little sea monsters, which we'll talk about him in a second here. But with the blue for like the water, you know, and then the green for, I don't know, green water. And then his wings I made out of Elise Voluto. I don't know what number this is because they number them, they don't name them. So if I can't even remember like names of colors, you think I'm going to remember numbers? I have song lyrics from 2002 rattling around in here. So you really think I'm going to remember the names of colors and numbers of yarns? Mm-mm. But it's a very, very pretty, unique shade of green, and it matches this variegated perfectly. So there's that little guy. Then I did this one that I was kind of inspired the colors by the Pokemon Charmander. I think just specifically this color orange, both of these are also Elise Voluto, don't know the numbers, but this is not your average shade of orange. It's coming off more like traffic cone orange on camera, but in person, how do I describe this? It's like a mango color. It's got a lot more red to it than like yellow in your stereotypical orange. Also, looking at this, these are candy corn colors with the white in there too for the horns. But I really like this one. He's very vibrant. We should place bets. Place your bet in the comment. Which color combo of all of my dragons do you think is going to be the first to sell? I'm interested to know your thoughts. So then I did this little guy. Look at how little he is. Look at his little legs. He looks like he's flying. So this is Bernat Velvet Twist, which I love. Love this yarn, but it is a lot smaller than the Elise Voluto and the Chenille Brights, which I normally use for my dragons, or the Sweet Snuggles Light from Loops and Threads. So that's why it came out so much smaller. So there's it compared to my others, and then there's this little guy, but I think that he's just so precious, and I love working with this yarn because it is so silky soft. You get the feel of like a Juicy Couture yarn or a Bernat Velvet, but it works up a lot bigger because it's actually 3 strands of velvet twisted together, and the color in it is just beautiful. I paired it with this like midnight blue Elise Voluto wing, and he is one of my favorites. Also, I gave him 10mm eyes. Normally I say in the pattern to use 12mm, but since he turned out so much smaller, I gave him little beady eyes. I really need to get some dragon eyes in the smaller sizes. I have like 20mm, but those would look ridiculous on this. But I think that like having the dragon eye would really drive these home. You know, I mean, it's not that they don't look like dragons, but you know what I mean. So then, because I loved using that baby blue that I showed you a little bit ago in that dragon, the cloud dragon, I wanted to do a body in the baby blue. And I was like, well, I could be boring and do like white accents and make it just like a reverse, like an inverted cloud dragon. But I decided to pair the baby blue with baby pink and do like a little baby colored dragon. And instead of doing the spikes down the back, which by the way, not all of them have the spikes if you didn't notice, I only did that on some of them because I wanted all the dragons to be unique. But instead of doing the spikes down the back, I did fur instead. And look at this sweet little girl. Look at her. So she has the baby pink horns and wings. And then this fur is actually the same fur that I used for Lyra's mane and tail. And it is a Big Twist favorite faux fur color. Unfortunately, you can't get it anymore until Hirschner's actually stocks the Big Twist stuff, and hopefully the favorite faux fur is coming back because it is the best fur yarn that I have ever used, and they come in really unique, fun colors. Like this one looks like cotton candy. It's very, very thick though. I feel like I should have separated the strands because there's like 3 or 4 strands of fur wound up. I feel like I could have gotten away with just using 2 instead of the full 4 or 3 or whatever it is. So it's a little thick, but I love it. Y'all know I am a pastel queen. I love pastels, so this one was my favorite until I did this next one. And if you've seen the NYX pattern on my post on Instagram, the community tab, or on Etsy, then you have already seen this dragon, but I don't feel that pictures do this baby justice even a little bit. So I really wanted to use some of my Parfait Chunky Pom-Pom because I have not used it before outside of this little guy, which I showed you guys last week. And I used the pom-pom on his wings for the white, and I wanted to do a full dragon in the pom-pom, but that yarn is very small compared to everything else that I used, and I wanted it to come out to size. So I paired it with the Parfait Chunky Glitz. Hang on, let me put this guy back. So combining the pom-pom and the glitz, this is what we got. And look at how beautiful she is. So my vibe for this dragon was Dia de los Muertos. Did I say that right? I tried my best. But Day of the Dead, like Coco. Coco is one of my favorite Disney Pixar movies. It's so colorful and fun. And so that's kind of what I wanted to inspire the colors on this, because of all of those vibrant neon shades in the pom-pom, and combined with the glitz, it came out the same size as all of my other dragons, maybe even a smidgen bigger. But it's sparkly, it's colorful, it's just chef kiss. I love everything about it. I gave it a neon orange stripe down the back. This is Parfait Chunky. And then I used hot pink for the horns. And of course, since she's black, I didn't want to put black safety eyes on it. And I was like, well, I could embroider the eyes and do a color, but I have white safety eyes. And if you know me, you know that I love white pupils safety eyes. I love how creepily cute they are. So I did white eyes on her. And I think that it really just adds to that like skeleton feel. So she's my favorite. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be sad when she sells, but I'm going to be very happy for the person that gets her because she's my favorite. I think of all of the dragons that I've made, this one is my second favorite though, because as much as I love the pastels, something about this one is just so unique. It's so much fun. Look at that sparkle. I really hope that that's coming off on camera for you. By the way, if you see me looking down, it's because my viewfinder is down here and I'm just admiring this beauty. So I'm sorry, I haven't been doing a good job making eye contact with you. But those were all of the dragons that I made this week. So we got to add them to the army up there. Give me a second. There they are. So I have made 18 NYX the Dragons. Now you might be wondering how long those guys take me. They take me 30 to 35 minutes, which is no time at all. A super quick market make. The reason that I came up with the NYX dragon pattern is because every dragon pattern that I tried, whether it be free or paid, either took me too long, I didn't like the face shape of it, it looked too snake-like to me, like there was just something that I didn't like about it. So that is why I devised my own. If you would like to know more about how, like the process of me designing this pattern, then you can go back 2 episodes of this week's makes. I will link it as well. And in that video, I talked to you guys about the process and like all the different renditions that I went through of their face shaping and all of that good stuff. So 18, did I say 18? I think so. Total NYX the Dragons, and I hope that that's enough. And then the 2 Lyras that I showed you guys last week, I have them to sell as well. Lyra takes like a smidgen more time because you have to do the horn. So she takes about 40 minutes. Regardless, both of these patterns take less than an hour. I asked all of my testers, all 12 testers, how much time it took them. And on average, it took them 40 minutes to do each one, between 30 and 50 minutes. Nobody reported that it took them over an hour. So they make great market makes, especially if you're going to get $20 or $25 out of these guys. That is a lot of bang for your buck for your time. I did not make any more loaf unicorns. I just brought Minty up here to demonstrate how the loaf unicorns fit into the little carrying cases. But I briefly showed you guys this little Nessie. Now, I did not make him this week. You might have seen him last week. He was sitting up on my shelves back there, but I made this a long time ago. Like I said, I have known about this market since November. So I prepped this last year in 2024, and I have just not put him out at a market yet because I've been saving him. So this was a free pattern that I got on Ribbler. I'll link it, of course. And I remember it taking me over an hour, but I was not as experienced or as fast as a crocheter when I made him. So I'm going to make this week a couple of more little sea monsters so that people can choose what mythical creature they want. Because if it were me personally, as somebody who loves United Kingdom lore and mythology and loves Scotland, I would definitely pick the Nessie. And I mean, just look at that cute little face. Oh, he's so cute. This yarn is Parfait Chunky. I believe the color is called Lagoon, but again, it was a long time ago that I did this. I also used Parfait Chunky, which is obviously a smaller yarn, and I believe I used a 5 or a 5.5 millimeter hook. So if I make these, which I'm planning on it, I'm going to use a 6.5 millimeter hook and a burnout blanket or something like that, or an Elise Voluto, so that they come out a little bit bigger. You know what? I didn't try these in the carrying case. I should make sure that they fit. Yeah, if you stick his flippers in, oh my gosh, wait a second. For the Nessies, I can make their little heads stick out. Wait, I could probably do that for the dragon. No, I can't do that for the dragons. Well, maybe if they're at an angle. I don't know. I'll play with it. But the little Nessie head can stick out of there. That is cute. I might keep this as like a display and show people, you know, this is the type of carrier that it's going to come with. If I have some time, by the way, side note, I'm going to print out some stickers of my logo and like the name of my company, the Celestial Homebody, to put on these. So as customers who have purchased any of those are walking around, others can identify where they got them and what booth to come to buy one for themselves. But anyways, I'm going to make some more sea monsters and hopefully it won't take me as long. These guys have 4 flippers, 4 fins, which is done the exact same way as the Pegasus and Dragon wings, but of course there's 4 of them. So that does add a little bit of time, of course. And I do remember that their head shaping, like this is not a mindless pattern. You have to pay attention because there's a lot of increases and decreases in the body as well, down to the tail, but they just turn out precious. So I'm excited to make some more of these. So we only have 2 Pegasi, unfortunately. If I get around to it, if I have time, I might make a few more of Lyra, but I have 18 dragons, 18 loaf unicorns, and hopefully I'll have at least 6 little Nessie sea monsters. So thank you in advance for everybody who purchases my Lyra or Nyx crochet patterns, or my loaf unicorn patterns, or my chicken pattern. Any of my patterns that you guys purchase on Etsy, I appreciate it so much. Every time my phone goes off that I get an order, I literally get a huge smile on my face. I appreciate you guys so, so much. Thank you. And if you do purchase one of my patterns and you like it, make sure to go back to Etsy and leave a 5-star review with a picture of your finished item that you made, because it helps out the algorithm on Etsy. So also for the Renaissance Fair, I made this little guy. So this is a Korok from the game The Legend of Zelda, or games, from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So look at his little booty. I mean, I didn't give him cheeks or anything like that, you know, but this little character in the games, you find them under rocks and things like that, and then they pop up and go, ha ha ha, you found me. So I figured that the clientele, if you will, at the Renaissance Festival is going to be a lot of gamers, D&D players, Nintendo gamers, probably Pokemon collectors, that sort of crossover with patronage. So I figured that this little Korok is going to sell quickly. Now, I did not crochet the leaf on his face. I used felt and I glued it on. And I have made a Korok like this before. It was like months ago because I sold it at Indiana Comic-Con, and it was one of the first things to sell, and people kept coming back and asking if I had any more. So I figured that I need to make at least one. I would like to make more, but I don't know honestly that I'm going to get around to it. I would rather prioritize my time doing all the little adopting critters instead of these guys. But I opted to do the felt face instead of crochet. Number one, because it took a lot less time and I could prioritize my time doing other things prepping for this market. But also I wanted to do the heart-shaped leaf. Last time I did like the 5 or 6, I don't remember, point leaf. Can you guys hear Celeste? I don't know if you can. Her and Reiner are upstairs. It's almost her bedtime and she's losing it. But I wanted to do the heart-shaped leaf, and I did not have the bandwidth nor the time to sit here and figure out how to crochet it and have it come out the right size. So I just freehand cut it out of felt, and I think that it looks fine. It's still huggable and snuggable. So I'm happy with him. This is a free pattern on Ravelry, I believe, but I did do a lot of things to change this pattern. The main thing was that I added a whole lot more rounds in the body, because in the free pattern, it's like a shorter squatter Korok. What else did I do differently? Oh, they have you crochet in the arms, but as I discussed earlier, I didn't want to do that. I would rather just sew them on, which I did. I did not realize, but I accidentally made one of his legs like way longer than another leg. And I think what I did is, because the arms and legs start almost the same, I think this is technically a leg and this is an arm, and I think that I like mixed them up, so that's why this one is so much shorter. I don't know. I mean, Koroks are meant to kind of be like funky little like tree branch guys. So it's not bad. You know, it's just he doesn't stand up completely straight. He's going to be a little, you know, looking a little strokey, but that's okay. He's adorable regardless. So I made one Korok. I also made 3 Leggy frog carcasses, which I have yet to stuff. I just made these today while we were in the car driving out to the city to run some errands. So I did 3 of these guys. I have finally used up all of this Lion Brand Cover Story green. I've talked about it before, how much I love this yarn for the Leggy frogs because they come out a really good size. I think I was able to get 6 or 7 Leggy frogs out of one skein, which I do think is pretty good. And this yarn is so soft and easy to work with. So if Hirschner's has a free shipping deal, again, I'm going to have to pick some more of this up because I do really enjoy working with it. But the green Leggy frogs sold really, really well at my last market, so I'm hoping that they sell well again. I am much better prepared this time because at Comic-Con, I think I only had 4 or 5 green frogs, and this time I think I have 8 maybe. So I don't know if they're going to sell out again, but if the trend keeps up where people prefer the green over the like the rainbow frogs and like the random colors that I have, I'm prepared this time with the greens. So last week I showed you guys my troll doll, but he had a man bun at the time because I had not yet finished tediously separating all of the yarn for his hair and then brushing it out. But look what I did this week. Oh, that was a lame reveal because his hair had fallen down. But look at what I did this week. I finally finished brushing out his hair. So let me introduce you to Chad. His official name is Chad. And Chad's hair was the death of me. It actually broke my hairbrush. Mia Thermopolis in Princess Diaries style. As I was brushing it out, the handle just snapped off. I was using like a shedding brush that we use on paisley. I sterilized it and it has like really, really fine metal bristles. So it worked gloriously brushing this out. It was more the tediousness of sitting there with my needle, unwinding each strand. And unfortunately, I made these strands of hair like twice the size of this, but there was so much shedding when I was brushing that it ended up a lot shorter. So he does not have as tall of hair as the trolls should have, but it's fine. I mean, Chad's just doing Chad. So you know, I am very, very happy to be done with this. I am so glad that I did not buy the pattern. I talked about this last week. Absolutely nothing against Wonder Crochet or her pattern. I have never used it, but I was inspired by that pattern to make him. But I personally did not want to spend $6 on a pattern that I assumed I was only going to make one time. And of course, I will never ever make another one of these. The hair was just too much. It was too much. So not market friendly. Also, I got a comment last week saying that they did a troll, had the same experience as me. It was a nightmare doing the hair. They took it to market and it didn't sell, but not that it didn't sell, it's that the humidity messed up the hair. So the hair got like a really weird texture and it just did not look right and it didn't like stand up properly anymore. So I am a little bit worried about that because I do live in the Midwest and we're supposed to be having storms this weekend. If it is too humid, I'm not going to bring him. I'm not going to put him out because I don't want to risk that happening. I will just save him for an indoor market like at PopCon Indie or for a time of year when it's not as humid like in the fall time, because the last thing that I want to happen to him is to have spent all of that time brushing out his hair for it to be flaccid at the end of the day. But Chad is officially done. Hooray! All right, I gotta wrap this up before my camera dies. Nope, I'm at 1%. I'm not gonna be able to finish this. Okay, I'll see you back in a little bit once I charge the camera. And I'm back. So before I show you guys the last few things for this week, I wanted to give a huge shout out and thank you to Jenny at Cozy Stitches. She sent me into my P.O. box these beautiful safety eyes that she made just for me. Look at them. They're purple like my brand color. And I don't know if you can see in them, but they're like there's little moons and stars in there. And they're so pretty. So she sent me 3 different pairs in different sizes and colors. So now the pressure is on. I'm going to have to find a perfect project to use these safety eyes on. But thank you so much again. I will link her Instagram in the description box below if you're interested in checking her out. Thank you so much again, my friend. That was so sweet of you. Also, a few episodes ago, I showed you guys my April Fool's joke item, which is Clancy the flesh-colored pickle. And some of you guys suggested that I put blush on him, since you guys know I love putting blush on like every plushie. And so I did. Look at him now. He looks like he's blushing. So I think that we're going to do a giveaway here on the channel. Once we reach 10,000 subscribers, which we're getting close to, I'm going to send Clancy to one of you lucky subscribers. And now he's blushing and he's just adorable. He's a little, you know, hee type guy. So I have been making pickles for months at this point. I've made them all in different yarns, so they're different colors. I've given them different faces, like that one is an angry pickle. And for this label on it, I designed it on Canva. I wanted it to be kind of a play on like the Vlasic pickle jar label. So it has like the little stork or whatever the heck that bird is, you know, his head like peeking out, and then it says Vlasic. So I drew me, my little winky face. Look, does it look like me? I drew me winking and put my head right there with the pickles around it. And then it says Pickles freshly stitched, you know, instead of like freshly packed. They're not that freshly stitched though, if I'm being real honest with you. So I put $10 on them. That price might change, but when I took these to Comic-Con, they did not even have the jar. I just took Pickles to Comic-Con. They sold like hotcakes, or in this case pickles, at $10. So I'm leaving them at that until the foreseeable future, in which case I might lower them if they're not selling as well. But at the bottom I said big crunch in parentheses, do not eat your crochet pickle, you know, because you got to put a warning on it. We're stupid Americans over here. Somebody might try to eat it. So I designed the label on Canva. I printed it out on sticker paper, and then I used a self-adhesive laminating sheet to stick over it, and then just peeled it and put it over the sticky residue from the original cheese ball label. And that is how we got our pickle jar finally. I am beyond pleased with it. I am very proud of myself that I made like just enough pickles to fill this up. I could even maybe squeeze one more in there, but I made just enough pickles to make it nice and full so people can dig through here. I also think that I'm going to get at the dollar store some like tongs, you know, that you would use at like a barbecue, so that people can use the tongs to get their pickle out and kind of hang it over the side, and it will just create a more interactive, fun experience for shoppers. So the pickle jar is done, but anywho, I would like to have made a couple of octos, so that's exactly what I did this week. So I made a couple in different yarns, a few different variegated. So this yarn is the burnout tie-dye that I use. I've actually used this yarn in a couple of past this week's makes, but I was having trouble with this yarn where, so it's, as you can tell, it's variegated, and how it's supposed to go is dark teal, white, light mint, and then white, and then repeat the pattern. But what was happening is I was getting portions in this skein where it would only switch between the dark teal and the white, and then portions of this skein where it would only go between the mint and the white. So this is what things were coming out to. And when you're doing one large project, it would be sections of dark and then sections of light, and it looked very wrong and inconsistent. So I figured that this skein might be faulty, although I did get a comment, I think it was last week, maybe the week before on this week's makes, saying that that's just how the burnout tie-dye-ish is. So leave me a comment if you have used that yarn, if this is your experience with it as well. I don't know if it's maybe just this colorway. Don't know, ask me what it's called. I don't know. It's this minty teal one. It's really cute. I had to have it when I saw it just because I thought that the colors were just soft, and you guys know how I love pastels, but also I really like variegateds that aren't super drastic. So that is really what drew me to this, and I was bummed because the first half of the skein was fine. It was color changing beautifully. I got halfway done about with the skein, and then I'm starting to get this issue. So I figured the octos were a good thing to do this with because it's not the end of the world if it pools oddly in this small of a project. So I made two in this tie-dye-ish, plus it's oceanic color, oceanic like from Lost, you know, the airline, the fake airline. And so I thought that was appropriate for the octos. I also used some of this burnout sparkly, and sparkly never shows up on camera very well, but this is teal sparkle, and I would really like to just get through this skein. You can probably tell just by looking at it that this is old formula, stiff burnout. Okay, some things we like stiff. Yarn is not one of those things. So I would really like to either use this up or donate it or just get rid of it. Oh, side note, by the way, speaking of getting rid of yarn, in the next upcoming weeks, I have a humongous yarn order coming from Premier Yarns. Affiliate link in the description box, BT dubs, and also Elise Voluto and Carrie at Traveling Pony Studio sent me some of her new yarn line to try. So I'm gonna have a huge yarn haul to show you guys, and we need to make some room, and I would also like to do some rearranging in our stash here, and also get rid of some skeins that I do not use anymore. I'm planning to get rid of pretty much all of my Parfait Chunky because I prefer using thicker yarns now, and with the Premier coming out with the new Parfait Plush, it pretty much replaces the Parfait Chunky for me because it's everything that Parfait Chunky is, but thicker. And we like it thick, but not stiff. I need a sip. Hang on. Look at me drinking water like a big girl. Hydrate or dihydrate, right? Okay. Anyways, that tangent is just to say that look forward to a yarn room makeover / yarn haul vlog video coming in the near future. So 2 stiff teal sparkly octos, and then I also had some of the Premier Chenille Basics tie-dye left over. We looked at that yarn a couple of episodes ago in this week's makes. They have beautiful, beautiful variegated tie-dye colors. And I know that I just talked about not loving like super drastically different colored variegateds, but something about the tie-dyes is just different, because look at how pretty these octos came out to. There's some of my hair on it. That's just a bonus. You just get my DNA for free when you purchase an octo. I dropped one of them. Oh gosh. Get it together, Katie. So anyways, this is Tropic something. I don't know, but it's one of the premier tie-dye shades, and it definitely gives beach ball, tropic, just beachy vibes. So again, thought it was appropriate for the octo. I would have liked to do a bunch in this colorway. Unfortunately, I only had enough to do 2 full-size octos, and then I had just a tiny bit left, so I did a little baby octo. So there's the difference. This one is probably just going to go in my claw machine, and it only has 5 tentacles because I ran out of yarn. So I was like, oh crap, I guess he's just going to be an amputee octo. So I have one of these. If it doesn't fit in the claw machine, I might slap a keychain on it and then throw it in the keychain bin. TBD, we'll see. But I just wanted to use up that skein because I have more of that yarn coming soon whenever we get around to opening it. Actually, I have all of it sitting over there. I would show you, but I don't want to mess up the angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is a total of 6 regular size octos, 1 baby. So that is a good start. I would like to have a couple more. I don't want to go ham on making them because, like I said, they weren't phenomenal sellers. If I remember correctly, and you can actually correct me if I'm wrong after watching that market recap, the little baby octopi did not really sell until I was almost out of everything else. And as I mentioned, that was one of my first markets. So I think it might have been my first, I don't know, I don't remember. But anyways, it was toward the beginning and I did not have a lot of inventory. So when I was doing that breakdown video, I categorized it as bestsellers, like that went first, things that did not sell until there wasn't much left, and then things that sold very last, because like I said, I sold out of pretty much everything. So I couldn't really rank it by bestsellers, worst sellers, because I really only had one-off things, maybe 2 or 3 of each. But yeah, I don't know. People in my area don't seem to be into the sea creatures, but I am in a rural farm town. And people here tend to be more like, people loved the possums and the cows last year, not so much the octos. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I just think that these are quick, easy. I don't need to explain making market octos to you. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But I will say, if you have variegated yarn that you don't have no idea what to use it on, my 2 go-tos are either an octopus or a turtle shell. So there you go. You can just whip out those turtle shells or those octos to get rid of your stash of variegateds that you're not using on anything else. Before I get to showing you all of the commissions that I did, let me show you, I think this is really the only other thing that I made of my own free will, besides the pattern that I designed. So you might have heard of Snugglebean's Crochet. She is a seller on Etsy and recently released a bunch of these adorable little splooting critters in pattern form, of course, and I have had my eye on one of them, that being the froggy, because frogs are typically really good sellers. I actually mentioned this in my market bestseller video that I uploaded a few weeks ago. Creators really all across the board say that frogs tend to be up there with their bestsellers. I don't know why that is, but I felt like I needed a frog because I do not have any frogs at my table right now. And I thought that doing one of these little splooting ones would be cute. So this is what he looks like. And as you can tell, I gave him a little red bow tie and these smiling eyes because I was kind of going for like a Keroppi inspired, you know, the Sanrio character Keroppi inspired character here with the frog. And I don't know about the bow tie. It looked a lot better in my mind's eye. I think with the way that like his head goes down, it kind of smushes it. So these are meant to be able to sit up like this. But in my case, when mine sits up like this, it looks like he's like looking upward. I don't know if I should have put his eyes down a little bit more, or because of the bow tie, his head isn't flopping all the way. That might actually be the case. But they can sit like this, or they sploot like this. And if you don't know what a sploot is, it's when an animal, usually a dog, lays. It's a way for animals to cool off. So they'll put their paws out in front and then stick their cute little chicken thighs out the back. And it cools their belly off. So Jovi and Paisley lay like this all the time, specifically Jovi. And when she does, we call her little pot-belly pig because she always rolls over and then her little pink belly shows, and she's a national treasure. We love that little girl. She's actually splooting right down here right now. I would show you, but again, I don't want to mess up the angle on the camera. But anyways, so I wanted to do the frog, and as I mentioned, I did these smile eyes. Now these are actually safety eyes that are curved to look like it's smiling. And I love the look of these, but I think that I should have saved these eyes for a larger surface area, because on these little spheres here, they stick out just a little bit, and then like they can easily be peeled up, and I really don't like that. So I'm hoping whoever purchases this is maybe an adult or like an older child and not a young kid who will pick at these and pull them out. But they're in now. I tried gently removing them to see if I could, because then I would have gone the felt route, and they're not coming out. They're in there really good. It might have been this pattern in particular that was a little tricky. So the eyes in particular, so everything is supposed to be crocheted together in this pattern, even the eyes. So you're supposed to do like 6 in the round. That's how you're ending with, and then later you crochet to the body. But the problem that I was having is that there was no tail on the eyeball. It was literally just a ball that was stuffed, and then it wanted you to close that ball to crochet it in. Hopefully my hand gestures are trying to paint the picture of what I'm trying to say here. But I was having trouble with that. It could have been because I stuffed the eyes too heavily, too firmly. I am a firm stuffer. That's what he said. And so that might have been causing the issue as I was trying to close the back of the eye to crochet it. But anyways, I did end up sewing it, and it all ended up being okay. These are very cute little critters. I am really interested in getting her the mouse one is adorable, as well as the fawn or the deer. Oh my gosh, they are so stinking cute. Oh, I did weight this as well. So if you guys saw Friday's vlog, thank you all for the love on that video, by the way. That was a beast to edit. It wasn't one of my longer vlogs, but whenever I do a week in the life, that is a lot of little clips over multiple days that I have to like try to remember what day was what, and like it was just a beast to edit. So I really appreciate all of you guys who watched Friday's video, and y'all seem to love it too, so I really appreciate you. But in that video I had put together a little organza, I think that's what the material is, a little organza bag of poly pellets that I was going to put in one of last week's makes, but it ended up not fitting. It was actually going to go into the little fuzzy bee, if you saw last week's episode, but it did not fit. It was just too bulky for that little bee body. So I had it sitting there. I ended up putting it in this. Honestly, I completely forgot that this was weighted until I was feeling it, and I'm like, that's even firmer than how I normally stuff. And then I felt the pellets in there. Those pellets do not weigh much at all. I don't know, it is very, very lightly weighted, but I do think that it adds a little specialness to the splooting animal. You know, it's kind of like a comfort thing if you just have them lay on you like that. It's not a ton of weight, but then again, this is coming from somebody who gave birth to a 23-inch long baby and had all that weight sitting on her organs for 9 months. So anyways, one little splooting frog. Okay, let's get to the first thing that I made for commission this week. We'll start with the smallest of all of them. So Courtney reached out to me a few months ago actually and asked if I would be interested in doing a couple of commissions for her. And I told her I have Comic-Con coming up, I have PopCon coming up, I have the Renaissance Festival coming up. I just have too much to do currently for market prep, but message me in like late July and we'll talk about it. So she did message me and I was very, very happy to start on her commissions for her. I have a couple of more to do. I only finished one this week. So I just picked one to start with, and she wants a couple of Pokemon actually for her commission. So we started with Magikarp. So she actually requested that it was just in the size of like the Chonkymon that I make. The pattern is by Naughty Nat on Instagram. The Chonkymon fit like in the palm of your hand. And I said with Magikarp, I don't want to do it that small because I'm going to lose some detail with the plush yarn unless I were to do part of it like in acrylic, which I didn't want to. So I asked her if she was okay with it being like a two-handed Magikarp, and she said yes. So this is the Pokemon Magikarp. Look at those lips. That is a face only a mother could love. Look at those. Courtney Cox, Angelina Jolie. Who else has big lips in Hollywood? So despite how small this was actually a lot of work. The good news is that I was able to use a free pattern that I found on some blog page. I will link it down the description box for you. And it ended up being an okay size even out of the chenille, despite the fact that the pattern was actually written for acrylic yarn. But this was a lot of work. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 parts to make separately and sew. And then also for the little eyes, you could probably tell that they're just tiny little pinpoint eyes. And I did not have any safety eyes this small, so I just used a very, very fine paintbrush and a little bit of black acrylic paint and just did a little tiny dab of paint. But honestly, the little tiny pupils are really what give him his iconic look. That and his lips. The pattern was pretty easy to follow. Like the basic shape of the body is pretty much just a football shape, so that was easy. I did run into some issues with the fins though, as well as the fact that the fins weren't really labeled. Like it said dorsal fin ×2, so I just deduced that one was for the top, one was for the bottom, even though I don't know, marine biologists out there, is the bottom fin also called a dorsal fin? Or is it called a subdorsal fin? Regardless, I just figured it out. And then there was also no like attachment instructions. So the first time I made the tail, I actually had to scrap it because I made the tail and then I tried sewing it on where the orange was going this way. I sewed it on and then I was like, that doesn't look right. So I looked back at the picture again, and sure enough, the fin I had sewn on backwards just because I was going off of memory and I could have sworn that the orange was going this way. But I was like, the shape doesn't look right because it was like it was a semicircle. So I had to scrap the fin because it was already sewn in, so I had to cut it out because I would have rather cut the fin yarn as opposed to the body yarn. But fortunately, it didn't take me too long to redo it. So other than those couple of things, the pattern was pretty easy to follow. Just if you're planning on making one of these, just know that there's no attachment instructions for all of the little accessories, so you just have to guesstimate based on the picture. The next couple of commissions that I'm doing for her, one is another Pokemon and then another is just another creature. So I'm going to be working on those in the next couple of weeks after Ryan and I get back from our little staycation. Okay, let me take a break from showing you the commissions that I did this week and show you the pattern that I wrote. So you might know that I am also a digital artist and I sell stickers that I make of my art on Etsy and on my website that I mentioned earlier. So this is one of my personal favorite art designs that I have done and stickers that I have on offer. And the reason that is twofold. Firstly, I love pastels, and I call this sticker the Pastel Nessie sticker because all of her little fins, her little pointy bits are pastel colors. But in addition, I also love Scotland and all of its mythical creatures and everything. So Nessie, of course, is included in that. So I wanted to plushify this sticker. 1, 2, 3. Here she is, my little Nessie, Miss America. So here is my pastel Nessie in crochet form. What do you think? How did I do? Now, I know that there are a ton of Nessie patterns out there, sea monster patterns out there, if you will, but this one is different because this pattern that I wrote is actually modular. So the body style is the same, the head, the neck, and the body, but you can decide which tail style you want, if you want spikes or a frill, and you can also decide if you want flippers or if you want legs to make it a dinosaur. So I am calling this pattern design Nessie, the monster, and Lassie the dinosaur. And I unfortunately did not have time this week to actually fully make a Lassie the dinosaur. I did make a leg so that I could, make sure that I was writing the pattern correctly, but I just did not fully sew it on. I just did it enough to take a picture of it for the pattern. But I would like this upcoming week, or maybe the week after, to actually make a dino version of this pattern. As you can tell, she's huge. This is not a market prep pattern. This isn't like a little sea monster that you're going to sell for 20 bucks. This is like a gift for your child or grandchild or a friend, or to sit on your bed or on your couch. Now mine came out extraordinarily large because I use a 7mm hook, as well as Loops and Threads Fluffy Flex, which you can no longer get at Michael's, and I'm sad about it. This yarn has mixed opinions from what I've heard. Some people like me love it because I think that it's fun, it's festive, it looks like funfetti, and I absolutely love the pastel color palette that it comes in. But then other people say that it feels like old formula stiff Bernat. And I can kind of see that, but it's a lot softer in my opinion. But fortunately for me, I do have a stash back there. Can you see it? So I am slowly making my way through my stash. Not too quickly though, because we can't get it anymore. It was limited edition. So that is why mine came out so big. And then for the spikes on her, this is a mix of Elise Veluto yarn. Most of these are Elise Veluto. And then the orange is the coral color in the Sweet Snuggles Light that we also can no longer get at Michael's. So unfortunately, if you do not have these yarns at home, you will not be able to completely replicate my Nessie. And I use these colors specifically so that it would be as close of a replica to my sticker as it possibly could be. So even down to the spike color, I replicated it. I think that the spikes would look so cute on the dino version with the legs, but again, because I wanted it to look like my artwork, that is why I did the spikes on my Nessie. And then her face is really what drives home the fact that it is meant to be this sticker. I did not give her eyelashes. I very well could. I was debating whether or not I wanted to embroider them or whether I wanted to give her like real nice, slutty, long, real fake lashes. But for now, I just left her eyelashes bald. But you might notice that her eyes are not just regular safety eyes. Well, they are, but I added a little zhuzh to them. So I took the biggest regular black safety eyes that I had in my stash. These are actually the same safety eyes that I used on Mushy Guy, if you've been around since the Mushy Guy days. But these, I want to say, are 30 or 35 millimeter plain black eyes, but I went over them with some glitter paint just to give them a little shine. And then once that was dry, I also went over with a very thin brush and did just a little tiny bit of cream colored paint to make the little pupils, just like what she has in my illustration here. And then for her mouth, instead of embroidering, I went the felt route because I felt like it would just look better. And then I did also embroider the blush. So realistically, before I put the eyes into place, I should have gone over it with some epoxy, like some UV resin epoxy, so that they would not scratch or anything like that. I still might do that, but I don't know if I want to sell her. If I am going to end up selling her, I will go over just very, very delicately with some resin and UV it so that it just locks in all of this paint in here nicely. But I don't know, I just thought that she could maybe sit somewhere in my office, kind of as like a little mascot, since we have the sticker version too. I also have her on apparel. I have a little shirt that says, "I believe," with her on it, because if you're like me, then you also believe in Nessie. So right now on Instagram is the tester call for Nessie and Lassie, the modular dino/monster pattern. So unfortunately for some, if you do not have Instagram, you will not be able to participate in one of my tester calls, because I do all of the communicating with people through Instagram messaging. But if you do have Instagram and you're interested in testing her, run over to Instagram right now and go ahead and apply. The pattern test call will probably close on Tuesday. So if you're seeing this on Tuesday or after, then it might already be closed, but go check. I will put my Instagram QR code as well as the handle on the screen right here. It's the Celestial Homebody, spelled the same way it is here on YouTube. But if you're watching me on the TV right now, just whip out your phone, take out your camera, and scan that QR code, and it will take you right to Instagram if you're not already following me. And then all of the instructions to apply to the pattern test are on my most recent post on Instagram. So I am very, very excited about her. She was a lot of work to get the shaping right. I tried so hard to shape her as closely to this as possible, including her stubby little body, the cheeks, how the cheeks ever so slightly puff out, the chest, what do you call this, curve. The only thing that I was not able to get identical is the tail, and that was not for lack of trying. I tried so many different ways, and I just could not get that S shape to look right. It just looked so phallic over and over again. So we just went with this slightly curved up tail. But yeah, let me know what you think of her. I think that she is freaking precious. Okay, say goodbye, Nessie. Okay, so the next commission that I had was, this is a fun one. So this is another character doll. And if you've been around for a little bit, then you know how much I love making character dolls. So Erica reached out to me and requested a character that actually came with an already written pattern on Etsy. And so I did not need to freehand one of the dolls that I normally do, because that's normally what I do. I have like a base pattern that I kind of follow but change depending on the character. This one was like a full pattern written specifically for this character. I will hold him up before I tell you who it is and you can take a guess. All right, you ready? He's a little creepy. And his teeth are not glued on. This was just a mock-up because I just wanted to see how they looked. So this is Alistair from Has Been Hotel. Has Been Hotel is an Amazon Prime adult cartoon, and this is a character from that show, and he has yellow teeth, so I need to get some yellow felt. This might actually be the very first time in this week's Makes History that I'm showing you a not completed plushie. This is a whip, actually. I also need to glue on his little antlers, so he also has little antlers. I think that these are too small. Again, I was just doing a tester cut. So I just hand cut these, but I think that they're too small. So I need to make new little antler things and glue those on. And then I also need to get some not custom felt, but different color felt, because this character also has a little monocle that goes over this eye right here that is like a darker red, and so I need to get like a maroon color felt because I still have more of this red, but I just feel like that would be weird. It would just kind of blend in with his eyes. So this one was time consuming, specifically on the hair. So I don't know if you can tell, but each and every one of these strands of hair was individually made and individually sewn on. And the reason that is because the pattern led me astray big time. I am not familiar with this pattern creator. I think it's called Yarn Tuning, which is a very cute name. But it did not seem like this was the type of pattern that, I don't want to sound mean, I was going to say that a lot of thought was put into. I don't think there were testers for it. Maybe there were. I don't want to be mean. But there were quite a few places in the pattern that I had to go off book and do my own thing because they just did not fit with this. For example, I had to make the arms like 3 rounds longer because they were just little itty bitty stubs as written in the pattern. Also, there were absolutely 0 progress pictures. All of the pictures in the pattern were of the finished doll, just from different angles, and not very good quality pictures either. So I did have a hard time trying to figure out what they were telling me to do. That issue became incredibly apparent when it came to the hair, because I did the original as written hair cap first. So it's pretty much just a little tiny circle. It's like a yarmulke, and then these short little strands. And these strands, as written, were only this long. You can see them kind of sewn in there. But then I sewed it onto his head, and I'm like, he looks like the what's that, the character? I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. He looked like that guy. And I was like, this will not do. So then I had to go back, and I didn't want to frog everything that I had already done. Oh, his teeth are falling off. He's losing teeth, everybody. This is why it's important to go to the dentist. Although you don't want to ask me about my dentist experience. I've been having some issues lately on that side of my life, but I digress. So I had to individually make strands and then individually sew them on to compensate for this awful short bob hairstyle that this character had. Also, there were not enough strands to cover his head, so it looked like he was also simultaneously balding. It was just not a good look. So the hair ended up being a lot more work than what I had been in for. And I think in hindsight, I probably should have just done my normal strategy of using my doll base pattern and then modifying it to how I felt like it should go. And I think that I would have had a little bit better of a time. The ears came out about this tall. Despite the picture having the ears about this big, the written pattern, it just did not seem very well done to me, and that's just my honest feedback. If you are interested in purchasing this pattern, that is part of my job here on YouTube, is just to give you guys my honest feedback and opinions about things, and whether or not you take them is up to you. So I am very, very proud of his eyes. I actually specialty ordered these red pupil eyes. You might know how much I love the white pupil eyes, but I had never used red pupils before. So I did have to specialty order them from Amazon because I didn't have any in my stash. And when they arrived, they were a lot smaller than what I was thinking they would be. They're 18 millimeter. I don't know what I was thinking. I just thought that they would take up more space on his face, which is another one of the reasons why I added the smile to him. Number one, because it suits the character, but also number two, because it looked a little bit bare down there. So to compensate for the small size, I freehand cut some red felt to go around his eyes because the character that I showed you a picture of, I'll put it back up here, has kind of like a shadowed look on his eyes and actual small like slits for eyes. So I thought that it actually was appropriate for this character. And then I went in with a fine paintbrush and some black acrylic paint and did this eyebrow shadow thing, I don't know, eyeliner type thing. I don't really know what's happening here, but I do think that it matches the character nicely, which is exactly what we were going for. So this is definitely a whip. He just lost another tooth. I don't know that I will show him to you again before he is off to his forever home. Jovi just hit the tripod. Sorry if I got a little wiggly there. But just know that this upcoming week, I need to be getting some felt to finish him up. But this is Alistair. So he's gonna be on his way home soon. So the last commission that I have done that I wanted to show you guys today is actually from Melissa, who is a beautiful, wonderful member of the Cosmic Couch Club, and she messaged me on Instagram and asked if I could do a commission for her grandson, and she sent me this bunny type creature pattern. I guess you'd call it a bunny. And asked if I could make this for her grandson. So it was very late last night when I started working on this, and I was reading this pattern, and I'll put a line of it right here so that you can see what I'm talking about. And I started on the head, and it was creating an actual cone. And I was like, am I having a stroke? What is happening? Why am I having such a hard time reading this pattern? I had to restart 4 different times on the head, and I was using Sweet Snuggles Light, the very, very soft, sheddy kind, so I couldn't even frog it. I wasted over a half a skein of yarn just trying to follow this pattern, and I messaged Melissa at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, is it just me, or is this like impossible to read? And she said, I am so sorry. And I'm like, it's not your fault, but do you mind if I like go off script and just freehand some parts? And she actually said, actually, that Forest Guardian that you did in this week's makes is kind of along the lines of something that I would be interested in looking for. So could you just do that and just add some accessories to it? And I said, absolutely. So she only had a couple of requests. Requested that we use rainbow, which was perfect because I have some rainbow variegated big twist plush. She also requested that we added some eyelids to it, and also that we bedazzle it. And I said, bedazzle, you say? Don't threaten me with a good time. So I started brainstorming what I could do to make this Forest Guardian meet all of her criteria, and I asked her if she would be okay with a slight clown vibe to it, and she said that she trusted my creative vision. So enough foreplay, I'll just show you what it looks like. So here is this Forest Guardian. We'll wrap the tail around like this, and I absolutely love the way that he turned out. So as I mentioned, I use Sweet Snuggles Light for the body in this cream color. So this Forest Guardian, despite it taking longer than the last one because of the accessories, this came out smaller than the last one because with Sweet Snuggles, I have to size down my hook an entire millimeter. Normally, I use a 6.5 millimeter. Like for the last Forest Guardian, I use the Elise Voluta with a 6.5. And then on this one, I have to use a 5.5 because the Sweet Snuggles is just so... what's the word I'm looking for? It's not dense like the Elise Voluto is or like the Premier Chenille is. It doesn't have a lot of fluff on the string, so I get holes when I use my normal size hook that I use for literally every other yarn. So I did size down on the hook, so that is why he is a tad bit smaller, but did take some more time, specifically because of this ruffly bit. So she wanted me to use this big twist plush in some way on this creature here. So we did it on the horns, and then I wanted to bring it in elsewhere as well. So I created this little ruffly bit, and that is why I asked her, would you be okay with a slight clown theme? Because I was looking through my little accessory tub where I keep all of my gemstones, but I found some of these red pom-poms that I had used on a clown bunny that I made a few months ago, and I thought that the red would just add some cuteness to it and kind of break up all of the cream that we had going on his body here. So she said that she was okay with that. So I'm happy that I did do these little red button type things, and I absolutely am in love with this little ruffle. It just adds such a flair of whimsy, you know. I wish that I had more fur colors. My fur colors are quite limited, and most of them are natural colors, but I definitely wanted to keep the fur on the tail because that is part of the charm of this pattern. So I used this light green, and I think that it would have been better with a darker green. I also have the moss green that I used on the other Forest Guardian, but that was like too muted. I just felt like this one went better. So although it's not a perfect match, it still is a little bit of color on the tail. And then for the inside of the ears, I used this Chenille Brights. I think it's called Bright Violet, I think. Look at Katie getting a name of yarn right for once. If I did get that right, watch it not be right. This is actually one of the softest skeins that I have of the Premier Chenille Basics. I don't know what it is about this color, but every time I get a skein of it, it is so incredibly soft. So it's just a pleasure working with. But because the Sweet Snuggles Light is so much thicker than this yarn on the interior of the ear, I had to go off script for the outside of the ears and add an extra round to them so that they would line up well enough for me to crochet them together. But it all worked out in the end. And as she requested, I did bedazzled him and also added the eyelids. I also gave him gold eyes. I was contemplating painting rainbow eyes, but I would have had to have waited for those to dry, and then I wouldn't have been able to show you today. So I just went for a gold glitter disc to bring in some yellow, since he doesn't really have much yellow on him elsewhere. So we did that, and then I also added some super rosy cheeks with my e.l.f. blush compact that you guys know that I love, and I blush up almost all of my plushies that are light in color. But because of the light clown theme, I wanted to go like really heavy, not like a feathered blush look, which is normally what I do on plushies. I wanted to do really heavy, like a circle. So that is precisely what I did. And then I just used these Walmart gemstones and super glued them. This is going to a teenager, so it's not, I don't have to worry about like the gemstones coming off to a little kid or anything like that. I wouldn't do that if it was going to a small child. And then at the top, I was looking through my gemstones, and I was going to do a circle, but actually with the way that these turned out, I thought that the teardrop just fit better right there. And then I also added a little bitty green gem at the top, because in my head I was thinking like, okay, if there's lore for this character, maybe this is some sort of species of forest guardian, and then like the gemstone on their forehead matches their tail color. So that's why I picked green. This was all going through my head 20 minutes ago when I was making this. Actually, it's been a lot longer than 20 minutes ago, but you get what I mean. So this is the back of him. Woo! I did do the longer tail on this one, so it can wrap around this way, or this way, or this way. Oh no, not that way. Don't do that. So thank you so much, Melissa, for entrusting me with such a fun creature, as well as giving me some creative freedom to kind of do what I wanted. I hope that you love him, and I hope that your grandson loves him as well. So this is Chadwick the Monster. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about him because this is the guy that I made in Friday's video. So if you want to know about the pattern and the yarn and everything, go watch Friday's video. But this is Chadwick. He was already adopted literally the day that I put out the video. My friend Isabel, who has purchased tons from me, thank you, Isabel, went ahead and adopted Chadwick. And I know a couple of you also said that you went to go adopt him, and he was already sold. So maybe I'm gonna have to make more Chadwicks. But the color situation, You might be wondering why I chose these colors. Well, you're gonna have to go watch Friday's video to see. So Chadwick is going to be going to his new home. If I have the energy when I'm done filming this video, I might pack him up. If not, I'll do it tomorrow. So that was one thing that I crocheted this week. Then this one is technically not done because I need to sew the felt on or glue the felt on, but I made an appa from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now this felt, like I said, it's not glued on or sewed on because I can't go upstairs to get any of my stuff, but I did get it pre-cut here. So this is actually a free blog pattern that I will link for you in the description box. And in the pattern, I'm gonna take this off so that it doesn't fall off, but you get the idea. He's supposed to have the little arrow. In the pattern, he almost looks like a sea otter. The head is sewn like downwards like that, and then the legs are sewn more here. So when I hold him up, he kind of looks like a spider a little bit, but that's because instead of him looking like a sea otter, I wanted him to be able to lay flat. I was just thinking practicality-wise for displaying this at a market. I wasn't sure really how I was going to stand him up. I guess I could have used like a doll stand, but I don't know. I just felt like doing my own thing and sewing things on not according to the pattern. So that is why I sewed his head like this, and then his legs are more off to the side. So, whoop! Oh my gosh, he almost fell. So that he can lay flat like that. So this guy was a beast to make. No pun intended, because he is literally a beast. This was a lot of parts. So you had to make the horn. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 pieces, and then sew them all together. And the entire body and the face is color changes. So although this was a free pattern, I cannot see myself making another one anytime soon. And this guy took me like all week. I got Chadwick done in one day on Thursday when I filmed Friday's video. But this guy I started on Tuesday and it took me all week, and I just finished him today, and today all I did was sew everything together. So I am very pleased that I did not pay for a pattern for this, because when I was looking, a lot of the appa patterns that I saw on Etsy, they were like $6 range, and for me personally, I don't want to spend that much money on a pattern that I'm only going to make one time, because if I put, let's say, a $60 price on this, actually, we'll say $50 price on this, just for easy math, and I pay, I don't know, $5 for the pattern, then that is an additional $5 that I have to charge just to make back what I purchased the pattern for. And I don't know, I don't like the thought of that. So if it's a small pattern, like I would rather pay $10 for a small pattern than $10 for something like this, because if I know that that small pattern is going to be a market staple for me, like for me, my Nyx the Dragon pattern, that's only a $4 pattern. But if that was $10 and if it wasn't my pattern, I would gladly buy that, because I would be able to pay that $10 back over and over and over again with how many of those items I sell. Whereas something like this, it's like you sell one to pay back the pattern, but then it's like, are you really gonna make more? I don't know, maybe that's just me. Let me know your opinion. I'm interested, like as a pattern writer and seller, what your guys's like threshold is when you see a pattern be, you know, X amount of dollars. What is considered too expensive for you? Because for me, it's like the $6 mark. If it's more than $6, then I have to say I need to be able to make this pattern over and over again. I'm not going to pay more than $6 if I'm only going to make it one time, unless it's for like a custom commission. But that's just me personally. That's why I always like to put like a $3 or $4 price on my patterns, because it makes them affordable for most people. Oh, by the way, side tangent, the first two patterns in my Snuggle Sprites collection, Faye the Fawn and Blossom the Bunny, they are almost done in testing. Those are going to be released on Etsy and on my website on November 7th. So keep an eye out for those, and I will remind you guys in next Monday's video. I think next Monday should be a This Week's Makes video, and I will remind you in that video. And then after that, then we've got surgery. So, but anywho, side tangent. So for Appa here, I used cream. He kind of looks like a spider. Should I have sewn his legs on a little bit lower? You know what? I feel like this is an easy fix. Maybe I could take some of this burnout baby that I used and just tack the legs down. Yeah, that's cute. Maybe I'll do that. Although I kind of like that he sploots. I'll leave him. Maybe somebody will love him like this. Anywho, the cream color is Burnout Baby Blanket, and I get my Burnout Baby from Walmart actually. And the white and the off-white, the cream, the antique white, whatever it is that they call it, this color, both skeins are so incredibly soft. Like if you guys have ever used Burnout Mythical, you know how soft that stuff is. That is what my Walmart has in white and off-white. And it's only those two colors that are that soft. I don't know why. But last time I went, they only had white. The time before that, they only had white. And so I have been keeping my eye out for this off-white. And I was so close to losing Yarn Chicken making this, but I had like this much left. So I got to slap one of my Yarn Chicken Champion stickers on my shirt for winning Yarn Chicken with this guy. But I am bummed that I am out of this off-white color, because it is so incredibly soft and easy to work with. It's like butter. And I don't know if it's just new formula or what, and it's specifically my Walmart. Like if I go to Michael's and look at their white Burnout Baby, it's not as soft as my Walmart is. So I don't know what is happening. I don't know what Walmart puts in the air there, or if they have some sort of like secret handshake with Burnout to get the really good stuff, but I'm not looking at gift horse in the mouth. Is that the saying? I think that it is. But anywho, so that is what this is. And then this brown is the caramel color from Premier Basic Chenille Brights, which I heard they've been out of for a couple of weeks. So I'm also glad that I didn't lose Yarn Chicken with this color. When I pulled the skein out, I was like, I might be cutting it close. But honestly, like I have like half the skein left. It did not take as much yarn as I thought that it would. And then this color, this lighter brown, this is the Premier Basic Chenille Brights in the color Oatmeal. And this is another colorway that I only have like a quarter of a skein left on, but I knew that I wasn't going to be using it for a ton of stuff on this guy, so I was confident that I had enough. I just put it on my to-get list the next time I place a Premier order. Another side note for you guys, if you have been waiting to purchase any of the Premier yarns, so especially the ones that I talk about, like the plush, the Parfait Plush, Parfait Chunky, the Chenille Brights, Chenille Bloom, the Basics tie-dye, I think is what it's called. Any of those yarns, I have heard that Premier, starting November 5th, I think through the 10th, they're having like a site-wide seasonal sale. So if you have been waiting to order yarn, I recommend waiting until like, you know, that week of November 5th. And if you want to, you can use my affiliate link in the description box. It won't cost you any more money, but I'll get like points back for it. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys wanted to use that. Consider a payment for me giving you the heads up that the yarn's going to be on sale. Now, I don't know how good of a sale it's going to be on, but for me personally, and I know a lot of you guys are the same way, if I'm placing a yarn order, I order enough to get free shipping because I will spend an extra $100 on yarn that I didn't need instead of paying $15 shipping. Anybody else like that? I know that you are because you've told me before that you're like that too. So I have a whole long list of yarn that I need to order, and caramel and oatmeal are two that are on that list that I want to not really stock up on, but get at least 3 skeins of, especially with the she shed coming. I'm going to have a lot more room to store yarn in the shed. No updates on that, by the way. We're just waiting for it to be built. Anywho, what else about this pattern? It was a lot of work. It was easy to follow. I will say though that the color changes do shift. So I am a yarn over person. You can either yarn over or yarn under, and that is when, you know, you stick your hook through the stitch. Some people bring the yarn over their hook and then pull through. That's what I do. Some people bring their yarn under their hook and then pull through. And I know like Robin at Naughty Hook Crochet, she's a yarn under person, and it creates a different look of stitch. Also, yarn under uses less yarn than yarn over. And yarn under also creates shorter, squattier stitches. So since I do yarn over, my plushies might tend to come out a little bit bigger than yours if you yarn under. Does that make sense? I was surprised at how many people did not know the difference between yarn over and yarn under who are crocheters. So pay attention when you're crocheting next time. Do you put the yarn over your hook, or do you put it under your hook before you pull through? Because that does change your stitches, how big they are, and like the anatomy of them. Why did I mention that though? The pain meds, you guys, the pain meds. Look at his little tail though. It's so stinking cute. So this is Appa. I am going to be bringing him to my market on Saturday if I do end up going, which I'm really hoping to. I'm really going to try to. Honestly, just like sitting here with my legs straight doesn't hurt too bad, and that is a huge improvement from yesterday when just doing nothing I was in excruciating pain. So hopefully if I give it a few days, I'm still not going to be able to bear weight on it, but hopefully that like just aching pain will have subsided, and so it won't be too miserable to be there for a few hours. But anyways, that is all I have to show you guys today. Here, let me put his arrow back on. So stay tuned. I just spit all over the place. I hope you didn't see that. That was embarrassing. So stay tuned for next Monday's video. It might be this week's makes, or I might have the market vlog ready and up for you guys. I was thinking Studio Ghibli. I don't know what sounds right to me. I'm going to say Ghibli. I'm sorry if you think that's wrong. I don't know which is technically correct, but there's a lot of characters that I could do on swings from that studio, and the first thing that came to mind was Sit Sprites. If you've been around here for a minute, or if you have seen my first market recap video, I had featured in that my Sit Sprite keychains, and I loved how those looked. And so I pretty much just take that same pattern, but instead of putting a keychain on it, I put them on a swing. So this is what these little guys look like, and I already have a feeling that I'm going to get copied with this, and that's fine because imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That's fine. As long as you're not vending crochet plushies at Indiana Comic Con, that would be a bit awkward if we had literal the same exact items. But this little cutie is actually made out of eyelash yarn. So again, it's the same technique that I use for my keychains. So what I did here was I took a strand of black eyelash yarn and then a strand of black acrylic, and I essentially just made a little ball. I just freehanded these. It's just a ball. I don't even remember. I think I increased up to 2 single crochets in between the increases, and then did a couple of single crochet rounds and then decreased. And the good thing about the eyelash yarn is that it's very forgiving if you've got like lumps and bumps and stuff. You can't see it. And because this isn't meant to be like a plushie that you hold, it's going to be hanging in your car. You know, it's forgiving in terms of like messing up on a pattern. In fact, some of them that I did ended up being bigger than the other ones. Because again, I didn't have a pattern, I was just winging it. So I did that for the body of these guys. And then for the eyes, I just hand cut felt. Actually, that's kind of like a theme of today is I have a lot of things that, well, I feel like it's a lot of things that I hand cut felt for. If you did not know, before I became a mom, I was a teacher, elementary school teacher. So I am a ninja with those scissors. So I just freehand cut stuff. I do have a Cricut, but I cannot be bothered to set that thing up and make sure my felt is on the mat correctly and it's cutting the right size. And then I waste felt because it's not cutting correctly or cutting all the way through. It's just a nightmare. So I just hand cut them. And then I just used some black paint to do the pupils. And I gave all of them kind of different like looking eyes, I feel like. Some of them have bigger pupils, some have smaller pupils. They are all like in the same spot, but I wanted them to each show like their personality. And then for the swing, I love this color. This is a Big Twist from Joann's color Cotton. I forgot what their cotton line is called, but it's Big Twist from Joann. And it is like this pastel rainbow variegated. And I thought that went perfect with the Sit Sprites because their little like reward in the Studio Ghibli movies is the little stars and they're like really cute rainbow colors. So speaking of the stars, I got these beads and I put, some of them I put 2 on the swing, some I put 3. And then I also put a couple like on their body. So some I put more than others. I just kind of did it random, just however I felt like it. Now the actual Sit Sprite itself, because it's a ball, it takes like no time. It takes like 8 minutes, even if that. But with all of the extra cutting of the felt, having to sew on the stars, the paint, everything, I would say it ended up taking me about as much time as the Totoro on a swing. So both the Totoros and the Sit Sprites on swings are all going to be a flat $25. And I'm thinking I'm going to be doing other critters on swings as well. I've got a couple in mind. Like I want to do calcifers maybe. I want to do some Junimos on swings from Stardew Valley. I want to do some blue Stardew chickens on swings. I've got a bunch of ideas. So I think I'm just going to make all the car swings $25 flat rate. And if you think that that sounds like a lot, because you normally sell yours for like $8, $10, remember, keep in mind, these are very specialty critters that you're not going to find every other crochet artist making. And you're not going to be able to find anything like this online or maybe on Etsy, but you know what I mean? Like it's a specialty character. So on Monday, I did one of these and I was like, that was fun. I had a blast doing it. And so I just cranked these bad boys out and I did 10. So here's my cluster of Sit Sprites. I did 10 of these guys. And like I said, at $25 a pop, $250 in one day of inventory. That's pretty good because I made a goal with myself that I would try to make $100 worth of inventory every day. So I did the $250 on Monday and I was like, oh my goodness, this week's gonna be great. Then it slowly started going downhill. So then on Tuesday, I had taken out a skein, 2 skeins. One is the Big Twist plush green variegated, and then one is the pastel rainbow variegated. And I always crochet downstairs because my butt is glued to the couch while I'm binge watching whatever it is that I'm binge watching. I've been watching Bones recently again. I love Bones. I was thinking about restarting Once Upon a Time. Every once in a while, I will get the itch to rewatch that show start to finish, and I love Disney and fairy tales and stuff, so love that show. If you haven't seen Once Upon a Time, highly recommend it. It's a little cheesy, but if you like Disney, and I think you would really like it. Anyway, so I had brought both those skeins downstairs because I don't like having to go up and downstairs to get into my stash. So I was sitting on the couch and I was like, all right, here's my goal. Today, I'm going to use up both of these skeins of the variegateds. In the pastel, I'm going to do the Stress Pets. And then in the green variegated, I'm going to do Leggy Frogs. Well, I ended up doing 4 Stress Pets and 1 Leggy Frog all day. So why? I think I was just getting distracted. I was trying to respond to YouTube comments because I always respond to you guys. And I guess I just wasn't in the mood. Maybe I wouldn't say I got burnt out on Monday because I had a ton of fun making those sit sprites. I think like just subconsciously I was like, I already hit my quota for like 2.5 days of inventory, so I can take a breather. So this is all I got done on Tuesday. By the way, I have a free tutorial on the stress pets on my channel. These are a lot of fun. I'm thinking I am going to bring stress pets to Comic-Con. These are $8 for normal market. I'm thinking I might make them 10 for Comic-Con, and we'll see. It is a 3-day event, so I'm probably going to mark things at like the highest that I think I can get for them on the first couple of days, and then by the last day of the con, I will lower the price to like my normal market price, and then I am fine with whatever I have left over because I have another huge event coming up a few weeks after that, so I can just use the leftover inventory for that. But I do think I'm going to bring these guys. I'm thinking about doing like all of the rainbow variegateds. I think that these might sell well. So that's all I got done on Tuesday. Well, I did technically do more on Tuesday, but it's not complete. And here's what happened. So this is what I did. So I have had this pattern that I purchased on Etsy forever ago of a giant Loch Ness monster. And I'm sorry if you hear ruffling, it is Paisley inspecting the bag that is at my feet. I had this pattern sitting in my pattern binder for forever, and I wanted to make like a passion project because I've been doing so much for cons. I wanted to do something that I could like sit behind me on this shelf. All of these plushies are gonna be gone like in a couple months. The only one that's not going is Tia, the elephant back there. She is mine forever. But all of the other plushies, like you're not gonna see them anymore once I go to the convention. I mean, if they don't sell. Oh, the bunny too. That bunny up there, he's staying because that is the very first thing I ever crocheted, and I crocheted him for my son. So he stays with me forever. But anyways, I wanted to make something nice and big that would be like a showpiece just here in my office for you guys to look out in the background. Right now, Mushy Boy is kind of main character, and he's going to be gone. So I thought that the Loch Ness Monster would be fun, because if you know me, you know that I love Scotland, and I love like lore and mythical creatures and things. So Loch Ness Monster it was. So I have this variegated burlap baby blanket that I got at Walmart, and for whatever reason at Walmart it was only like $5 a skein, even though all of their other burnouts are like $9. It wasn't on clearance or rollback or anything. That was just the normal price of it, and it was so soft, and I love these colors, and I thought that it would be perfect for a Loch Ness Monster. So I used up that much of the skein. It was a brand new ball. And I started the pattern, and I made this. And I got this far on Tuesday night after I put Celeste down in her bassinet to bed. I sat in the recliner in our room, and I worked on this. And it was dark, so I couldn't really see. By the time it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. I woke up the next morning and I saw it laying there on the dresser where I had left it. And I saw the variegated and I was like, that's so ugly. You might like it, but you know what? Variety is the spice of life. I'm not gonna yuck your yum, but for me, this is a yuck. I think this isn't how variegateds worked, but if it was all the same sections, like if it all looked like this, then it would be fine. If it all looked like this, then it would be fine. If it all looked like this, it would be fine. But the mix of it, for somebody with severe OCD like me, it's not giving. She's not giving. So this was about 4 hours of work. Yes, it took me 4 hours to do this much because it was very early in the morning. It was dark, so I kept having to frog it. So I did this and I hate it. So I'm going to frog this out and save the yarn and use it for something else. So then on Wednesday, I decided that I was going to restart this pattern, but this time I was going to use the Burnout Baby Pipsqueak in like the pastel-y rainbow, and that yarn is so soft, you guys. And I don't have the Nessie monster here to show you because I will finish it one day, hopefully soon, hopefully before all of these critters go to their forever homes. But on Wednesday night, I started that and I had to frog it out so many times. I have been working on that thing every single night since Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's now Sunday, and I haven't even gotten this far on that other one because it's fluffy yarn. And so it's impossible to see your stitches, and then my stitch count wasn't coming out correctly, and then it was like looking disproportionate. So that's going to be done eventually. So I just wanted to show you this because I felt like it was a waste of time and I was getting really discouraged midweek. But then things started to kind of look up for me. So on Wednesday during the day, in my whips basket downstairs, I had a bunch of Pokeball shells that I had made because actually I think it was my very first weekly makes video on YouTube. I showed you guys, if you haven't seen it, you should go watch it. It's like nostalgic at this point, even though it was only like 2 months ago, but it was one of my first videos. But anyways, in that weekly makes video, I was showing you guys how I wanted to do Pokeballs that you would open and then like a little Chonky-mon would be inside, and it would be like a build your own Chonky-mon station where the people could pick whatever kind of Pokeball they wanted, like whether it was a regular Pokeball, Ultra Ball, Great Ball, Heal Ball, etc. And then they would be able to pick their Chonky-mon pocket monster that would go inside of the ball. I ended up not going forward with that idea because I didn't like the way that like the flaccidness of the yarn like looked when the ball was empty. So I had a bunch of shells from that, and so I decided just on Wednesday just to clean out my cabinet of whips to finish them and just make them regular Pokeballs. So that's what I did. So I already have the reds and the whites completed. So I just had to crochet them together with black. And on some of them, I used the Parfait Chunky Glitz with the sparkle. These are all Parfait Chunky, by the way. And then on some of them, I just use regular black so people can choose if they want sparkle or not. I also forgot, because I had done the shell so long ago, that I made some shells to put the Chonky-mon in, and then I had made some shells just regular Pokeballs because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So they are different sizes. The bigger ones were meant to be where you'd put the chonks in, and then the smaller ones are just normal Pokeballs. So when I set these out at Comic-Con or whatever market I do, I'm going to set all of the big ones out first, and then once they're gone, I'll probably change the price to $1 or $2 cheaper and then put out the little ones. So you can see that I have these pretty fugly color changes. That's because on Pokeballs, they have little buttons, which is essentially just a ring of black and then a ring of white. And it's meant to look like, you know, you push the button and they pop open and your little critter flies out and fights for you. What a concept. Anyways, there are Pokeball patterns out there where you crochet that little button, but ain't nobody got time for that. So I'm just going to use felt. This is something that I am going to use my Cricut for, because I think I have 12 of these, guys. They're just here in a Walmart bag. I made 10 or 12. But that's a lot of circles for me to cut. And while I can cut a perfect circle, it takes me a hot minute. So I'm going to cut them on my Cricut, especially because I have to double layer the circle. I have to do a circle of black and white. So those will get their felts this upcoming week. So they're not technically finished, but shh. So then that was Wednesday. On Thursday, I felt like I got nothing done because we had to go out to Cincinnati for an appointment. And while we were in Cincinnati, I filmed a vlog for you, which you will see on my channel on Wednesday at 9 a.m. And we went to the biggest Joann that I have ever been to, and it was magical. So that's in there. We also had to run to Michael's, and I did find some Sweet Snuggles and Home Slim. That's in the vlog. And then we also went to a yarn boutique, which was a lot of fun. All that stuff's in the vlog. So we had a full day out in Cincinnati on Thursday. So I got nothing done during the day. And then at night, again, I put the baby down to bed and then worked on that Nessie monster, which I have nothing to show for my work. So that was Thursday. But then Friday came around, and I got my Crojo back. I started whipping stuff out. And you guys, this is the part of the video that you're not going to want to skip. So last week when I was panic buying at Joann, I purchased this Red Heart polo stripe yarn. I think it's just Red Heart stripe, but then the colorway that I got was polo stripe. They also have like retro stripe, which was really fun. But I got polo stripe because I had this vision in mind that I wanted to do a critter in which I tried a new technique that I personally have never done before. It's not new to everybody else probably, but for me, I have never crocheted a critter with both chenille combined with acrylic. And so I had this vision that I wanted to try that technique and make like a galaxy critter. And I was looking through my patterns and I was like, what could I do with this with? Didn't really find anything that I was like, this would look great with. And I decided ultimately that I wanted to do a bunny, a space bunny. My very first project, like I said, was that bunny back there. And so I don't know, I kind of want it to be like a full circle moment where I'm like, now like I have a YouTube and I'm trying a new technique and I want to do another bunny. It's not that same pattern. It's a completely different style bunny. In fact, I did not have a pattern for this at all. I have made enough critters in this like body style that I could do it without a pattern. So I just freehanded it. But this is my galaxy bunny. There she is. By the way, just side note, if you ever don't have enough time to watch my full weekly makes video and you're one of those people who like just skips through to find all of the things that I made, if you go to the gear icon on the video and then click speed and then click 2 times, it will play the video in half the time, but you won't miss any of the information. Because I know I do that sometimes. If I don't have a lot of time, I'll just click through and then I'll rewatch the video later and I'll find that like I missed something that they said that was important or that I would have liked to have heard. So just a pro tip for you. But anyways, I digress. This is my space bunny. So this is using that technique of double stranding. This is Chenille Home Slim Black with that polo stripe acrylic. And for the tail, I gave her a little black fur fluff. And then also on her head, she's got a little fluff of black fur. And then she has a star, like, I was going to say brooch. That's not a brooch. Barrette. I was a child in the 90s. I should know what a barrette is. The term escaped me. And then on her tummy, I did little sparkle stars. And I think that the colors definitely lend to like galaxy. I did special eyes for her. So I know that the white eyes freak some people out, but I love them. I think that they're so cool. They're like creepy cute and I love using them. And this is the only size white eye that I have, which is actually the same ones that I used on Sylveon back there. But on her, I think that they were the perfect size. Didn't plan it. Again, I freehanded her, so it just worked out that way. And I did actually hand paint those eyes. I had two hooks sitting next to me. I had a 6.5 millimeter and a 5 millimeter sitting next to me. And I used the tulip crochet hooks in the Enamo Rose. So all of the hooks are pink and there are 3 different shades of pink. And then the pattern repeats for every 3 hooks in the set. And the 5 and the 6.5 happen to be the same color. So they're sitting next to me. And I grab one and start working on this. And I started with the feet like you normally do in this body shape. You do one leg and then you set it aside, you do the other leg, and then you keep your yarn attached and then do a chain and then connect it and then work on the body from there. So I'm working on the legs and I get to about here in the body and I'm like, this is killing my hands and my arms. Is it really that thick to have both the acrylic and the chenille together? Well, then I look at my hook and I realize that I had grabbed the 5 millimeter and not the 6.5. So halfway through this bunny, I switched to the 6.5. So the legs are in the 5 millimeter and the rest of the bunny is in the 6.5 millimeter. I did not have the bandwidth to frog it out and restart it. I just said his legs are just going to be a little dinky. I'm sorry about Jovi. Anyways, I did this whole bunny in one day and I was like, I'm on a roll and I have the acrylic yarn out and I have the black yarn out. So I set the bunny aside and then I grabbed that black chenille and I had just barely enough to do one Stardew Valley chicken in black with the red comb. These guys look so cool. These are baddies. Very, very cool. Of course, I did the white embroidery for the eyes because they're black, so black safety eyes aren't going to show up on these guys. He needs a good lint roll, but that's okay. Perfect little pocket chicken size. Chickens are like the only thing that I'm kind of, well, besides chickens, stress pets, and leggy frogs are like the only thing that I'm planning on taking with me to Comic-Con that I'm like, they're kind of generic items, but I'm definitely going to be marketing these like as like Stardew Valley farm chickens. I have a feeling that the blues are going to sell the best, so I'm going to make the most of those and I'll probably bring yarn with me to make more there. But the eyes on these guys, I think, just kind of make them look even cooler. And in Stardew Valley, their eyes are not round, so I personally don't like to use safety eyes on these because I want them to be as accurate to the game as possible, but that's just me. I'm a weeb. I'm a nerd, so they have like, it's just like a line. Their eyes are like a line. So that's why I like using the embroidery for multiple reasons. Plus, with how little the safety eyes would need to be for these and with how thick the 6.5 millimeter hook and chenille home slim make or how big the gaps are, those little tiny eyes will pull out so easy. So that's why I choose to embroider them. It is a little bit of extra work, but that's fine. I don't mind it. It's literally takes me maybe a minute. So I finished up my black skein of my chenille home slim. And then I had some more of that Red Heart acrylic sitting there. And I do not do amigurumi with acrylic. I know some of you do. And I think that you're superwoman, because I don't know how your hands are not falling off of your arms. I guess it's not that, well, you know what? The second thing I ever tried to make after the bunny, then I got pregnant with my daughter and I was like, I'm going to try amigurumi again. And then between, I was just making like flat stuff like blankets and things like that. So I wanted to try amigurumi again. So I found this super cute pattern on Etsy of a doll made with cotton. Bought it, tried it. I got one leg done and I said, there ain't no way. So I have amigurumi with cotton one time and I will never again. So I was like, I don't want to make a critter, but what else could I make that would not be a waste of time without me having to go walk my lazy butt all the way up the stairs to my office to get more yarn. So I decided to make a dice bag, and I've made a couple of dice bags before. You might have seen them in previous This Week's Makes videos, and this is more for the Ren Fair. I will be bringing them to Comic-Con, but I only have like a 6-foot table, so I have to be very strategic as to what I put out. I'm not going to be putting out the dice bags at Comic-Con until, knock on wood, I sell out of everything else and I need more inventory. So this wasn't like a thing that I had to get done right away, but again, the yarn was sitting there. And this turned out so beautiful, you guys. I adore how this variegated worked up. Look at how beautiful it is. So I wanted to stick with like the celestial theme. So on the ends of the tassels, I just crocheted some little like star appliques and then sewed them on there. And then for the top, I gave it like, it almost kind of looks like a jester. I gave it this really cool border. So if you're curious how to do this, it's just 3 double crochets, do a picot stitch, which is chain 3, slip stitch into your first chain, and then 3 more double crochets. Skip 2, slip stitch, slip 2, repeat that. 3 doubles, picot, 3 doubles, skip 2, slip stitch, etc. So that's how I did this. And this is just so, so pretty. Focus camera, there we go. So beautiful. If I were to make a garment, I think I'd probably use this because I love it. And like I said, I like wearing blues and greens both. But I could never wear a crocheted top. I would look like a busting can of biscuits. So I would look like bread baking around twine. So that's not in the cards for me, but I highly recommend if you do wearables for yourself or for others. So I actually ran out of this yarn when I got here, and I was like, it's too short, like it doesn't clasp properly, and I don't have it fully closed. I wanted to display it open, but obviously you can cinch it closed. It wasn't tall enough, I felt like, so I got out. I did have to walk my ass upstairs to get no more yarn. This feels like butter, which does not feel like butter. It is not the softest yarn I've ever felt. It's got a very weird, like waxy texture to it. Don't care for it, but I had it and I thought that the pale yellow would be really pretty. And oh, by the way, after I finished this is when I went back and added the stars on her and then gave her the star thing. So they kind of go together. Like, honestly, I can make her like holding it. It would block her belly stars, but they go together. How pretty is that? Celestial vibes. But anyways, That's why I added the pale yellow, but I think that it works fine. I did not use a pattern for this. I just winged it, as I do with pretty much everything. If you've been around here for a minute, you know that I just like to freehand things. Most of the time they come out like hot garbage, and then I cause myself more headache versus if I just looked up a free pattern for a dice bag. But I can't be bothered. So in hindsight, I should have made this smaller. This is a little big for a dice bag. I mean, maybe if you have multiple sets of dice, and by the way, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, like with the dice bag, they're mainly for D&D players, Dungeons and Dragons. You have a set of dice, and each die has a different number of sides on it. So like the most iconic one is the 20-sided die, but I think there are 8 in a set. I don't know. I don't play D&D. I'm not that nerdy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding for throwing shade at all of you D&D players. I've always wanted to get into it. It's just, it seems a lot for me. I tried playing Baldur's Gate, and it kind of turned me off to D&D because I'm like, I love video games, and if I can't even figure out Baldur's Gate, then I'm going to be confused as hell when it comes to actually playing D&D. But I digress yet again. I'm the queen of digression. So you put all your dice in here, and then you can carry it to your little friend's house if you have any friends, and you have your own custom dice set in there. So this might be good for like traveling to D&D cons or something where you want to carry multiple dice sets. I don't know. It doesn't even have to be for dice. I mean, it's just a cute little pouch. You can put anything in there. You can put a lipstick. Your phone probably won't fit. Maybe your Razr phone from 2013 would fit in there, but not your current iPhone. No way, no how. But anyways, that's that. I'm talking so much today. I have had no social interaction today outside of hanging out with my 4-month-old. If you couldn't tell, I'm just rambling. But I have been told in the comments that you guys like my nonsensical rambling, so that's good. If you have me on 2x speed, then I sound like a chipmunk, and it's even cuter that way. So anywho, on Friday night, instead of going out and partying like I would have in my 20s, first of all, I'm still in my 20s, so that didn't make sense. Second of all, I have never gone out and partied. I have always been a homebody. But when I was in college, I might have gone and gotten like ice cream or something. Anyways, on Friday night, I did not want to touch that Loch Ness monster with a 10-foot pole, and I wanted to do something easy. But I was really proud of myself after doing the bunny and the dice bag and the chicken, and I used up 2 whole skeins of yarn that day. Pat on the back for me. But I was like, looking through my yarn wall, I had put Celeste down, and I was like, what can I do that's easy, but that still like is going to be something substantial at my booth, if that makes sense, for Comic-Con. And I saw that I had a Burnout Baby Sparkle color. Can't think of the name, but it's like, I think it's called Lemon Lime or something like that. It is like an electric green, but it's like a yellowy green. I've had that for a while, and I never know what to use it on, but I saw it, and light bulb moment, and I thought that would be perfect for a Coochie Copy from Bob's Burgers. And if you've never seen the show Bob's Burgers, that's okay. This is a goofy little nightlight that is owned by the youngest Belcher child named Louise. And I don't know what the lore of Coochie Copy is. I mean, it's this super goofy little guy, and it's like a stuffed animal and a nightlight. So I looked up a free pattern for it. I didn't wing this one. Well, I kind of did, because I completely didn't follow the directions on the pattern at all. So this is Coochie Copy. Just a funky little guy. He did take a while, and I think it's probably, I didn't feel like I was crocheting slow, but because this is the Burnout Sparkle, it tends to be not nearly as soft as the new formula Burnout or like the Mythical or anything like that. So I feel like it might have slowed me down, because this took me like 2 hours, and it's not hard. I mean, it's kind of like a bowling pin shape, but you know, squattier. But this was a free pattern, so I did a couple things that the pattern didn't say to do. First of all, I did not crochet the whites for the eyes similar to the Pokeball, the button. Didn't have time for that, so I just hand cut felt. And looking at it with this really bright light, I should have doubled the felt because you can see through it. But in person, you can't see it. It's just, I have this huge ring light. Also, you might be able to see his sparkles a little bit better, maybe, question mark. But he looks better without the bright light, I think. You can still see like the texture of the stitches, but you can't see the color through it. Anyway, so I didn't do that for the eyes. I also hand cut, just free-handed the mouth, and I glued these on. And I cut, like, I used a little razor blade and I cut like a little X in the felt, and then I snapped the eyes in so that way the eyes had something to like stick through before I finished up the head and stuffing and all of that stuff. It was also easy when it was unstuffed to glue the felt and then just press it down while this thing was flat. I could really put a lot of pressure on it to make sure that like it's not peeling up at all. So I did that differently. I also did the ears differently because you're supposed to crochet like 4 or 5 in a round. And I talk about this all the time. I can't do that to save my life with like a really thin yarn, let alone this honkin' stuff. So I just did picot stitches for his ears. Well, did I do a picot? I don't think it's, no, it's not a picot stitch. I did a chain 3, single crochet, double crochet, and then slip stitch, I think. I don't know. If you do this pattern, you can just follow the pattern. Don't listen to me. I'm just nonsensical rambling at 1 o'clock in the morning. His arms I did as they said to. Actually, I think I added an extra round because they look too short to me. So I added an extra round of single crochets. And then for the body, I did quite a bit different toward the end of the pattern as you are starting to decrease. It had you decreasing 1 single crochet by 1 single crochet. And then you ended obviously with a round of decreases. And then you were supposed to sew closed. Well, once I got to here, you know, like this taperedness of it, I was like, I don't want to do like another 3 rounds of decreasing because I want him to be able to sit. And if I do that, it's going to be like a weird, like pointy, I don't know. It just seemed like it would be weird to me. So I stopped decreasing, and I don't even remember how many single crochets were in between. So I'm sorry. This information means nothing to you. But I stopped decreasing, and then I did 1 round of decreases to really cinch it, and then I sewed it closed. So that way it created a flat bottom so that it would sit up on its own, which it does. He looks cute back there. He probably looks like most of you when I say the things that come out of my mouth. Like, she said, what now? Anyway, so Friday night I finished Coochie Copy, and that was great. Then on Saturday, I had my Crojo back, and I was in the mood to actually do something like intense. And a lot of crocheters don't like to sew, and honestly I don't mind sewing. In fact, I would say I like sewing on projects. Maybe this is a crochet hot take, but if you're somebody who does markets and you only do no-sew patterns, you're gonna hate me. I think you're lazy. I think you're really lazy and don't care about your craft and just want to make money. I said what I said. If you need to unsubscribe, then you do it. You do what you got to do, girl. But I think that it's an important skill to have as a crocheter, especially an amigurumi artist, to be able to sew things and create more substantial pieces that draw customers in, and that is just like really shows like the high quality of your work instead of doing all of the 30-minute makes. I think that that's lazy. I think that there is a place in the market for both things, But I digress yet again. I wanted to do something big, and I have this vision, this fantasy of at Comic-Con having like a shelf on my grids of like $75 or higher dolls from that are characters from different fandoms. And there are so many that I want to do, and I do not have time to do all of them. I need to be picky about which I choose. I don't know why I decided to start with Sailor Moon, but I decided to start with Sailor Moon. And I also have to be picky because the color of Sweet Snuggles / Home Slim that I use for their skin tone, the Seed Pearl, we can't get anymore, and I only had one skein of it, and I was able to get two different dolls out of that one skein, and I still have a little bit left. It's right there. I might be able to get one more head, and maybe like some hands, but I'm gonna need to pick a character that is pretty much like fully clothed because I don't want to run out of that mid doll with how much work these guys take. So I decided to do a Sailor Moon, and this took me all day yesterday, but she came out beautifully. Look at her, you guys. Look at my cute little Sailor Moon. Oh my goodness. She's got her long pigtails, her buns. These are felt that I freehanded and glued on. So she is made of Chenille Home and Sweet Snuggles Light. And so I want to have like a whole like a line of character dolls like this at Comic-Con. I think that these are just going to draw people in when they're looking across the sea of prints and stickers and keychains and all of the other people that don't wear deodorant at Comic-Con. I want them to see that across Artist Alley, all of the plushies up there, and say, I want to go check out that person, because I feel like crochet is not something that you see a ton in Artist Alley. So I am so happy with how she turned out, you guys. And I do not say that a lot. You know, as an artist, that we're always more critical of our own work. And normally I see something and I only see the flaws. Like in her, I sewed her buns on. I'm 5. I sewed her buns on, like one is more in front than the other. And yeah, you can really see it from the back. I mean, from the back, it kind of just looks like her head is turning. Her weave is kind of tilted a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, by the way, in the back, look at her big bow. So besides her hair being a little askew, disheveled, I am ecstatic with how she turned out. She's wearing like this leotard thing. I could have gone all the way up with the skin tone, but I didn't want people to be like pervy and looking up her skirt. Sailor Moon should have navy blue, but I did not have any navy blue in Chenille Home. So I used, I want to say this is like Blue Jay or something. This is a Sweet Snuggles light color. And fortunately, I just purchased some of this that you're going to see in Wednesday's vlog at Michael's for blue chickens. And so I'm happy that I did, because I was able to use it for her. Although this skein had a factory knot in it, which I'm normally fine with, because when I am crocheting on the round, I will just adjust my tension a few stitches before to make sure that that factory knot lands on the inside of the work, and it's normally not an issue. But because this is a skirt, there's no really place for that knot to go where you're not going to feel it, and it just happened to land right here in the front, and you can't really see it visually, but when you are like holding her like this, you can feel that little lump, and I really don't like that, but hopefully people won't mind. Her neck is just a tad floppy, which I love. I like plushies that have more of like a ragdoll feel to them. And I did put a stabilizer in her neck. I actually use, here, I'll grab for you. I actually use these hair curler rollers that I got on Amazon for their neck stabilization. So I'll take one of these and then I will bend it like this and then I'll stuff it in the neck and then it helps with their head stabilization. But because her head is so big compared to her body, it wobbles just a tad, but I think it's just enough to give her some life without it like flopping over completely. I am so proud of myself with her eye placement. How I got them perfectly straight and how I embroidered her little eyebrows and eyelashes. I'm just crushing it this week, you guys. I am so happy with her. If you couldn't tell, I so rarely give myself praise because I'm normally so critical of my work, but I just keep looking at her and I just love her so much. She even has little ears. Look at her ears. So for the red, I did not have any red in Sweet Snuggles or Chenille Home. You know that the only red that they make is the rhubarb color, which is like a really dark ruby red, which maybe would have worked had I had a navy blue. She would have been a more mature, darker shades of the blue and the red, but I needed something to match like the vibrancy of the blue that I had picked out. So I used Parfait Chunky in Poppy, but because of the difference in weights with the two brands of yarn, I did double up the Parfait Chunky, and it just so happened that I had 2 skeins of Poppy, so it was easy for me just to pull, you know, from each skein instead of having to find a center pull and an outside pull and all of that. So I think that it worked up good. Her boots are a little firmer than like the rest of her because it is double stranded. She kind of looks like she has Santa boots on, the boots with the fur, right? She of course has little gloves and a little red bow on the front there. I also used Real Makeup blush on her, and I gave her a little rouge on her nose too to just give her some more personality, make it look like she's blushing. For this pattern, I am the self-proclaimed queen of not following patterns and doing my own thing, as I've already mentioned today. So this base pattern, if you will, is from Etsy. I will link it down below. And it is meant to be like a Tinkerbell, and then it also comes with a baby mermaid as well. And so I really just liked the shape and the size that it turned out to be. And so I had that pattern, so I just modded it. So I completely ignored everything having to do with the colors and did my own thing with the colors. Obviously Tinkerbell has like a leaf skirt. She does not. So I did my own thing with the skirt. And if I were to do this again, I should have made it more ruffled, but it's fine. I'm not going to put any more time into it. And then obviously her hair is completely different from Tinkerbell's. So I just freehanded it. I did like the base of the wig cap that the pattern said to do, but then all of the little tendrils, the fringe freehanded, the buns freehanded, and then her pigtails. I mean, it wasn't hard to do. These are all like basic shapes that most amigurumi crocheters would know how to do, I feel like. So that is Sailor Moon. So loving how she came out and being inspired because of how well she came out, I wanted to do another doll, and I really wanted to do a Princess Merida because Merida is my favorite Disney princess, probably because I love Scotland so much. She's my favorite. And I had this stunning yarn bee yarn from Hobby Lobby, and it is the, I want to say it's called teal green or dark teal or something, and it's the velvety smooth sparkle, and it was just perfect for a Merida dress. And so I wanted to make a doll like this, but Merida. And this is going to be the first time that I am going to show you a whip and a not finished doll, although I will show her to you next week when she is finished. So again, I used the same pattern, and look at how beautiful this sparkle yarn is. Oh, it's stunning. She has boots and some fuzz on her knee. She's got boots on, And then a little leotard, because again, we don't want anybody looking up her dress and being naughty. So she needs a couple things to be complete. Firstly, she needs more hair. Because right now, yeah, she's looking a little funny. And this is all I've done today, by the way. It is very late at night currently, and I have been working on this since I woke up at like 11:30 a.m. So she's taken me all day. You can imagine if you have ever done squid or jellyfish, how long the little tentacles take. I mean, just her wig cap alone took me a good 2.5 hours, and I'm not even done. Her dress, doing double crochets for this, took me a good hour. I mean, like, she's detailed, which is what I want. And I am okay if she doesn't sell, because like I said, Merida is my favorite princess, so I am completely content with having her sit in the background of my videos. I love the way she talks because I love the Scottish accent. I'm gonna do my Scottish accent. You ready? I am Merida, firstborn of the clan Dunbroch, and I'll be shooting for my own hand. Did I just offend an entire nation? I'm sorry if you're a beautiful, sexy Scottish person. I'm sorry if I just offended you. But I love Merida so much. So besides her hair needing to be done, by the way, her hair is, this is also Yarn Bee yarn. It is their Velvety Smooth in the pumpkin spice color, which I thought was perfect for her because she's a ginger sister like me, except Merida has more orangey red. I am more of an auburn ginger, if you will. So this was the perfect color for her hair. And I used up an entire skein of this, actually a skein and a half of this, and this is all I was able to get done. So I definitely need to go to the lobby of the hobbies to get more of that. And then for her dress, this Velvety Smooth sparkle is super thin. I think they classify it as a 4-weight. Combined with Sweet Snuggles obviously was not going to do, so I double stranded it. And for her body, it was still even double stranded too thin for my 6.5 millimeter hook, so I sized down to a 6 for her body, and I think that it looks fine without, you know, holes in it. Especially with the dark color, you can see the stuffing come through it easier. So besides her hair getting done, she also needs details on her dress. So at the bottom of her dress, she has like gold detailing, which I need to embroider. On her sleeves, she has like, her sleeve is broken into 2 sections because she's from like the, I don't know what age she's set in, before Renaissance, because it's like ancient Scotland. So like Caledonia, Scotland. So, she has like that Renaissance-y type of dress where her sleeve is split into 2 sections, and she's got a little bit of fabric in between with like the, I was gonna say rope, it's not rope, but like the rawhide, like ties tying it together. So I'm going to embroider that. She has a couple like ruffles around her sleeve. She's got a tie right here that I need to do. So she still has quite a bit of work, even though I have been working on her all day long. She's still got a way to go. I also need to add the whites of her eyes, but I did already give her blush so that she would be looking her best for her camera debut. And I am doing all of her hair strands in different lengths because Merida has chaotic hair. So comparative in size to Sailor Moon, they are the same size because I used the same base pattern, again, just modified it. So I will show you Merida next week when she's all done. Oh, she also needs her accessories, so I'm going to give her a bow. A bow. Did I say that right? Scottish people. These are my wee brothers, Harris, Hubert, and Hamish. They could get away with murder. How was that? So I'm going to give her a bow. I don't know how I'm going to make that. I'm just going to wing it, probably. Maybe I'll look up like a little bow pattern. I don't know. Like, the shape I'm gonna have to play with to get the curve of the bow. I don't know, we'll see. And then I'm gonna give her like a side strap in brown, probably do like cotton so I can get some detail on it. A strap with like a little container that is meant to like hold her arrows. I don't think I'm gonna actually put like arrows in there because I don't know what I would do besides like wire or something, but I want her to be cuddly. I don't want to put wire in her. So, but just like Sailor Moon, I did stabilize her neck with the hair rollers. I made these guys because I wanted to use a much better quality yarn and hook to do the same pattern essentially. So that's why they look like woobles, but they're a lot cuter because I use chenille and a much bigger hook. So anyways, we have Kiki and Lala. Of course, I gave them blush because they're little chibi like anime characters. You're gonna see them again, and I'll talk more in depth about them in next Friday's reviewing the Woobles video. And then, so this actually you got a little sneak peek of if you watched my Comic-Con vlog, because I was talking about finishing this, but alas, I lost Yarn Chicken. And I was literally 2 rows away from finishing this entire doll. But I was unfortunately not able to put this out for PopCon. Did I say Comic-Con? I might have said Comic-Con. I meant to say PopCon. That vlog, I was talking about this. But unfortunately, I was not able to put it out. And I do think it would have brought in a lot of attention and possibly even sold. So this might be one that I'm going to have to save for another convention. So this is Scrump from Lilo and Stitch. And as you can see, she is huge. She is true ragdoll style. And if you know me, you know that I love a floppy head. And why I mentioned that I might need to save her for another convention is because with the amount of money that I put into just materials for her, as well as how long it took me to make her, I need to put at least $150 price on her. And I just do not think that I'm going to be able to get that for this item at a normal like fall festival market, which is the next one that I have coming up. Of course, I'll put her out, but just knowing the clientele, because I've done this event before, she's not going to sell there, but she might get some people into the booth, you know. So but I do think that at a convention she would have a very, very likelihood chance of selling. She is so incredibly soft and snuggly, you guys. I made her out of Elise Veluto yarn, which is why it sucked so bad to lose Yarn Chicken, because if you did not know, this yarn you can only get from Turkey, and it needs to ship, and it takes like 14 days to ship. So once I found out that I was running out of yarn, I had to place another order to get more Elise Veluto in this color, but I did stock up, so I have some more of this color for future makes. But the reason why I chose this brand is number one, because it is incredibly soft. It is probably my favorite yarn to work with. I would say Elise Veluto is number one. Number two is the Premier Chenille Brights. Side note, by the way, I do have an affiliate link now for Premier. If you're ever interested in placing an order for yarn from them, click on that link in the description box. It's not going to cost you any additional money, but I think I get like a very small commission from all of your guys' purchases. So that way I can then purchase the new yarn that they're coming out with and give you guys my honest reviews on them. So, you know, then it's a never-ending cycle of I give you my 2 cents and you can purchase if you so choose using that affiliate link. But anywho, I digress. So Scrump turned out this big, obviously because I used a 5-weight yarn and a 6.5 millimeter hook. Actually, that's a lie. I started with a 6.5 millimeter hook on her head, and then I was like, I only have a skein and a half of this yarn. I don't think this is going to be enough. So midway through her head, I switched over to using a 5 millimeter hook. So you can see that the stitches start off pretty loose and then they get just super duper tight down here and for the rest of her body. But this pattern is actually written for for acrylic, and I did know going into it that it was going to turn out huge, and I was okay with that. I figured if I'm going to put all this work into the hair and the bow and sewing the eyes and the mouth and everything, I might as well have it come out a substantial size that I can charge a pretty penny. So in materials alone, I've got like $45 in this. So I need to go at least $150 on her, but I do think that she's going to find a home. Oh, let me show you her back. I really like how in this pattern you do the legs like this, because I just love the way that it looks. She looks so precious sitting down like that. Or you can have her like on a doll stand, you know, or just a cuddle buddy. She's just so fun to cuddle. I did opt to crochet and embroider her eyes because she turned out so big I was never going to find a button or buttons that were this big. And I did choose more lighter, I wouldn't call it pastel colors, but instead of doing like the red for her choker, I did hot pink. I just felt like it looked really pretty with this sea glass green. I don't know what the Elise Voluto color number is. We've been over this. You could literally be holding me hostage, and the only way for you to let me go is for me to tell you the Elise Voluto color numbers. I would not be let go. Let's just put it that way. So anyways, that was 5 minutes, if not more, of me talking about Scrump. Okay, so the next thing that I made, you guys are going to love this. So if you did not see, I did recently a live stream in which I opened all of the packages from you guys with your granny squares for our community tapestry project, which we'll talk about in just a second here after I show you this item. But a couple of you guys sent me skeins of the pink Loops and Threads Fluffy Flex from Michaels, which is now a discontinued yarn, but I have been talking about for months at this point how I really, really want to use the pink and the white Fluffy Flex to make the Mother's Circus Animal cookies, and I finally did it, you guys. It was you who inspired me with all of that generosity in sending me the pink Fluffy Flex. I said, okay, this week is the week we're finally going to do it. Now, unfortunately, I only made one, and this is a camel. Can you tell? Now, this pattern is actually a pattern pack by Twinkle Chan, and I guess Twinkle Chan is like a really, really big pattern designer on Ravelry specifically, but this came with 4 different animal shapes. I picked the camel, honestly, because it was just the first one in the pack. And when I finished it, I was like, that doesn't look like a camel. But then I actually went to Walmart and got some of the circus animal cookies to compare. You know, it was for research. And I ate a couple, and then I looked at the camel and I was like, this is the exact shape of that cookie camel. So with the Fluffy Flex, if you are not familiar with this yarn, it has little flecks built into the yarn. So as you can see, it has that sprinkled look without me having to painstakingly embroider the sprinkles onto the cookie. Now, the reason why I only made one and probably will not make any more is because of this problem. This is a weird size. This is too small to be like a decor pillow, but it's way too big to be a keychain or a backpack buddy. So it's like, what do you do with this? Set it on your desk, I guess. You know, I don't know. I guess I could find another pattern or maybe alter the pattern to have it come out more pillow size, because that's what I was always picturing in my head, where I would use the pink and the white Fluffy Flex and it would come out like a size that I could put on my couch as a throw pillow, or somebody could. But unfortunately, this is not that. That would be like if you ordered a pillow from AliExpress thinking that it's a throw pillow size and you get this in the mail. That is the vibe that it's giving, and I don't like that. But at the same time, as I said, it is way too big to put on a keychain. It is way too heavy because this yarn is very, very dense. You can probably hear that. So unfortunately, I don't really know what to do with this. Maybe somebody will like it just to sit on their desk. You'll have to let me know. Like, what alternatives do you have? Should I alter the pattern to make it smaller or bigger? I could use a different yarn, yes. I could use like a parfait chunky, but to make it keychain size, but then I would have to put the time into embroidering the sprinkles, and then that would put me at like an hour and a half, because this took me like an hour to do. So then it would be like way too much work for a keychain price. Does that make sense? I really, really wanted this to work out, but the good news is, the silver lining is, we can say that we finally did a circus animal cookie, and I got a little snack earlier. So without further ado, I present to you Sunshine Guy. How cute is he? Oh my gosh. Okay, so this pattern I had been eyeing for a while, because I like, you know me, you know that I love the sun, the moon, the stars. I like celestial motifs, right? So I wanted something celestial, but also very happy to sit in the background on the shelf up there. One day I might sell him, but for now he's probably just gonna hang out with us. And I just thought that it was cute and sunshiny and bright. And for his legs, I color changed to make them rainbow, but instead of doing traditional rainbow colors, I did more brighter, I call them Lisa Frank rainbow colors, where we've got like the hot pink and the more hot orange, I don't know what you'd call that, the Caribbean, the electric purple. Instead of like ye old standard rainbow colors, I wanted to add a little extra spice and personality to them. And then I also modified the shoes just a tad and gave him some little laces. Look at the little Converse. So when he sits like this. And then, like I said, I did add the clouds, and instead of doing black for the features, I did brown, because in that photo that I saw where the other person did the clouds, they also used the light brown, and I just thought that it looked nice and not as stark against this pale yellow. So for the actual sunshine itself, the body is Elise Voluto, but then for the points, I use the yellow Fluffy Flex from Michaels. That's the same yarn as this, but of course it's in yellow instead of in pink. I just felt that if I were to use this for the entire face with the colors in it, it might wash out some of the features that I knew I would be putting onto his face. So that's why I combine them like that. But honestly, the colors are pretty darn close that you can't really tell outside of the flex in it that it is a different yarn. In person, the feel is definitely different. The Elise Voluto is a lot softer, velvetier, and then this is a lot more like burnout blanket, where it's a little plusher. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, that's my little sunshine guy. So I said that I had some gripes with the pattern, and the main problem that I ran into was this sunshine motif is actually a modification for this creator's existing snowflake guy pattern. And this is a gripe of mine, okay? If you're a pattern designer, then this might be insightful for you. But if you are doing a modification to a pattern, it is one of my pet peeves when they do not rewrite the pattern for you in the modification, because it is such a pain to have to go back and forth, especially when I was on my phone, and go back and forth between the downloads so that I could find, because it would say like, do rounds 3 to 5 of the other pattern, and then come back here, and then I go back there, and then I would do a couple of rounds, and it would say, okay, go back to the other pattern. It was just, it took way too much bandwidth. Like I'm like, can you just not copy and paste it from your other pattern for us? I don't know. I just feel like it's disrespectful of purchasers' time if you're doing a modification and making people buy your original pattern and the modification. Like, just just copy it and paste it for us. Other than that, the overall pattern was pretty good. How it explained to do the points, because you actually crochet the points to the body, if you couldn't tell, they are not sewn on. They are actually stitched into the body. Was a little bit confusing how it was worded. I'm not sure if the pattern designer is not a native English speaker. I would not be surprised if they were not a native English speaker. I'll put it that way. It was not bad by any means, but I did have to read it a couple of times to really understand what they were telling me to do. Also, completely my fault, but I did one too little points, although somehow it worked out for me where the number, like it, all of the points ended up being the same size, and they, I don't have any room for another one. So I don't know where I went wrong there, but you know me, I don't count stitches. Life's too short to count stitches. Plus, when I do count stitches, I count it 4 times and it is always a different number each time. So why even waste the time, you know? Anybody else feel that way, or is that just me? But overall, I'm so happy with how he turned out, and I'm excited to have him sitting on the little shelf back there. Oh, instead of doing actual blush, which I do on most of my plushies, as you have seen and you will see coming up here, I decided to do crocheted blush on him, just because the only color blush that I have for plushies is this color, and I felt like it just did not match this well. So instead I pulled out a blush yarn color in, actually this is just pink. I won't even call this blush. This is just straight pink. It might be ballet pink from Chenille Brights. I don't know. I don't keep the bands for them most of the time. So normally when I tell you a color, it's a straight guess in the dark. But take everything that I say with a grain of salt. We've been over this. But anywho, there's Sunshine Guy with his little Converse. Run, Sunshine Guy, run. One leg is moving faster than the other. All right, I know we're a couple plushies past this now, but speaking of edible treats, I did another edible treat. So I already had the white Fluffy Flex out because I had pulled out the white and the pink to do the animal cookies. We've already been over why I did not do more than one of those, but I already had the white sitting out next to me, and I was thinking, like, what could I make out of this white that's not an animal cookie? And I decided to whip out my pattern. Actually, it is a free tutorial here on the channel of a Pop-Tart. So in my tutorial video, I was making little keychain Pop-Tarts. All I did was add a couple of extra stitches to the top and then add a couple of extra rows to make it a giant Pop-Tart. But look at how good this white Fluffy Flex looks. I actually looked up what was the most popular Pop-Tart flavor, and based on bestsellers, this might surprise you, but the best-selling Pop-Tart flavor is frosted blueberry, which shocked me. Second bestseller is frosted strawberry, which is what this one is. And then the third bestseller, if you're curious, is brown sugar. I would have thought that wild berry would be up there, or like the cookies and cream one. I feel like those are two of the most iconic looking Pop-Tarts, but whatever. I wanted to do a popular flavor anyways, have a higher chance of selling, you know, if this is somebody's favorite Pop-Tart flavor. So it just looks so great with this Fluffy Flex yarn. And then for the brown, I used Elise Voluto. This is one of my favorite all-time brown colors. It's just so rich, and I don't know how to describe it. Milky? It's milky. Does that make sense to anybody, or just in my delusional mind? And then for the eyes, I actually used some hand-painted eyes that one of you beautiful subscribers sent to me. Actually, I believe they're from Whaley Cute Creations, like whale as in the mammal, the aquatic mammal, Whaley Cute Creations. But anyway, she sent me a pack of 3 eyes, and I thought that the pink and the white in these just looked very strawberry Pop-Tart-esque, you know, almost like the guts of the Pop-Tart are spilling out the eyes, if you want to look at it that way, if you're a psychopath. And then I also gave him some eyebrows too. Just with the white forehead, it was looking like he had a 5 head, you know, it just looked too bare. So I added a couple little eyebrows. And I think he's cute. I definitely think that this guy's gonna go home. The last time I brought Pop-Tarts to a market, I only did one time, and I only brought 3 of them, but they sold out within the first like 4 hours of a 3-day market. So for me, Pop-Tarts have been a good seller in the past, the one time that I brought them. So this did take me a little while though. This took me probably an hour, maybe. So I'll probably put like a $20, $22 maybe dollar price on it. But I think that the size that it is, I think it's good. For whatever reason, I've talked about this before. Whenever I'm having to crochet flat, like this is back and forth with both pieces, and then you crochet them together at the end, I feel like I go so much slower than when I crochet in the round. And I don't know if that's a placebo effect, if it's a psychological thing, but for me, I always feel like I'm going so much slower when I'm crocheting flat. So that's why this guy took me so long for what it is. Okay, speaking of food plushies, I have a little area at my market booth that I call my buffet of plushies, and it is where I put all of my food-themed stuffed animals. And at my last market at PopCon, I sold a strawberry cherry pie turtle. We never really actually came up with what kind of pie it was. We never determined that, but it was ye old pie crust, you know, with the crisscrosses, with a red center. I always imagine it being cherry pie in my mind, but it could have been rhubarb pie or strawberry pie, anything that's red that you put in pie, really. So I sold that, and it got a lot of attention. People love the food-themed turtles. People love turtles in general. They are always bestsellers at market, like across the board for multiple people, including myself. So combine food with that, and they always sell great. Actually, the only food turtle that I have left, I think, is my ramen turtle. Which is a bigger one, but I digress yet again. So I had sold my pie turtle, so I wanted to make another one, but this time I wanted to do a different kind of pie. And my next market being at a fall festival in September during the autumnal season, I thought, why not do a pumpkin pie? So I did this cute little pumpkin pie turtle with a dollop of whipped cream. And let me tell you something, if somebody served me pie with this little whipped cream on it, I'd be having a fit. I'd say, send it back. You load that baby up. I don't want to see any pie or any crust. I just want it to be encapsulated, encased in whipped cream. Anybody else feel that way? I'll have a little bit of pie with my whipped cream. But anywho, I made this one a lot smaller than my other pie turtle just to save me a little bit of time. And this is that same brown color that I said that I loved that I used on the Pop-Tart from Elise Voluto. And this orange is also Elise Voluto. And I thought that it was the perfect pumpkin pie color. Is that not? It's coming off a lot more vibrant on camera, but it's definitely like a cinnamony autumn colored pumpkin. It's not bright orange is essentially what I'm saying. So his eyes are very tiny. It's because I was too lazy to get up and get different safety eyes, and I was sitting on the couch binge watching my show and didn't want to get up to get different eyes. So 12 millimeter it was. Side note, by the way, I've been really into the show Blind Spot. I'm watching it on Netflix. That is a good freaking show, man. I'm only on season 2, so no spoilers. But if you are into like FBI crime shows, like I love Criminal Minds, for example, and you're also into more like conspiracy stuff, like the Da Vinci Code, for example, it's kind of like a marriage of those two genres, Blind Spot. It's a great show. Highly recommend. But anyways, I was really into my show. Didn't want to get my lazy ass up to go get different eyes. So they're a little tiny, but it's okay. I did freehand this sea turtle, but if you've made one sea turtle and one sea turtle pattern, you've pretty much made them all. Am I right? So it wasn't difficult to do, and as I said, I made it a lot smaller than my other one. I did have to frog out the pie part, the shell, couldn't think of what this was called, a couple of times because I made all the flippers in the head first, and then I kept making the actual shell too small or too big. So finally we got the Mama Bear, Papa Bear, Baby Bear effect, and I think it's the perfect size. And then I just went around the outside with 3 single crochet in 1 front loop only stitch, chain in between each of them to create this little ruffle pie crust effect. So this is gonna sell. I know that it is. Hold me to it. I will place a bet that this will sell at my fall festival market. I don't know what kind of price I'm gonna put on this yet. Took me probably an hour and 15 minutes, probably a little bit longer actually with how many times I had to frog the shell. This Junimo guy, inspired by Stardew Valley, you can see he's sitting atop my shoulder, and how I did that was I got these little magnets from Amazon. If you have littles in the house, don't keep these around. But my baby is 3 months old, so she's not at the point where she's crawling or anything to get these. These will all be sold, hopefully, by the time she's at the age where she might want to stick this in her little mouth. So I decided that instead of just having these little Junimos as just plushies, they would be cute as just plushies. I wanted them to be little shoulder buddies. So what I did was, as I was doing the decrease rounds, after I stuffed it, I slipped one of these magnets into the little booty and then closed it up. So now it magnetizes, and so you can just put it on your shoulder here and then slip this under whatever you're wearing. And there, he sits on you. How cute is that? So, I did 10 of these inspired by Junimos. We'll call them Juminos, okay? The non-trademarked version. So none of these guys have arms and legs, and I'll explain why in a second. So I, of course, did the yellow. I did a blue. Another blue. Oh, these two love each other. This one is way bigger than this one. We've got a green. I did another green. A purple. A red. An orange. A dark teal, and a pink. And they've all got their little blush. The way that this pattern tells you to do these is really cool, actually. By the way, the pattern link will be in the description box, as well as everything else that I talk about in this video that has a pattern link. So you start in like a 4 single crochet, and then you increase just a little tiny bit at a time, but you're supposed to leave a really long tail when you do your slip knot. So at the very end, you pull the tail through, and then it creates like this little indent in which you put the stem into. So it's just really clever how they do that. So the crocheting of these took me about an hour each. Well, more like 50 minutes each with like the blush and everything. Which I feel like is a long time for something of this size. I did use Big Twist Posh on these because I wanted like the really like vibrant colors, especially for like the reds. So I used Big Twist Posh and a, I think 5mm hook. So of course they don't come out super big, but I think that it's worth it for the colors. I mean, look at this orange. Look at that. It's not even coming across as neon as it is in person. But look, you can put 2 on your shoulders. Look at that. You can have a little Junimo gang. And they, of course, all have their magnets. So the reason that they don't have arms and legs and stems, I have all of their like little leafies done that I need to sew on. But I have a vlog coming out on Friday. Set your calendar, by the way. Friday, I've got a vlog. And I went shopping to all of the usual craft stores, including Joann's, multiple Joann's locations. By the way, spoiler alert, had to go to multiple. And I got home and I realized that I forgot to get Big Twist Posh in black. And I really wanted to use the Posh to do their arms and legs because they're just slip stitches with or it's a chain with slip stitch back, and like, see, you can kind of see like these little fluffs. This is Chenille Home Slim from Michaels, and I wanted something that wasn't like, I knew was not going to shed. So Big Twist Posh, I think in black is going to be the best option for their arms and legs, but I wanted to do this one and get them done just so that I can have a little showpiece to show you guys of one of them completed today. So all of these guys are going to remain limbless until I get that Big Twist Posh. So we'll let him sit here on my shoulder for the remainder of the video. You be good. Okay. Next, I'm gonna get the most exciting one out of the way. Okay. Also in my vlog on Friday, you're going to see that the reason I had to go to multiple Joann's, spoiler alert, is I had to find the white baby bear to finish this work in progress that I have had sitting for like 2 weeks. Okay, that's one of the reasons why I didn't post a weekly makes video last week, because I had so many unfinished whips. But you guys, she turned out so good. And this one is not getting sold. She took me way too long to sell. Like, I would have to put like a $500 price on this thing because she just took so long. I'm just gonna show you. Okay, she's huge too. She's literally the size of a toddler. From the game Animal Crossing, this is my favorite villager. This is going to be Tia. I'll show you right there. There's Tia. All right, got a good look at her? Here she is. Ah, it's Tia! She doesn't even fit in frame. Now, if you notice, she's naked, and that was on purpose. It's because I don't really care for the outfit that she wears. And I'm deciding like what outfit I want to put her in. So for right now, she just has her little flower body. She's an elephant that's inspired by a teacup. Oh my goodness, she's so cute and she's gigantic. I made a tail for her, but her tail got off and walked away because I can't find it anywhere, and I'm out of this blue. So, and the tip of her tail is blue. So right now she's shirtless and tailless, so I guess you can't consider her complete, but there she is. This is the first time I have ever used felt eyes. Actually, no, that's a lie. I did it for one other thing, but felt eyes and a mouth, and she has little lipstick. Mwah. I just freehand cut all of the felt. I could use my Cricut back there, but honestly, I can't be bothered with that. So, all of her little flowers, I could have sewed on, but I actually hot glued them on because I use like a little silicone finger nub, and I put the hot glue, you know, under, and then I use my finger nub and press it down because it like embeds it into the fibers. I don't really know how to explain that. Like, do you see how it's not like sticking up? With sewing, they tend to kind of still have a puffy appearance, and I wanted it to be like nice and flat because she's supposed to be like a painted china teapot. So yeah, looking at her front on, she looks a little goofy, and this eye is a little too close, but that's okay. She's turning her head just like in her picture. My husband said that her body looks like the body of the pig from Sing, of the mama pig from Sing. And now I can't see it. Look at her little pot belly. You know what? Don't make fun of her. The camera adds 10 pounds, okay? That booty. She kind of looks like she skipped arm day at the gym, but that's her design. And I love her. So she's going to sit in the background of my videos. By the way, we've got a different background today because there's a window right here, which is normally to my side when I film. And it was giving me some spooky lighting. So that's why I'm sitting this way. But she's going to sit on my yarn shelf in the background of all my videos. And I love her. I love her so, so much. She is gigantic and very huggable. So she's not going anywhere. Okay, next, let's stick with the Animal Crossing. So this is kind of a cheater one because I did not crochet this in the last 2 weeks. I just want to show it to you. This is another Animal Crossing villager. My Junimo is looking pretty sad. So this is going to be Stitches from Animal Crossing. So I actually made this for my daughter while I was pregnant with her. And I don't love the way that he turned out. So I think I'm going to remake her one and sell this one. My baby deserves perfection. So, okay, before I show this to you, there's a couple of changes that you're going to notice to this Stitches. So this Stitches is very vibrant. In fact, if you did him in a Big Twist Posh, they have perfect colors to get it like identical to what Stitches actually looks like. But I wanted to do a pastel Stitches. If you don't know me, then you might not know that I absolutely am a sucker for pastels. Love them. So I wanted to do him in pastel shades. I actually made this kind of toward the beginning of my amigurumi journey. Not like at the beginning, but it was before I started doing like markets and everything. Like I had just found out I was pregnant with my daughter. So this was like a little over a year ago. And you can tell that it's one of my earlier plushies, okay? So to get the colors, this was before I really knew about Sweet Snuggles Light. And I used the purple Sweet Snuggles Light on him and then the greens, but for his body and his shirt, I used Baby Bear from Big Twist. And if you don't know the difference between Baby Bear, which is like a 4-weight, and a Sweet Snuggles Light, which is like a 6-weight, they don't go together. And I used the same size hook on his entire body. So, okay, I'm just going to show you and stop yapping. Okay, so here's Stitches. And he is very, very cute. But he has holes. He's very holy because these greens and this purple was Sweet Snuggles Light, and then the orange and the white are Big Twist Baby Bear. And again, I did not switch the hook size. I mean, he doesn't look too bad. This, I remember, took me forever because I did stitch on each one of these stars. I had to hand make the stars and obviously hand stitch them on. And then for him too, I was too stingy to buy a crochet pattern. And so I just freehanded this. I just looked up like a teddy bear crochet pattern, and I can't even link it for you now because it was so long ago I don't remember what I used. But then I just modded it and just kind of figured out where to do the color changes. Obviously his arms were in different colors. And for his shirt as well, he's got like a little belly patch down there, which I actually did a color change for, which was pretty high tech for me at the time. And for this little purple patch here, again, I just freehanded it. I just modded the teddy bear pattern, and something about him just doesn't look right to me. I think it might be his muzzle is too, I don't know. I remember redoing his nose like 15 times. But overall, he's cute. Like, he's good enough for my daughter. Like, she would love this when she gets to the age that she's, like, into stuffed animals. It definitely, you can tell that it's Stitches from Animal Crossing. I'm sorry, it's inspired by Stitches from Animal Crossing. Different color, so it is not actually Stitches. And yeah, his little tail is very cute. I love the colors that I used on him, but if I'm going to make this again, I need to use all of the same. I can't use all of Big Twist Baby Bear because they don't have all of these colors. Like, I've got a lot of colors that I need for this. Also, I don't know if I would redo the embroidered stars with, like, crocheted embroidered stars. I might do, like, felt and glue them on. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see if that even happens if I end up making another one. It is very, very low on the priority list. So I've got too much market prepping to do for Comic-Con, and then just a couple weeks after that, I have the huge, like, 30,000 attendee Ren Fair. So not a priority to remake this, but there he is. I just wanted to show him off. It just, you come a long way when you practice crocheting every single day for multiple hours a day. So there he is. By the way, for Tia, there was a pattern. I will link it below. She has a ton of Animal Crossing villagers. I really want to make meringue next. I think that would be fun. And if I wanted to make something that I know would sell, I could probably do a cat, like, inspired by Raymond, because he's a very, very popular villager. But there is Tia and Stitches. Okay, next up, something that is just tiny. And I don't really love how this came out, so I only made one of them. So I decided to do a blue chicken from Stardew Valley to kind of go with the Junimo. So in Stardew Valley, you can get these chickens that are blue and have purple combs. Now, their actual combs in the game are a lot more of a vibrant purple. Like, they're literally this color, but I did not have this color at the time of making this. So that is what really it should look like. And I could probably even use the Big Twist Posh Blue to make it more vibrant, but I only did one of them. I have not purchased the Mabel chicken pattern. I refuse to. I just think it's too easy to get, like, to buy. I'm just really cheap too. So I just freehanded this, and I should have done more rounds in his body to make him a little bit bigger, but that's okay. He is different than the Mabel chicken too, because the Stardew Valley blue chickens have this little curly whirly on their tail. So that was easy to modify. I just chained and then single crocheted back down the chain. By the way, I do have a tutorial on my channel of how to make these, but not this version. Hang on. The keychain version. So these are little pocket blue chickens from Stardew Valley. So you can be reminded that you should be slaving away on your farm instead of working your 9-to-5 job. So I've got 10 blue Stardew Valley pocket chicken keychains, and there is a tutorial on how to make these on my channel. Again, I wish I had that Big Twist Posh color. I think that they would have just made these all the better, but that's okay. I'm content with how these turned out. So these are just keychains of chickens. They're not that exciting, but made 10 of these. So this is a game that I do not play. It's League of Legends. And if you watched my last vlog from last week, I was talking about getting some white fur to make these little poro guys, these little creatures. I don't know what they are, what they do, but apparently they're a very, very popular character. So I was not able to find any white fur at any of the Michaels that I have gone to recently. So what I ended up doing was getting what's it called? I think it's a Burnout brand. It's the Baby Snuggle. It's this. I don't know. I can't think of the name of this yarn, but I ended up getting this to create that fuzzy appearance of them. So I made a poro. Actually, I made 1, 2, 3 poros. And this is a really easy pattern. They're essentially just a ball with 4 baubles for the feet. And then you do have to make the horns separately and sew them on. There is probably a way to make that a no-sew and do baubles, but I liked how they're not really pointy, but you know, they're cone shaped. And then instead of crocheting the tongue, I got some foam and just cut the foam out and then glued that in. I assume, like, I don't like using safety eyes or glue on products if, like, I know that the likelihood of a child getting it is very high. But since this is a League of Legends character, I figured that most of the customers for these would be adults. Even if I wanted to play League of Legends, I doubt I would have been allowed to. Like, I wasn't even allowed to watch, like, Austin Powers until I was, like, 15. So, I don't think a lot of kids will know, like, what this is. I mean, maybe they'll just see it and think it's cute and want it, in which case, maybe. But, I would like to do more of these because, like I said, they're not too difficult. They take me, like, 45 minutes each. So I did have to double up whatever this yarn is. I did 2 strands on a 6mm hook, question mark. I should have written it down because I knew I was going to do more. So yeah, I'll link the pattern to this down below as well. I think that these will be a good seller for Joey barking. I think that these will be a good seller for Comic-Con. These are not video game related, but I did do 3 Leggy frogs just randomly. I was too lazy to get up to get my stuffing, and these are really easy to make the carcasses of and not have to stuff them. So I had my green Mythical sitting right there, so I just did these. I don't know if my tension is too tight or what, but my legs and arms always like spiral. There is hair all over these, my goodness. I'm a disaster. I gotta get my lint roller out for these guys. But yeah, I did 3 of them. I just made the bodies and then went back later and stuffed them and sewed them off. So random, but 3 leggy frogs. Okay, for this next one, if you know what this is, we can be friends. Well, we can be friends regardless. But here's what I want you to do. I'm going to hold up this plushie. He's a little guy, okay? I'm going to hold him up, and I want you to get your fingers ready because I want you to type in the comments. I will give you 10 seconds. If you know what this is, type it in the comments, okay? Are you ready? This is so niche. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Go. Type it in the comments. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we'll see how many comments I have coming in of people who know what this is. It kind of looks like a naked mole rat. This is from the very, very niche game that maybe a lot of people played in the 90s, and I still do play, is Neopets. Did you forget about your Neopets? Are they starving right now? I still play Neopets. This is a Meepit. This is what a Meepit looks like, and this is my crochet Meepit. I think I did a pretty good job. This is going to be a one-off thing because it took me like an hour to do, and like I said, it's so niche. Like, the right person will come by and say, oh my gosh, that's a Meepit, I need to have it. How cute would it be if I put a magnet in him too, and he can evilly plot schemes on your shoulder. Meepits are secretly evil, by the way. That's like their whole gimmick, is that they look really cute and they look kind of like little hamster things, but they're actually evil and plotting to take over the world. So there he is. The way that you do this is interesting. It's a free pattern that I found on a Neopets crochet Reddit. But you do his head and then you stop, and then you do a magic ring, and then you build out his body, and then you like crochet his head. It's very interesting how it's done, but the shape of him turned out pretty good. And he's got his little arms going, ha 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 ha, and his little thumpy feet. I'm really, really curious how many people knew that this was a Meepit from Neopets. But there's my little Meepit. So while I had this color out, I decided to do a little critter inspired by Kirby. So there is my little Kirby. I actually did 10 of these guys. I'm not going to show you all of them because it's just 10 of the same thing. But 10 little Kirby's. I decided to use the kawaii eyes on him. And this was the very, very first time I ever used actual blush, like makeup blush, on a plushie, which was very nerve-wracking. But I figured since he's already pink, if I did mess up on my first go around, it wouldn't be the end of the world because he's still pink. So he turned out pretty good, if I do say so myself. Looks very cute with the kawaii eyes and with the blush. I mean, this is easy. It's literally just a ball with 4 baubles. You do have to do a color change for this, for the feet. But, I mean, if I did this on a smaller scale, this would be a cute little keychain too. And remember, this isn't a Kirby. This is a Flurby. Because we're not messing with the copyrighted stuff and trademark stuff, right? So there's my little Flurby guy. I would have liked to do like an O mouth, but I found that whenever I do O mouths on things, they don't sell as well as the smiles. Like I use my ghost that I did for last fall's markets. The ghost that had like the ooh face did not sell until very last, where all the smile ones sold first. And Kirby's thing / Flurby's thing is to kind of like suck things in and become like the shape of that object, whatever he sucks in, and he just eats a lot. So I was gonna do the O mouth on him, but I was like, you can't go wrong with the cute little smile. So all 10 of them got cute little smiles. Okay, couple more things to show you. So when I was a middle schooler, back in the Wii era, who remembers the Nintendo Wii? I loved to play the game Super Mario Galaxy. In fact, I have my original copy of Super Mario Galaxy sitting right there up on my shelf above my desk. And my favorite princess in the Super Mario world is Princess Rosalina. I love her colored dress and everything. She's just so pretty. And she's a tall gal too. A woman after my own heart. So loved Rosalina. And in Super Mario Galaxy and like the Rosalina franchise, she has these little star creatures that are like her children, and they're called Lumas. And so I wanted to do a character inspired by a Luma. So I found this pattern on Etsy, and it was really cheap too. And I did a Luma, a little star guy. So I used the Bernat baby blanket in sparkle yellow for him. I mean, there's a lot of light coming out of this window, so you're not going to get a real good sparkle effect on him. And all of the stitches on everything that I've shown look super duper defined too because of how harsh the light is right now. But I absolutely love his little legs. And his hips too. I used Sweet Snuggles, Chenille Home Slim to do the eyes because I needed a nice thick black. So he's got the little curly whirly, his little hair tuft up top. So I was so happy with the way that he turned out that I decided that I wanted to do another Luma, but this time inspired by the Super Mario movie. You know, the little Luma in the cage who's like, we're all gonna die. So I used another color that I had of the Burnout Baby Blanket Sparkle, and I did one of these guys. And this one is a little different because he has a mouth. Like the regular Super Mario Galaxy Luma, they don't have mouths, but this one talks. So he has a mouth, and then he also has two little hair tufts at the top, which I just freehanded. But I mean, same body shape and everything. And I didn't put the little white glistening in his eyes because this is a character that you would feel like has no soul in his eyes. You know what I mean? So I didn't do the white in there, but I just thought, like, how cool would it be for somebody to come to the con, like, dressed up, cosplaying as Rosalina, and then be carrying this around, her little Luma? How cute would that be? Oh my gosh. I might need to make another one of these for me because I love it so much, just for, like, the back, you know, my shelf, my yarn shelf. So I was using Burnout on these, like I said. Look, tell me. Do my forearms look buff to you? Do they look buff? Because I'll tell you what, working with this Burnout blanket with like a size 8 hook, whoo, they were on fire, man. They were on fire. But they both turned out very cute, and I stuffed them real nice too. Like they're firm. They're good to like cuddle because I wanted them to keep their shape. So there are my Lumas. We're almost done. I have one last thing to show you. The grand finale. The biggest thing of them all. Actually, no. I think Tia might be bigger than this thing. You have probably seen this pattern before. If you're in the world of nerd plushies. This is a ditto from the game Pokemon. There's what a ditto looks like. And there's my ditto. He's just a big blob. And the concept of ditto is that he can morph into any other creature, any other Pokemon. I love his big, goofy mouth. His mouth, you know. And on him, I used Burnout Baby Blanket. And this one was way softer than the Sparkle. So I did not have any issues with, like, how hard it was on my arms with this one, but I think I used a hook size that was too big, so I actually used 8mm hook, or no, I'm sorry, 7mm hook on both the Lumas and this guy. But because this was like the newer formula and much softer, I think it was thinner because I do have some little itty bitty holes. So I'm gonna make another one of these and size down on my hook. He ate a lot of stuffing. He ate like half a box of the 5-pound box of stuffing, but I really wanted to make sure that it was like spread out and not like lumpy in one spot. He is, oh my gosh, so huggable. Somebody is going to absolutely love hugging this guy. This is a free pattern, believe it or not, and I was concerned about how they were going to do the little like ghost feet part. But how they did it was you made 3 magic circles with a couple rows of increases, and then you put them all together. And I don't know why, but I could not for the life of me comprehend how to attach these 3 pieces. I don't know why I couldn't though. And so I ended up having to attach to, and then you're supposed to like attach it and then crochet around and then attach another one. But every time I tried to do that, excuse me, for some reason, like one of my pieces would be like upside down. I don't know. So I ended up just attaching 2 and then cutting off the yarn and then attaching the other 2. But then I was like, oh shoot, like my stitches are off now because the instructions are to attach them while you're crocheting around pieces. So then I had to go back and like single crochet just sections of this piece. But anyways, it turned out to be okay. I ended up getting the right stitch count for what I needed to do the foundation of this guy. But he took a lot longer than he should have because I was really on the struggle bus with that one. And his arms, if you notice, are 2 different sizes, which is on purpose, which I really appreciate because I normally have to make limbs 3 times. You know how it is. You're a crocheter. You know you got to do limbs and ears 3 times because one of them is not like the other. So it was nice having the leeway, like knowing that one of his arms were bigger than the other, that I could like not have to worry about counting over and over to make sure that they were the right size. So he's supposed to kind of look like he's like melting. And I think that he's going to go to a really good home where somebody will just love to like put this on their bed and just snuggle them. This one is by Zero Gravity Crochet, who is really well known in the crochet community, sells a ton of patterns on Etsy, and I think that this might be one of her most popular patterns, and that is a mermaid dragon. A little weird, a little funky, but I love it. So I use that teal color on the tail, and do you see how nice and defined those stitches are and how bright the color is? Like, I could not get that from using Sweet Snuggles Light because it's not dense enough. So that is what I love about the Parfait plush. And the pattern itself was easy to follow. And honestly, for as many parts as this looks, like when I was looking at this, I was like, that's going to take me forever. This is going to involve a lot of sewing. For it looking this complicated, it actually wasn't that bad. The little tail fins are actually crocheted into the main body piece. So really you have to make the wings, the arms, and sew those on. But then the ears are crocheted in. And to be honest with you, I don't prefer surface crocheting. I would have rather just made the ears separately and then sewed them on. That is just me personally. But it did not take that long, honestly, and it is a good size. I think I would have liked it to be a little bit bigger for the amount of time that I spent on it. I'd say probably hour and a half, maybe 2 hours total with like referencing the pattern and pictures and all of that stuff. I did come across a problem. I don't know if it was just me in the arm section of the pattern where my count was off for whatever reason. And I know that there's a joke that I don't count stitches, but I was counting the stitches and it was not lining up to what the pattern said. So I don't know if that was a me problem or if it was a mistake in the pattern. You'll have to get the pattern, I guess, if you want to, and let me know. But I wanted to point out for the eyes on this guy, I tried a different technique with hand painting eyes. So I do paint a lot of my safety eyes because sometimes I like a more fun color or glitter or something that does not come with the discs that come with the safety eyes. But I did something a little bit different, and I don't know if you can even see it on camera with the light here. Okay, there you go. You can kind of see it. So I did paint the back of the eye with some black glitter and then a color shifting teal on the back. And then I have this, what it's called dragon glaze, and it is in the paint section at Walmart. Let me turn the light back on. Woo! Was there a ghost in the room for a second there? Nope, it was just me. It's called Dragon Glaze, and it's in the paint section, and I thought that it was going to be more like the color shift paint where it was like a solid color but, you know, shifted, and I opened it and it was actually just almost like a Mod Podge with glitter in it that was supposed to shift from like green to blue. So I was like, obviously that's not going to show up on the back of these eyes that I already painted, so I took a leap of faith and I decided to paint the outside of the eyes with this glaze. And I feel like my execution could have been a little bit better. It's a little bit uneven, like the strokiness, because it was my first time using this. I was not sure how streaky it would be, and also like how densely packed the glitter would be. So if I do this method again where I actually paint over the eye with this glaze, I will do a much, much thinner coat and also take time to even it out, because it does make it so that it's kind of hard to see what is happening behind that glaze. And I don't know if it's coming off appropriately on camera. Honestly, it looks good on camera. It looks better on camera than it does in person. But it is what it is. They were already painted and the eyes were good for this little guy. So that is my little dragon mermaid. Oh, I did decide to forego the horns. One, because I was crunched for time because I needed to sit down and record this video and also partake in birthday festivities. But also I just felt like with the tail and the wings, there was enough happening. He didn't need the horns. So maybe he's like a baby dragon before he gets his horns. How does dragon biology work? I don't know. But for whatever reason, he doesn't have horns. So all of the patterns that you guys sent me this week, with the exception of one, were like multiple hour projects. And that makes sense if it's been sitting in your cart or on your wish list for a while, you haven't gotten around to making it for, you know, the time aspect. Yeah, I totally understand that because all of these took a while, except for this one. And this is a little clownfish pattern. I don't remember who it's by, but I'm going to link all of these patterns in the description box as I always do. So this is just a little clownfish. And honestly, this one was great until it got to the fins. And I still hate how the tail fin looks. And then you were supposed to do like a black border on the little side fins and the top fin as well, but I didn't want to deal with color changes. And this is another instance where it told you to crochet to the body, and I would have rather worked backwards and then just sewed them on, because it is very, very difficult to do a color change and hide your yarn with plush yarn that sheds when you have a flat little bit like this. So I would have much rather just closed up the back of the fish, made the fins starting at the black and then tapered down and then sewed it to the body. Maybe that's just me in a personal opinion. It probably is. I might be in the minority here with it, but other than doing those little things, I mean, the pattern itself is easy. I mean, it's just pretty much a ball with just a tiny bit of a point at the front. The pattern was really easy to read. It was just all black and white. There were a couple of pictures, which is helpful, but there weren't too many like flourishes or anything on the pattern that were distracting. It was really simple, easy to make. Every time I have seen somebody here on YouTube, another creator, say that they made a clownfish and took it to a market, it sold. So hopefully that is the case with this little Nemo guy too. Oh wait, no, it's not Nemo because he has the two of the same fin sizes. This is Merlin. That's his dad's name, right? Hopefully Merlin here will sell at market. I don't know what kind of price I'm going to put on him because it didn't take very long. Maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Probably closer to the hour side with all of the fins that I had to try to figure out and use a needle and weave in the ends. For this one though, I did use Elise Voluto yarn. So all three of these colors is Elise Voluto, which is one of my favorite yarns. And you know what? Let me grab this new Parfait color. So this is a more neon orange, and then this is that carrot color in the new plush. So you can see that this one is a little bit more of a burnt orange, and this one actually would have been good to use for the fish too. I don't know why I didn't use this for the fish. Oh, you know what I used this on? Last week, I showed you guys some little pumpkin buddies. That is what I used this on. And a lot of you guys said that I needed to make a few more of those. So in the near future, you're going to see some more little pumpkin buddies made with this beautiful carrot color Parfait plush. Man, I tell you, sometimes life is a tornado and I'm just the cow spinning around in it for cinematic effect. That is how it feels sometimes. This week was a whirlwind. So in addition to building the site and doing all of this crochet stuff, I also wrote a pattern for this little bat. Her name is Matilda the Bat. The new pattern is up on my website. And this little bat I created because my next market coming up in September is a fall festival for my hometown. And there I plan on selling, like having just a little section. I'm not going to go crazy with the holiday stuff, but having a small section of pumpkin buddies or pumpkin pals, little bats, candy corn buddies, and ghosts. Forgot it for a second. but I wanted to create a little bat pattern that was super quick, because when I do categories like this at market, I like to have one sign for all of them instead of overwhelming people by, you know, looking at a bunch of different prices. I like just putting all of the prices on one sign, and if I can make them all the same price, that is better. Occasionally I'll say like sea turtles and land turtles, you know, $18 and $12 or whatever the price is. So I wanted to make a bat pattern because I was not able to find one that I really loved that was quick enough that I could compare the price of this to a pumpkin buddy or a little ghost. Those only take me like 25 minutes. So in walks Matilda the bat. She only takes 20 to 25 minutes, about the time as all of those other things. So I created her. I don't know what to say about her. She's just cute. She's just this little bat. I did decide to make her in this Premier Chenille Brights Periwinkle for my pictures for the pattern, because I was going to use black because obviously it's a bat. Should be in black, you know. But you can't see the stitches with black yarn, so that's why I went with this dusky color. I thought that it was still appropriate for a bat. Oh, by the way, side note, on my website, I'm now selling apparel, and I actually illustrated the little pumpkin, ghost, bat, and candy corn buddies that I drew for my price sign. And that is actually on a shirt that says, "Hey Boo Thing," that you can purchase if you want to wear it during the autumnal season. This little guy turned out a little bit too small, and it was quick. It only took me like 15 minutes, but in comparison, like size comparison to those other products that I mentioned in the same category, this was a little bit too small and it looked a little weird. I did not spend a ton of time on the embroidery, as you can tell. It just looks like a bunch of white lines, but this is going to get like a $2 price on it and thrown in the clearance bin. This was just kind of a prototype tester, but then I decided to do it in the normal Matilda pattern. So this was the first time I actually tried that pattern that I had written, and I did it in this Parfait Chunky pom-pom, because instead of just doing a standard black bat, I thought that it was fun to do the pom-pom and give a little like rave vibe to him. Of course, I gave him white eyes, but on the black, the little teeth look a little weird, especially with the white eyes. But if I had used black eyes, the black eyes wouldn't have shown up. But with the teeth and the white eyes, it just kind of looks like, I don't know, like a skull or something. I don't know what's happening. But I did do this, and I was happy with how the actual design was, how wide the wingspan was, the time that it took me. So then I was like, could I go a little bit bigger without going too big? So then I decided to use that new evergreen color in the new Parfait Plush, and I decided to add an extra round to the wingspan, and this one turned out a little bit too big. So I decided to go back to my original plan, and I did one last one in the hot pink in the standard Matilda pattern. So here are 3 different yarns with the size that they come out to. So this is the new Parfait Plush in the hot pink. This is the Parfait Chunky. So there you can see the difference of the two worked up. The plush is much bigger. And then this is the Chenille Bright. So all of these are Premier yarns just coincidentally, but actually the colors go really well together, don't they? Because this periwinkle and the hot pink is in this pom-pom. So they all look so nice together. Look at that little family. So yeah, Matilda the Bat pattern is available now on Etsy and on my website, but it's cheaper on my website, so I recommend getting it there. Okay, back to showing you what I crocheted this week that you guys sent me. So this was a pattern that I've actually never seen before, but a few people sent it to me. I think there's fluff flying around. If you see little things flying around, it is fluff. But anyways, a couple people sent this to me, 2 or 3 people. So it is that time of the year for spooky season. Actually, this is a good transition from the bat. So this is
a two-catted cat. I was going to say a two-headed cat, but it has more than just two heads. It's two cats that are sewn together, but wait till you see the back of them. How cute is that? Their tails are supposed to be a heart, but I sewed the crap out of these, and I was not able to get the nice little heart point. It is heart-like. It looks more like a yin-yang, actually. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. That actually looks better on camera. For the sewn bits, I used Big Twist Posh Rip in this lime color, and then this purple color, which I believe is called Smoothie Bowl, which is a weird name, but we don't speak ill of the dead. Because I use these colors because they kind of gave like Beetlejuice vibes, you know, with the purple and the lime green. I just felt like they were very Halloween-y. Teehee. And then for these beautiful little kitties, I hand painted the eyes. So on the white one, I did these blue foiled eyes with some blush, of course. And then on the black kitty, I did these green foil color shift eyes. No blush, because you couldn't see it on the black cat. So this plushie took a long time, and you might have noticed just based on looking at it, because you're essentially making two plushies. Plus, you do make the body working in the round, but with all of the color changing back and forth between the black and the white, it did take a long time. And I prefer to cut and tie instead of carrying my yarn, because when I carry my yarn, it tends to like pinch on either side of the plushie. So cutting and tying took a while, but I do dare say that this might be one of my favorite things that I've made, just because it's so unique. You know, like, it's fun. It's creepy, but in a cute way, a little unsettling, but also in a cute way. So this one is actually available on my website, along with, I think, pretty much everything else that I made this week. All of these are going to be available. I do know of a beautiful goth girl who probably has her eye on this, because this is creepy and it's cat, so it's right up your alley, Jillian. We should give them a name, or names. Salt and Pepper, and then together they are Paprika. Remember the tea, the gossip in Blue's Clues when Salt and Pepper had a baby and we were all like, they had a baby? They did the horizontal tango and they got Paprika? Maybe together they are Paprika. As for the pattern itself, it was easy to follow. I do have, if I were to make this again, there are some things that I would do differently. First and foremost, I don't love the way that the ears look. This is totally personal preference though. There's nothing wrong with the pattern. The ears are a little bit too pointy and narrow for my personal liking. I would have preferred them to be a little bit wider and shorter. Or maybe just on one of them, you can do it wider and shorter to make them two like completely different cat breeds. So that's one thing. Also, I did have to shorten the arms. The arms already almost go all the way down to the feet, and I still had 3 more rows to go before I got to the actual end of the pattern for the arms. So I cut those out, and I'm happy that I did, because if I had gone those extra 3 rows, she would have been looking like Slender Man, or, you know, just having her arms hanging on the ground. And I don't think that would have been a super cute look. So I am happy that I cut those rounds out. But other than that, pattern was easy. It just did take a long time. So there they are, going to market. And if they don't sell on the website, hopefully they'll sell at my fall festival market. That's a very niche plushie. So that definitely needs the right buyer. So the next thing that I made was actually one of the most highly requested that were sent to me. I think like 6 or 7 people sent me this pattern. So you might have had your eye on it as well. And this is the Luna the Moth pattern. And I personally don't really see the hype. I mean, she is cute, don't get me wrong, but kind of the same concept of the Woobles, where it's just a sphere. It's spherical, But if you are into that like squishmallow aesthetic, then this is probably something that really speaks your name. This one actually took me a lot longer than you would think. So like on this one, I thought that it was going to take me a long time, but it didn't take me that long. This one had the opposite effect because you have to make the wings. The body itself is a lot of stitches. I want to say where there were like 40 stitches in the actual body itself. So it took a while. So I did not have any large oval eyes. I only have little itty bitty ones, and I wanted it to look as much like the actual listing photo as possible. So I just freehand cut some felt, and then as you can tell, they are sparkly. So I took some sparkly paint, like just acrylic paint, painted over it, and then I took a little bit of cream with a detail brush and did these little stars in the eyes because she's a Luna moth. So I thought that it was celestial, I guess you could call her, with the sparkles in her eyes. So for the colors, I really rocked my brain with the colors on this one, my friends, because I really wanted to make her collar fur. I have so many amazing skeins of the Big Twist faux fur from Joann's that we can obviously no longer get. And so I've been hesitant to use it, but it's just sitting down there. You can kind of see it down there. And I want to use it on things. So I pulled out this colorway. I want to say it was called Cotton Candy. And I was trying to pick colors that went well with it. And these are all pastels, blues, pinks, purples. And I was like, I don't really want to go too bright on this Luna moth because she's meant to be like a nighttime creature. So I decided along the lines with the bat on using the chenille brights in the periwinkle color because it's kind of a dusky color. And then with that, I paired this Burnout Mystical. Don't know what this color is called, but it's purple and it's really pretty. And then this dark purple is Elise Voluto. So I thought that the blues and purples combined really nicely with this fur, but it was cute and colorful, but also dusky. Am I making any sense? I hope that I am. You're a smart cookie. You know what I'm saying. Oh, did I even show you the back of her? There's the back of her. I do absolutely love the wing shape down below here. I do have a little bit of an issue with how the wings turned out though, because you crochet it starting at the tip of the wing in the round all the way out and then come back in. But because I don't know if it's just this yarn maybe, or if there's too many stitches or what is happening, but you can see this doming that we have going on, and it doesn't really, the wing doesn't really sit properly. Maybe I could tack it up a little bit right there. But I feel like if a little kid gets this, they want the possibility of the wings flapping. So if I were to tack it, then that would take that away. Either way, the pattern was easy to follow. It is very squishable for sure. Oh, also you have to make 6 little legs. I was highly contemplating just chaining and slip stitching little legs, but I was like, nope. For the people, for you who wanted me to test this pattern, I will make the individual legs. But this pattern was very cut and dry, all in black and white. Great if you need it to be printer friendly, but not very fun or aesthetic to look at. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, just as somebody who likes aesthetics and appreciates that, and I try to put some little aesthetics into my own personal patterns. I do appreciate it when creators do take the time to theme their pattern to the specific creature, which actually brings me great segue into the next one that I have to show you, which the creator did that perfectly. So this has to be my favorite make of the week, and I think it might be a lot of your guys's too. So this was actually a pattern that multiple people sent to me, but I have also had on my Save for Later on Etsy. This pattern is by M's Cozy Critters, something like that. I I'll link it for you in the description box. I believe she's Australian, but this pattern I've had sitting in my save for later, and the reason I had not personally gotten around to purchasing it was because it looked like it was going to take a really long time because there were a lot of little parts, and it did not take that long. And if it did take that long, I don't even care because I had a lot of fun making it, and it is so cute. So may I present to you Picasso, the pig, the art pig. And as an artist myself, he called to me. How cute is this? So I made the head first, and I put the eyes in and I sewed the snout on, and he didn't even have a body. He was just a disembodied head. And I was like, already, I love the shape of this pig. It is so stinking cute. Also, the pattern is so fun to look at because she definitely used like Canva, which is the program that I use to design my patterns, and like color coordinated things and put little clip arts in. I love that when patterns are fun to read. I also appreciate it when there's like a printer friendly version as well in case I ever did want to print it. But as somebody who normally uses digital patterns, it's so much fun. It's like a party in a pattern. So definitely the award for the best written and beautiful pattern this week goes to this pattern. But this is a rare occasion where I feel like I think my Picasso, my thing that I crocheted, actually turned out cuter than the photos on the listing. Don't get me wrong, the listing photo is so cute. Obviously a lot of you guys thought so as well because you kept sending me this pattern, but for whatever reason, I think it's the colors that I chose that I like better, because in hers, she did a spot on the head, and I forwent the spot, and I think that that was the right choice because the spot kind of takes away from the little paint splotches on his overalls and his easel and his little raspberry beret, the kind you get from a pig at the store. So I did not do the spot, and there is actually two spots in the pattern, one with the spot and one without. So I will say though that I did cheat a little bit because in the pattern it's written where you're supposed to color change for the ink splotches, but I decided just to save myself a little bit of time, I would just embroider them, and I really don't mind embroidering. In fact, I find it very relaxing and peaceful, so I went ahead and embroidered the spots. Look at the little tail, it's so cute. So the colors that I use for him is the Premier Chenille Brights in this blush color. The red is Elise Voluto, and as I was saying at the beginning of the video, this is a color that's very similar to the Premier Poppy color, which you're now going to be able to get in the Parfait Plush, which is excellent if you don't want to buy the Elise Voluto from overseas, since that is the only yarn that I have found in the 6 weight that is this bright, vibrant red. And then for the hooves, this is also Elise Voluto yarn in a brown color. Don't ask me the color number, I'll just make one up. So I did paint the eyes on him. I thought that the green just would look really pretty, and this is actually color shifting paint that I picked up at Walmart. By the way, I know a lot of you guys always ask me, can I do a tutorial on painting eyes? And to that I say no, because all I do is take the eye and take a brush and take my paint and then slap some paint on and let it dry. It's nothing fancy. I do not do like the glitter and resin method. If I do glitter, I just use glitter paint so that it dries, and then I'll back it with another color once the first layer is dried. So there are plenty of free tutorials here on YouTube if you're interested in getting into painting safety eyes. Do not trust me, I am not an expert, I just play one on TV. So there is my Picasso. He is also going to be available for purchase on the website, but to be honest with you, if he does not sell, I don't know that I'm going to take him to market. I think he might just stay here with me for a while because I love him so much. Or if he does sell, I'll probably make another one. Maybe do some different colors. I don't know. I decided on the raspberry beret because I felt like it just went with his little paint splotches, but it would be really pretty to do a pastel Picasso. If you know me, you know that I love the pastels. So that might be next up. Oh, also in the pattern, she says to sew the little palette between both of the hooves, but I thought it was cute with just the one. And I was contemplating potentially making him a little paintbrush to go in this hoof, but I don't want to spend any more time on it. It's cute enough as it is. This has been a month in the making, so I don't know what I actually did first, second, third, just, you know, and not that it matters anyways, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. I'm going to remember as much as I possibly can, but I was very loopy on anesthesia when I made a lot of these. So I'm going to try my best to remember like what yarns I used and all of that jazz. So the first thing that I'm going to show you today is this little cookie mouse. Now, I know that a lot of you guys who are here and a part of the Homebody family also follow Robin at Notting Hook Crochet, so you guys have probably seen this mouse a million times, and there is a good reason. He is adorable. This is Nibbles the Cookie Mouse. That is Nibbles with B's and not P's, although maybe there's a market for that too, Robin. Maybe capitalize on that little modification. But anyway, so this mouse is inspired by If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, you know, like children's book. And so that's why he has a little cookie. I decided to go classic mouse colors with the gray and the denim. This is Chenille Bright's denim overalls, and it's been a hot minute since I've read the book, and I think that his overalls are a lighter blue, but I don't know, I thought that with this light gray the dark blue looked a little bit better. I will say that I did cheat on the cookie. You can see the back of my embroidery there because you're supposed to make 2 pieces of the cookie and then crochet them together or sew them together. I'm not actually sure. And then embroider the little chocolate chips just on the top. But I made the little cookie and I lost yarn chicken and was not going to have enough to do the back of the cookie. So it's just, there's just like some chocolate chunks back there, you know? And personally, I'm a chocolate chunk kind of gal. I'm a chunky gal, as it were. I use all Chenille Basics Brights for this from Premier. Reminder, by the way, if you want to take advantage of Premier's amazing yarn lines, use that affiliate code in the description. Not the code, the link. There's a link. Just click on that and then do all your shopping, and then I earn a small commission from your purchase, and it doesn't cost you any more money. So anytime you hear me mention Premier yarns here, that's where I get it. And actually, they were having a like Black Friday, Cyber Monday sale, and it was 20% off everything. And I don't know if that's still going on, but it's worth checking. Click on that link in the description box and see if they're still having that going on. And hopefully if they do, they have stock of stuff, because by the time I got around to it on this past Monday after Thanksgiving, they were already sold out of like half the colors of the Parfait plush, the Chenille Brights. They did have quite a few of the tie-dyes still left, so I stocked up. And you guys should see my office right now. I just have boxes everywhere of yarn that I have not unpacked because we're moving into the shed in a couple of days here. So I don't know. You can tell like nothing much has changed in my background here, but outside the shed, the she shed, the new studio office has been delivered, and Ryan and I have been working away at getting it situated for moving everything over. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We got to put flooring down, we need to paint, I'm working on wallpaper currently, we need to get the electrician out here. They're supposed to call back today, but they didn't, to schedule them to come out to actually hook the shed up to electricity. So because it gets dark at like 4 p.m. now, we have not been able to work at nights, so it's a whole big thing. Anyways, that was a major tangent, but I'm back, baby, with tangents bigger than ever. Cookie Mouse, Nibbles, very quick pattern, and Robin always says that these sell really well. I've only ever made one. and it's sold on the website. So tomorrow at the market that I'm going to, we'll see if it sells on the first thing, the first debut. And I know Robin's also doing the little book buddies where she's making the crochet critters that go along with the books. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy if you give a mouse a cookie, so I can't include that, but I mean, it's cute enough, like, as it is on its own. Oh yeah, also I did embroider eyes just because I figured with something like this that's small and based on a children's book character, most likely it's going to be purchased for a little youngin', a little child. So I did embroidered eyes so that we don't have to worry about the safety eyes popping out and then getting digested. So one Cookie Mouse. I have a body bag here that is completely empty that we're just going to be throwing these in, and we're going to see if we can fill up an entire body bag with my 100 plushies. Oh, by the way, I did calculate, and all of these plushies that I'm showing you today total about $1,300. So over the past few weeks, we've got $1,350-ish more in inventory than what we had before. Okay, the next thing that I'll show you, let's do these guys. Okay, so you guys know K-pop Demon Hunters, right? I mean, who doesn't know K-pop Demon Hunters? Well, this is Little Derpy Tiger. So this is a character in the Netflix film K-pop Demon Hunters, and that movie has taken the world by a storm, and so many people are coming. Oh, my hair tendril just fell. Did we see that? I'm holding everything together today with crochet hooks. You know what? If that isn't the moral of my life in general, there we go. Anyways, so many people have been coming out with patterns inspired by this movie because chances are they're going to sell well because it's such a popular movie with kids and adults and teenagers and alike. I don't know anybody who has seen it who does not like it. I mean, I love the music. I listen to the music all the time. In terms of the actual movie, I'm like, I've seen it thrice at this point. Celeste and I jam out to the music all the time. Actually, on my YouTube recap for the year, my top 5 songs, number 1 was Soda Pop, number 2 was Golden, and then it was just the rest of the music from that movie for all of 2025. So that tells you something. Anywho, all of this to say that this character I think is going to sell so well at markets. This is a pattern by Green Frog Crochet, and I will say that this pattern was a nightmare. Not the way that it was written. It was written really well. I use her patterns for a lot of things, and I really like the way that she writes her patterns. Oop, there's a little fluff flying in front of the camera. They're concise, they're clear, they're formatted in a way that's very easy to read, so I do highly recommend Green Frog Crochet's patterns. However, this one, I was trying to trust the process, and I hated the way that it turned out. Yes, it's cute enough. Yes, it looks like the Derpy Tiger, like in a loaf cap format. However, this thing took me like 2 hours. It took so long, and I don't really know why that is. Do I have lipstick on my teeth? I swear, every single time I sit down to film, I gotta check. Oh, my tendril's falling again. We'll just leave it. This is kind of like some sort of anime hairstyle, yeah? Anyways, the color changes across the back, on the sides, the color changes for the eyes, and then all of the embroidery work. You have to make the tail separately. It was just not fun to make, in my opinion. And this is interesting how it's made too, because normally with a loaf cat, you start at the front, right? And then you work your way back in like a tube. This started at the top. You started in a chain and then worked around the chain to form like a big oval and then worked down from that. But the problem for me anyways, and I feel like most of us have this problem, especially with the plushie yarn, when you're working into the back side of a chain with amigurumi, there's always holes. There's always gaps. So I had to go back and sew it up. Also, I was using the invisible color change method, you know, where you start the stitch, like you do half the stitch in the new, or the old color, and then you color change to pull through to color change for the next stitch. That's what I was doing, and I don't know why this looks like scrambled. I don't know why it looks like that, but I mean, it's kind of cool looking, so I didn't embroider over it. I thought that it was kind of funky. It is no-sew. For the ears, they're just crocheted on. And then for the nose, the muzzle, you go through and surface crochet bobble stitches. No, I'm sorry. I did that on mine. We'll get there. The bobbles you do in the round as you're working before color changing to the white to do the bottom. And then the tongue you surface crochet. And then of course the embroidery, as you can tell, is a lot, and then you sew the tail on. So this took a long time, but knowing or thinking anyways that it would sell really well, I wanted to make another one, but I was like, can I freehand this and make it easier? And the answer is yes. Oh, I used orange glitter discs for this. I know people on Etsy are selling Derpy Tiger like custom safety eyes with resin, like hand painted ones like I do from the website. But this is all I had on hand, and I really didn't want to hand paint eyes. Wasn't in the mood to do that during recovery. I just wanted to sit in my little chair in the living room and binge watch Desperate Housewives and crochet. So anyways, one Derpy Tiger. That took forever. So this is the Derpy Tiger that I came up with. And you guys are going to have to let me know. Do you want me to write up a pattern for this? So essentially what I did was I used my loaf cap pattern, which I do not have a written pattern for. I just have it on an index card that I use, or I really have it memorized, to be honest. But I used just my loaf cap pattern, and then I used the same tail from No, I didn't. I was contemplating using the same tail from Green Frog Crochet, but it's a lot thicker. So, I mean, it's not difficult to figure out. It's just like 5 in the round with black, and then you color change to blue and then embroider some stripes, you know? It's not, what's the word? Proprietary, really. So similar tail to the Green Frog Crochet pattern, just different quantity of stitches and a little bit longer. And then I did not do any color changes in the body. I just embroidered. And I feel like you're one of two people as a crocheter. Either you would rather color change or you would rather sew and embroider. I am the type of person who would rather sew and embroider than do color changes. So that is what I did for this. And again, it could have been a me issue with this one, but the straight lines do look a lot better. They are a similar size. Mine did turn out bigger though. It's definitely taller for sure. For the little blue spots, those are embroidered. The ears are crocheted in the round. So on the Green Frog Crochet, you have to go back and surface crochet them. This one on mine, I did it in the round, and then I surface crocheted baubles at the front. And then same strategy for the tongue, where you just slip stitch, chain a couple, and then slip stitch back into that same hole. And then color changed for the little white sock feet. So here are my two Derpy Tigers. I'm going to put the same price on them, and we'll see which one customers prefer. Honestly, they don't look that different from each other, besides mine is bigger, so that's the only reason why I think mine might go first if they have the same price. Well, then again, should I even put them both out at the same time? Maybe not. I'll probably put one out at a time, and it might go in my misfit bin. I dare to bet that tomorrow the Derpy Tiger is going to be one of the first things to sell. I hope.
I hope I really do well at that market because Christmas time is here. And I just bought a shed, a she shed. So we hope we sell out at the market. Okay, so the next thing that I made is something that is very special to me, very near and dear to my heart, because I wrote a new pattern, and that is for Luna the unicorn. So as you can see back there, I have all my Snuggle Sprites. So this is a series of crochet patterns that I have been working on for the past few months. And these are big, snuggly critters. I designed these specifically for toddler age children. My daughter is 1, and she can definitely hold this. She likes to hold it by the neck, and then it looks a little cryptic how she carries around these things, but it's adorable. But these are meant for like young children to be, you know, something special, homemade from the heart, from grandma or auntie or mom. And so the next one in the collection is Luna the unicorn. So this is actually in testing. Actually, today was the due date for testing. So by the time you're seeing this video, Luna the unicorn is going to be out. And while I'm showing her, I wanted to take a second to show you guys the tester photos. And since it's been a while since I've sat down to film, I have not shown you guys the tester photos from a couple of other of the Snuggle Sprites. So Finnegan the fox, Clover the cow, Lulu the lamb, and who was the other one? Maisie the mouse. Those, yeah, and Maisie the mouse. So Luna the unicorn pattern is now out. I guess I'll tell you about the yarn that I used. So, excuse me, for her body, because she's a unicorn, I had to add some sparkles. So this is Burnout Baby in Sparkle, and it's kind of showing up under the bright ring light. Hang on. Ghost appearance in 3, 2, woo! Okay. So I had to use the sparkle. Now I will say that every single skein of the Burnout Baby Sparkle that I have touched has been thick. Thick with 3 C's. Thick. And I use a 6.5 millimeter hook, and my stitches, almost said titches, my stitches on this guy are tight because that yarn is just, it's so dense. Like, that's the best way that I can describe it, is visually it doesn't look any thicker than regular Burnout or Burnout Baby, but something having to do with the sparkle just makes it, like, when you push down on it, you know, you're holding the strand, you try to push down, it doesn't like spring up nicely like Burnout Baby does. It like, you can it's like a tube. You can hardly even pinch it. So if you've never used the Burnout Sparkle, that's just a warning for you, although it does look very pretty and it is very appropriate for the unicorn. For her hooves, these are, this is Premier Basic Chenille Brights in the color Ballet Pink, and then her muzzle is same yarn but in blush. By the way, this is a completely no-sew pattern. That's a lie. It's low sew. The only thing that you have to sew on is the horn. Everything else is crocheted in. I think. Wait, did I do the ears no sew on this one? I think the ears are crocheted in. I don't remember. I made this like 4 weeks ago. For the body on her, I used Loops and Threads, Sweet Snuggles Light, and I am just trying my darndest to work through that yarn, because every time I have to work with it, I'm just like, ugh, I guess I gotta use it up. You know, you guys have that yarn in your stash, right? Where you're just like, I gotta use it because I have it, but I'm really not thrilled about having to use it. That's how I feel about all of the Loops and Threads yarn, because it's just, it's thin. It's thinner than like the Chenille Brights or the Burnout or anything like that. And it sheds like crazy. Yeah.
So I'm working through it. So I used the purple up on her. And then for her hair, the piece de resistance of the unicorn. This is the Premier Basic Chenille tie-dye in the color Peace and Love. One of my favorite all-time colorways in a yarn because I love pastels. And this is literally a beautiful pastel variegated. So there is Luna. Oh, and I embroidered her eyes, of course, because she's meant for a little kid. Oh, and for her horn, I use mustard in the Basic Sprites. So I don't even have any more room up there. So I don't know what I'm going to do with her for right now, but she's not going to market. I'm not planning on selling any of my demo Snuggle Sprites. But I have had a lot of you guys ask if I was selling them. And unfortunately, no. But if you're interested in a custom, then reach out to me on email or Instagram. So, Luna. Then I made 20 chicks in eggs. Now, this is a pattern that Robin also at Notting Hook Crochet, as well as many other crochet tubers, swear by. And I have never made one of these or taken any to market, but I just decided to go hamburglers on making chicks and eggs, and I ended up making 20, so I hope that they sell. It's not really the right time of year for the chick and the egg. I feel like these would sell a heck of a lot better at a spring market, but I do love how they're like an interactive thing. So who knows? And like these, I feel like would be good stocking stuffers. Celeste loves these. Like I said, she's almost 14 months old, but we're at the age where we like to put things into other things and take things out. And so she has a blast with these. And I made them in all different eggshell colors and chick colors as well. So this pattern, I can't think of who it's by, but it's going to be linked in the description box along with all of the other patterns that I'm talking about in this video. This pattern is very easy to follow. It's only 2 pages long. You do have to make 3 separate parts to these though. So you got to make the top of the shell, the bottom of the shell, sew them together, and then the chick, and then of course the embroidery for the beak and the little fur tuft for the hair. So I normally hate batch making things, but I did batch make these. So I went through with my yarns for the eggs first, and I made all of the tops and all of the bottoms. And then I sewed them all together, and then I made all of the chicks, and then I went back, did all of their beaks, went back, did all of their little fur tufts. Now that did take me about 4 days to do all 20 of them. And full disclosure, in this count, I am counting the eggs as one item and the chicks as the second item. So technically, what I'm about to show you is going to be 40 of my 100 items here because they are 2 separate pieces. So cheating? I don't know. I'm going to say no because I just got cut open in the abdomen. And so what I say goes here. Anyway, so for the chicks, I mostly use chenille brights from Premier. And then for this shell, this is actually Burnout Baby Blanket. And I got this at Walmart and it is so soft. It's very similar quality to the Burnout Mythical, which I know a lot of us love. This is a variegated, and I believe the color is something along the lines of Sandy Shore, something like that. But it is so soft, and I thought that it just added a little fun difference. You know, some eggs come in white, some eggs come in tan. So we got a little bit of both. So we did one in that. We did another one that is very similar. Robin always says that the yellow chicks sell the best for her. So I did a lot of yellow chicks, same eggshell color. Then we did this one in the same eggshell, but for this chick, I did, look at him. He looks like Ronald McDonald. We did a white chick with a little with a little red tuft. This is like a classic chicken, you know, with the red tuft. It's so goofy. He's got like a receding hairline too. Look at that. There's that one. Then I did this one, which is the same. He's got like Beetlejuice hair. I should do a Beetlejuice chicken and egg. For the fur, by the way, is that all that I did in that yarn for the shell? Yes. Okay, then I did a couple of white shells. But for the fur tuft, I either used Burnout Pipsqueak or from Premier, the Bunny Brights. That's like what the red is. There's another one. We did another white and yellow. I did 4 of the white and yellows because I figured that these would be the best sellers. I'm not going to put them all out at once. No, I did more than that. There's 5 of the white and yellow. This one is a little pink chick with a little pink top. This is not Bunny Brights. This is just Baby Bunny. So the difference on Premier between the Bunny Brights and the Baby Bunny, the Bunny Brights is like long fur, and then the Baby Bunny, it's short. See how short it is? And actually on those red topped ones, I actually had to cut the fur because it was like sticking out like high, like really high, and some of them kind of came out looking like what's the guy's name, the villain in Incredibles 1? Syndrome? Is that what his name is? Why does that sound like a slur? I don't remember what his name was, but that was like the hairstyle that they were giving. Hopefully you know who I'm talking about. Oh, there's another white and yellow. Also, I used 10mm eyes on these, and the pattern calls for 8, and I didn't have any 8. So I feel like the eyes are a little bit too big. This one's little beak is slightly off center, but it's okay. It's handmade. Okay, so that was all of the boring white ones. I did, that also sounded like a slur. I did 1 brown egg because I lost yarn chicken and couldn't make any more. And on this one, look at this guy. Look at this baddie. This is a black chicken with the Bunny Brights in red. See what I mean? Does he not look like the villain from The Incredibles? You know who I'm talking about. I embroidered white eyes on him because I figured you wouldn't be able to see the black safety eyes. Boop. These things are really fun. Okay, then I did 2 eggs, and this is the Burnout Mythical, and in this one I did a little pink chick with a white tuft. This one's very monochromatic for the girly girls. And then on this one, I did a white chick with white fluff. This one's very classy. You know, this is for a classy person. Then I did 1 in Burnout Sparkle in purple, and I lost yarn chicken, so I actually I was going to make a second one. I was able to make the bottom of it, and I ran out of yarn for the top, so I just frogged it out and then threw the rest of the purple sparkle into my scrap bin. And this one, because this yarn is so thick, it's the same one that I used on the unicorn. Look at how much bigger it came out. Same amount of stitches, it's just very thick. I also used a 6.5mm hook on all of these. And this one, I used my favorite yarn. This is that pastel tie-dye, because I thought that the purple looked fun. This one's definitely very springy. Oh yeah, and then for the hair, this is Burnout Baby Pipsqueak in like the rainbow variant, but it just so happened that I got mostly blue on this little guy, on his head. Speaking of that peace and love yarn, I did 2 eggs with that. I figured that these would be great for like springtime Easter markets. So this one has a little yellow chick in it with white hair. And then this one has a little white chick with pink hair. I had a blast, you guys. preparing all of the yarn for the chicks and the hair and the eggs. It was a good time. I did one egg, and this is burlap, regular burlap blanket, but the color is celestial blue, so I had to buy it. I'm a sucker for anything celestial, even if only in the name. And then for this little chick, I did that Peace and Love tie-dye. I tried not to do a variegated chick with a variegated shell. This is the only one where we got that. But I had so many white chicks and yellow chicks that I was like, hey, white chicks. It's been a hot minute since I've seen that movie. Anyways, I had so many of the white and the yellow that I wanted to do something fun. And then for these two, so this yarn is Bernat Blanket Tie-Dye, and I ran out of yarn. Another project that I lost yarn chicken on. As you can see on this one, for the bottom half of the shell, I ran out of yarn, so I grabbed the closest thing that I could find in my stash, and this darker blue is regular Bernat Blanket. So for this chick, we did that, actually for both of these, no, just this one. This is that same sandy shore, whatever color, Bernat that I used for the other eggs. And then finally, the 40th, the 39th and the 40th plushie so far. In this egg, we have a white chick with blue hair. She's an alt girly. A scene girl. Do scene girls still exist? Probably. So there were all of my chicks and eggs. That's 20 of them. So hopefully those sell well, because I really don't want to be stuck with those until springtime. Actually, I don't have another market for the rest of the year. Tomorrow is my last market. So I'm going to be stuck with them till springtime, because I doubt I'll sell all 20. So the next thing that I made is one that I got, well, a pattern anyways, that I got on Black Friday / Cyber Monday. A lot of content creators who sell patterns on Etsy were having sales for this past weekend. So I got a handful of new patterns. I myself was having a sale, but that's done now. That's another thing, by the way. If you follow me over on Instagram, I share when I have sales and stuff. So if you want updates about that. And a lot of people bought patterns, which I'm so grateful for. Like Nyx the Dragon was like one of the best sellers, and I hope that you guys enjoy that pattern. Actually, I have a couple Nyx the Dragons to show you today. But anyways, this pattern that I'm about to show you was one in that bundle of new ones that I bought. And actually, it is one of the only new ones that I did. It is the only new pattern that I did. Everything else, I have had the patterns before, or I've had the patterns or I have made them before. So this is a giraffe, and giraffes are one like creature, animal that I get requests for a lot at markets. I've had at least on 3 separate occasions somebody come up to me and ask me if I have a giraffe, and I never do. So we finally got ourselves a giraffe pattern, and this one that I'm linking for you, it's a mama giraffe and a baby giraffe. So I made the mama giraffe. I will say that I completely went off script. About after I did the legs, I just kind of freehanded it. So I did my own color changes for all the spots. Once I got to the head, I started following the pattern for the snout, and then I was like, this is looking too small for the body. So then I increased more than what it said to. So just take everything that I have to say about this pattern with a grain of salt, because I just flew off the handle with it. It did take me quite a bit. This took me about 2 hours to make, because there are a lot of color changes. So it's a lot of cut and tie. It's also fairly large. I mean, look at, that's like 2 of my heads, and I have a very big head. So, I'm anticipating putting like a $45 price on this because I normally charge $20 an hour for my time plus material. So I think that that is completely fair. Plus for how big this is and with how often I get requests for drafts, I'm sure somebody is going to want to purchase this. At least I hope so. And hey, if it doesn't sell tomorrow, then I'll put it up on the website. So check the celestialhomebody.com if you're interested. So for the yarn for this, I did not go with a nice bright yellow. As you can see, this is a more mature, more moody, classy draft. I used mustard. Actually, I used the color Sunflower in Big Twist Plush. If you remember Big Twist, in the arms of an angel. I used the plush because I wanted it to come out a really big size. I figured before I started making this that it was going to take a hot minute, so I wanted to get size out of it for my time. So I used a 7mm hook and the sunflower color in the plush, and then this is cardamom in the Big Twist Plush. And then for the eyes, I just use green glitter discs. I thought that this dark green color was just really pretty and popped well with the mustard. Do you agree? Oh, also I did my own thing for the tail too. I just slip stitched to the body because I was frankly too lazy to make the tail that it had me make and then sew it on. But overall, I would say the pattern was really easy to use. And if you use a nice fat yarn and hook, these things come out really good sizes, I think. So hopefully this guy sells too. What should we name him? I feel like he needs a name. Jeremy the Giraffe. I like that. Jeremy is going to market and hopefully he goes home to a new family. Okay, the next thing that I have to show you, let's show you all of the rodent, oh, sorry about that, all of the rodent-like creatures. The marsupials. I don't know, is a skunk a marsupial? I don't know. Ask the lady in the phone. I'm recording on my phone, so I can't ask right now. Is a skunk considered a rodent? If it's not, it's got to be in the family. They've got to share an ancestor with, like, you know, the mice, the rats, the squirrels, the possums. So anywho, I made a little skunk and I made a little squirrel. So this is Nutmeg the squirrel. I almost said squirrel. I used to know somebody who pronounced it like that, and so I pronounce it like that ironically now, and I know it drives people crazy, which is why I do it. But anyways, this is Nutmeg. This is a pattern by Stacy Makes, and every time I've made one of these squirrels, they have sold. I actually made 3 of them at the beginning of the year, and then every market that I put one out at, it sold. Unfortunately now, this is going to be my only one, and I say unfortunately because Ryan likes to always have 3 of them on display in a little triangle, and we call them the spice squirrels. But right now we only have Nutmeg. We normally have Nutmeg, spice, ginger spice, and what was the other one? What do we name it? Cinnamon spice. So unfortunately now we only have the one, and I did not get around to making any more. I was going to try to make 3 of them so that we could have the girls all back together, but we just got one. These guys don't take a ton of time, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how fast you crochet. Oh, an order just came through. Thank you. I don't know who it was, but thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. I love it when that happens. I love being in here when the little thing ticks. Although you can't see really the numbers because Seraphina's blocking it right now. But anywho, 45 minutes to an hour. They don't take a ton of material either. For the tail, you should use fur. I feel like without the fur, you just wouldn't get the full effect. Now, I used the baby bunny because it was the only brown that I had at the time in terms of fur, and I feel like you should really use a fluffier fur. The last squirrels that I had a nice bushy tail, And I think that is really what helped them sell because they look more realistic. But regardless, this is a very easy, fairly quick pattern. I actually sell these guys for $18, and like I said, they sell well. So we did one squirrel, and then I also did a skunk. Now, Stacy also has Pepper the skunk, I believe its name is, pattern, which I do own that pattern. But because I was already using the squirrel pattern, I already had it pulled up. I just used the squirrel pattern in black and then just did my own thing for the markings on it. But go support Stacy's squirrel and skunk pattern. Her skunk is shaped slightly differently. It's got a much longer snout. It's a little more realistic. This is just like some rotund black and white guy. But like I said, I used the same pattern, but then for this one, I just got another order. Thank you, you guys. You're making my day. Aw. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the little white, I just surface crocheted this. And growing up, I always thought that skunks had like a white line going from the top just down straight the body. But no, did you guys know that their white often splits like this? Oh my gosh, and another order. Oh no, never mind. That's just an Etsy feedback. Well, thank you, Becky, for leaving a review. By the way, if you guys buy any of my patterns or have bought any of my patterns in the past, don't forget to go leave it a 5-star review on Etsy. It really helps me out and I appreciate it. And it's free to do, so thank you if you do, or if you have. But for the white on this, I use the Burnout Pipsqueak. This side goes out farther than this side, but just like with real skunks, nature's markings, they're not perfect. The only other time that I brought a skunk to market, it sold. So I've got high hopes for Pepe Le Pew here. Speaking of marsupials, we've got 4 of these. Wait, let me put them on my fingers like a child putting olives on their fingers at Thanksgiving. Look at my little family of possums. So this is obviously a possum finger puppet. Now, Ryan made 3 of these. I made 1. You can tell the one that I made because it looks slightly different. I did not stuff mine as much as Ryan stuffed his. And then I also embroidered the eyes on mine. So, little bit of a cheat too. Ryan made 3 of the items in my 100. But these guys are so much fun. Celeste freaking loves these. She thinks it's the funniest thing in the world to be chased and for the little possum to run up her. I've brought 2 or 3 of these actually to my last market. You might have seen the vlog, the Veterans Market. I brought 2 of them and they both sold, I think, that day. So we made 4 of them between both Ryan and I. The nose on that one is big. And possums just sell really well for me. I feel like no matter what form I've made them in the past, they always sell well. And speaking of possums, we actually have an IRL possum friend who is living somewhere near our house, maybe under like our back deck. But I don't mind. They're good for the environment. They eat like mice and rats and snakes and ticks and everything. So we're going to put out a little box for him with some straw in it so that he can stay warm. Because I get so worried about him because, you know, they don't have any fur on their tails and noses and ears. And so I feel like I don't want him to get frostbite. And it's like 23 degrees outside right now where I live. So we're going to set out a little campsite for him and he can hang out for the winter and hopefully keep all of the critters that we don't want at bay. I'll put in footage here of, we captured him on our back doorbell camera on our back porch. And I know the night vision, it makes his fur look kind of weird. I keep calling him a him. I don't know, but, he's not carrying babies or anything, or she's not carrying babies. It just like manipulates the fur weirdly. But I'm 99% sure that's a possum. And Ryan is 100% sure because he works nights and he comes home at like 2 o'clock in the morning and that possum, or a possum has been hanging out around our house multiple times that Ryan has been like walking into the house after work. So yeah, four little possums jumping on the air. I'm losing it, you guys. I've been recording for 50 minutes and I still have so much to show you guys and so much to talk to you about. Water break, hydrate or dehydrate. Okay, let me talk about all the Nyx the Dragons that I made now. We're going to go through these ones really quick because I'm going to show you these more in depth actually in a future video. The reason that I made all of these little baby dragons, number one, they sell amazingly. This dragon pattern is one of my all-time best-selling patterns in terms of like the finished product selling at markets. But I made a bunch of these baby dragons because we're doing a video that's coming out in a couple of weeks, next week maybe the week after next, where we're doing a battle of the brands with yarn, and I'm comparing and contrasting all of the really popular yarn brands that I talk about often and that you hear other plushie crochet YouTubers talk about often, so that you guys know more about them in terms of size and feel and shedding and workability and structure and all of that stuff. So I made the same pattern in all of these different yarns. So we're just going to fly through these because I'll talk more in depth in that video. So here's the first one. By the way, this is my pattern. I'll link it for you, of course. Nyx the Dragon. And you know what? Just because I'm in a holly jolly mood, I'm going to discount it for you. This weekend that the video goes up, Friday through Sunday, it's going to be on sale for you. So if you have not picked up a Nyx the Dragon pattern, then you can do it. This is, like I said, bestseller for me, but almost everybody else that I've talked to who has bought this pattern and takes them to markets, they sell well. But also just kids just love them. If you have a kid in your life that likes dragons, these are quick. I think for a dragon pattern, these are very quick. These take me 30 to 45 minutes to make, depending on the embellishments. But anyway, so there's one Nyx the Dragon. There's two little baby dragons. We've got a strawberry dragon. Ooh, ah. Actually, I can't put these in my bag yet because I gotta film that video. So they're not going to market this time. We've got this dragon, which is like a starry night theme. We've got the rave dragon. And then finally, we have the festive dragon. Wait, I have to take this to market because it's my last market before Christmas. Okay, I might need to film that video tonight then, or maybe, I don't know what I'm going to do. Make another one? Maybe not take it to market, and then if one of you guys want it after I film the video, or just save it till next year. I've got a lot of options. So there were 6, I believe, Nyx the baby dragons. Then I made a bunch of Leggy frogs. Now I know that a lot of people are over the Leggy frog thing. This was very much so a trend in the crochet community, especially if you sell at markets. This was big like a couple years ago, even before I got into crochet. But I made 7 of them, I believe, because they do sell well for me. So I freehand these, although I will link a pattern for you that's free on Ribbler. And as you can see, some I make tall and thin, some I make more short and squatty, because to each their own. So this color, this is such a fun color. This is that Premier tie-dye, and the color is glow something. Dang it, I should have looked it up before. Maybe not, maybe it's not glow something. Groovy glow? No, I don't know. I could just be pulling that out of my butt. But 2 in this little, look at them. Look at them dance. In this color. Then I did one in this variegated. This is Premier Basic Chenille Brights in springtime. I think this colorway is called. Then I did one in, this is, it's by Lion Brand. It's called Cover Story. Actually, the color looks crazy on it, like how this eye is dark and this eye is light. So this is Lion Brand Cover Story. I don't know the shade name of the green, but I have something else. I'll show you this next, actually. I have something else that I used this yarn on, and when I had a little bit left, I was like, maybe I can get a frog out of that. I mean, frogs are green, so let's go ahead and go for it. Unfortunately, I lost yarn chicken, so for this leg, I don't know if you can tell, but it is slightly different. This is actually Burnout Mythical, and although it's this very much so smaller yarn than the Cover Story yarn was, it was close enough of a shade that it still all looks cohesive. So one green, then I did 3 camo frogs. This is another tie-dye color from Premier Chenille. On the third one, I lost yarn chicken, and so I kind of had to give him pants. So I just pulled out a brown yarn that kind of matched, and now it just looks like he has pants. So I don't know if he's going to get discounted or if somebody is going to love his quirkiness as he is, but that was 7 leggy frogs. So this is the item that I use that Cover Story on. So this is a much better representation of what it looks like. So it's very similar to the Burnout Mythical in the color Spearmint. This one has more of a light dark variegated to it though. So as you can see, there's some spots of it that are really dark, and then some spots that are like white, have white mixed in. But this is a cactus cat, and I have made this before. She's got a little bit of a wobbly head. I've never taken one of these to market because the last time I made one of you guys reached out and wanted it, like before I even had a chance to put it up on the website or take it to market. So I made another one, and we're going to see how she does tomorrow. But this is a very just unique, fun pattern. Honestly, you could use this pattern and not make it a cactus. It's just a nice big cat pattern. For her eyes, these are very special eyes that I gotta point out. These are from my friend Christine at What's Up Cupcake. She is here on YouTube and then also sells on Etsy. I'll link her Etsy down below. But she hand paints eyes just like I do, and she sent me these a few months ago. These are from her Wicked / Wizard of Oz collection, and they're green. And I just thought that the green on these, like, do you see how there's some gold refraction in those? It's not straight green because I didn't want it to just blend in with the cat. Like on the giraffe, like I could have used just green glitter discs, you know, for this, but I felt like these hand painted eyes just did this cat pattern so much more justice. So I'm happy that I used them. And then for the little, these guys, the little flowers, forgot what a flower was called for a second. I was almost going to call them blooms, which I guess is not that far off. This is both the Premier Chenille Basics Brights. So this takes about 2 hours, but it comes out to a really good size. And I'm going to put a $55 price on this because this yarn, this Cover Story yarn, is not cheap. It's actually quite expensive, and it used almost an entire skein. Although I did have that little bit left to do this frog, but as I said, yarn chicken was lost. So there is one cactus cat. I love her little paws. Okay, so the next couple things, these are kind of boring. This is just a free pattern on Instagram. This is a little shark / whale pattern. I just made a bunch of little yellow baby sharks. I made 3, and then I omitted the top fin and did 2 little orca whales, killer whales. Fun fact for you, Ryan was almost eaten by Shamu at SeaWorld when he was about 2 years old. True story. Back then in the 90s, you could have Tankside dinner with Shamu, and he was a little toddler, and he's a middle child, so his parents forgot about him all the time. and they were sitting there eating dinner. They were dealing with the older child and his younger sister and not paying attention to Ryan. And then they look over at him, and Ryan is teetering over the edge of Shamu's tank with the killer whale coming toward him. They got him in time, but Ryan's one of his formative memories is Shamu swimming toward him. And every time I tell that story, my sister thinks it's the funniest thing in the entire world. So Ryan was almost eaten by Shamu. Now we've got some loaf cats, and we can throw these right into the bag because, I mean, the loaf cat, you don't need to know much about them, but this is that Bernat baby in the sand color. I did 2 because they don't involve color changes, but they still offer a little bit of visual interest. I did 1 Siamese cat. We are Siamese, if you please. I did 1 calico cat. Do you guys want me to write a cat pattern? I feel like there's so many of them out there. I mean, I could just put it for free. This one I used gold glitter disc eyes because it's black, so the safety eyes don't show up. Those big eyes on this one are very cute, and black cats with white socks always sell well for me. Then I did 2 fun colors because I wanted to use up this Loops and Threads Sweet Snuggles light yarn. I did this cat, and I used up that whole skein. I probably, over the past couple weeks with all this stuff, I used up probably 10 skeins of yarn. There is stuff floating everywhere. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, got a little dribble there. Then the last cat that I did is in that Peace and Love color. I have a little bit left after doing the chicks and eggs, so I used up that entire skein on this cat. And every time I've made a fun, funky color cat, they tend to not sell well. So we'll see how these do, but I don't know. Like, if I was a child, I would much rather have a funky color cat than a regular color cat. But that's just me, especially if it was pastel. So, bunch of loaf cats. See, I'm like rushing now through them because I feel like I've been talking to you guys forever. And still quite a few things to show you. Okay, next free pattern that is on Instagram is the rubber duck. I have made these before. They're pretty easy, pretty quick to make. Excuse me. I do not follow the instructions for the bills. I do my own thing for the bills because in the pattern I feel like it just comes out not proportionate to the body. So I ended up making 5 of these. Now for these, look at how bright this one is. So this yarn that I use for all of these, I think it's Bernat, and I got it at Michael's, and it is literally urine yellow, which is Ryan's favorite color, so he loves these. But I have had that skein for like a year now. I feel like I got it in a shopping vlog, so maybe you guys remember when I got it. It was in like a cake, and it was one of the very last yarn hauls that I did from Joann. So it hasn't been a year, it's been a couple months, but I feel like it's been forever. But the reason that I really wanted to get rid of it was because, as you can see, I store all of my yarn in skeins, not in cakes. I feel that this is a lot more efficient for me personally. So that cake of this bright yellow yarn did not really fit in, so I always just kept it underneath my desk, and I just wanted to use it up. Unfortunately, with these 5 ducks, I lost yarn chicken. And then, oh, dappled. That's what it's called, Bernat dappled. So that is when the skein like changes colors. So as you can see, like the top of this head is very slightly lighter than the bottom of this one. This one is actually pretty solid throughout. There's no like major color differences. This one is a nice pale yellow. Here we have another pale yellow duck. This one is pale with a paler bottom, just like me, because on this one I ran out of this Bernat dappled, so I had to pull out some Bernat to finish off the bottom, so hopefully nobody minds. And then we did a fifth one, and then this one also I had to, actually no, this isn't Bernat, this is Chenille Brights in the color Banana. I had to do the head in this different yarn, so especially on camera you can really see that color difference. All this fluff, all I want for Christmas is for fluff to not fluff no more. This Bernat Dappled is bright, man. It is like neon yellow. The banana color I feel like is a lot more rubber duck appropriate, but we did get 5 ducks. I made about 5 of them a few months ago, and I finally sold out of all of them, so I wanted to restock. I made one, oop, something just fell. I made one lone Gengar Chonkymon. This is a free pattern by Naughty Nat on Instagram. I've talked about the Chonkymon before, so we're not going to dwell on it. One Gengar. I was intending on making a bunch of Chonkymon, but I just didn't get around to it. I gotta, where is that thing that fell? Oh my gosh, it went all the way back here. Okay, got it. So, okay, these I'm excited for, you guys. I'm very excited for these. So earlier I mentioned Green Frog Crochet. This is a pattern by her. So you guys might know that I have a golden doodle named Paisley. She's laying behind me. And I also have a little Maltese named Jovi who's laying right next to me. So I had to make a little Jovi and a little Paisley. And so this pattern by Green Frog Crochet is just so cute. They're like bobblehead dogs. I mean, they don't really bobble, but like big head, little body. It's something about it is so nostalgic to me for like the early 2000s. Like, remember the dog from the early 2000s? Leave me a comment if you know what I'm talking about. It was like a dog with like a giant head, and like the days of the eye pooch. And I don't know, just something about the style of this is so reminiscent of that for me. So she has 2 dog patterns. One of them has little legs and one of them does not. It just has little bobbles. I thought that the ones with the legs looked a lot cuter, and of course they do, but they also like add, I don't know, probably 15-20 minutes for me anyways. Maybe not that long, that's exaggerating. 10-15 minutes to the pattern. So I did this one first to make it look like a little doodle for Paisley, and then the second one that I did to make it look like Jovi, I just ignored the pattern for the legs and I just freehanded it and just did bobbles. So I will say, if you're not somebody who likes to make a bunch of pieces separately and then crochet them all together, get the pattern that has the bobbles instead. So this one almost looks more like it's, well, they both look like they're sitting actually. I don't know, this one just, I feel like they both look cute. I really don't mind not having the legs on them, and although they were inspired by my dogs, I'm still taking them to market. Loaf cats always sell well, so I was looking for a dog pattern that was still quick and that would sell well. These are not nearly as quick as the loaf cats by any means, especially like the color changes ones that I'm about to show you. Color changes ones? What kind of grammar was that? Also, I'm sinking. Hang on. There we go. Let's fix the posture. The ones that have color changes take about an hour. These took about 45 minutes, whereas loaf cats take me like 20 minutes. So double the time, but I am putting a higher price on them. And dogs you do not see as often at Crochet Boost because everybody's and their monkey's uncle is doing the loaf cat. So anyways, we got a little Jovi and a little Paisley. I also did a pug, and this one I made with its head turned. So it's like, it looks like it's sitting with his head turned. Oh, so precious. And then finally, I did a husky. So this is actually a 5-in-1 pattern. So you can also do a corgi, and I just didn't get around to doing the corgi, but I feel like corgis are not super common. Actually, now that I say that, that's a lie. In my town, there's like a whole corgi cult. People here like corgis and Jeeps. In fact, one of our neighbors runs like a Jeep show thing, a Jeep ride every year, and everybody brings their corgis. So I really should make some. Maybe for next Greensburg Fall Festival I will, since a lot of locals come to that. But anywho, these, I think, at least I hope that they are going to be a smash, because I do enjoy making them, and there's something that's a little bit more unique. Speaking of not being unique, I made some chickens. So this is also my pattern. This is the Stardew Valley inspired chicken pattern. So I ended up making 3 blue chickens, which is good that I did, because I actually just got an Etsy order earlier today for a blue chicken. Somebody looks like they got it for a loved one for Christmas. So I got to set one of these guys aside to ship for that. We'll do that before I forget. 2 blue chickens with the purple comb. These are inspired by the game Stardew Valley. I've talked about these 1.5 million times, so I won't go too deep into that today. I did a couple of classic white chickens. I did 4. I've been out of chickens for a while, or close to out. I've been completely out of blue and completely out of white. So these were definitely ones that needed to get done this week. I did 2 brown chickens. Enter. I'm turning them like they're the little, like the pink and purple unicorns in Charlie the Unicorn. Candy Mountain, Charlie. Yeah, Candy Mountain. I'm showing my age in this video a lot. And then I did 1 little black chicken. And finally, a big black chicken. Once you go black, you never go back. So I've heard. So this one was meant to be the same size as this. But like I said, during my surgery recovery, I was binge watching Desperate Housewives, which is like a dramedy from like the early 2000s. And I was not paying attention to my increases. And then I was like, this thing is looking really big, like really big. And I got to here and I'm like, do I want to frog it or do I just want to make a giant chicken? And I decided just to make a big Mac Daddy black chicken. So the only thing that I did differently on this, besides increasing too much, is I added a tail, wings, and then the little gobble, which honestly just looks like a bow tie. And I'm fine either way. Whether you see it as a bow tie or a gobble, I love them both. He's a dapper gentleman. And then for the wings, I pretty much did like a sea turtle flipper and then did a couple of little picot stitches to make them look ruffled. And then for the tail, I did the same tail that I do on my blue chickens, which is in the pattern. Of course, white embroidered eyes, because on the black, you're not going to be able to see black safety eyes. But he's big. That's what she said. Speaking of turtle flippers, I made a couple sea turtles. So the first sea turtle that I made is this watermelon turtle. Look at these eyes. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I wish I liked making sea turtles because this is so stinking cute. But I hate making these things. I'd say that all the time. They're just so repetitive. So the sea turtle pattern that I use is actually from a free blog, but I do the flippers just a little differently. I do them the way that Robin does, where once you're done crocheting up the flipper, like to close it shut in half, you chain 1 turn and then do an extra 3 stitches, and then that just makes them a little more dangly and realistic, and also a lot easier to crochet into the round later. So the reason that I made this is because I finally got my grubby paws on some of that demi pearl from Michaels. And I got hot pink, light pink, and this green. And I was like, what can I make with this? And a strawberry turtle was the obvious choice. Now the dark green is Elise Voluto. I had to cheat a little bit there, but this thing turned out a really good size with that. And I'm going to talk more about the demi pearl yarn in the dragon video when I'm comparing all of the yarns, because I've got some notes on it. But this I used a 7mm hook on and 35mm eyes. Look at those giant things. It makes it look like a baby turtle, and I really enjoy that. So we did that. And then the last thing that I have to show you guys is turtle numero dos. This one I call the Lisa Frank turtle. So you know that green cover story that I used on the Cactus Cat? This is that same yarn, but in a different variegated. And when I saw this, I want to say it's called Cosmic something, but when I saw the bright colors in this, immediately I thought that reminds me of like a Lisa Frank something. So with this shell color, I paired the demi pearl hot pink, and then the eyes, these were sent to me by a subscriber, and I wish that I knew who it was by. They just came in the mail to me. She wrote me the sweetest note too. What is her name? I'm blanking on it right now, but I will link, I think she sells online. I will link her shop in the description box too. But anyway, she sent me white pupils because she knows me well and she knows that I love white pupils. But look at how stunning this rainbow work is in these hand-painted eyes. And I thought with Lisa Frank, we gotta do rainbow eyes. So this is my Lisa turtle, and I hope that somebody appreciates her as much as I do. This fluff I cannot even deal. So we'll see how she does at market. I did this little mouse, okay? So here's what he looks like. He's very fuzzy because that is one of the things that drew me to these skeins of yarn, is that fuzziness on them. I figured that they would be perfect for little mice and give them some texture. And it was. Look at how cute he is. So this pattern, I can't remember if it was free on Instagram or Ribbler. I will find it and I will link it in the description box like I do with all my patterns. And it wasn't super quick, unfortunately. This took me probably a little over an hour. I did not time it, but it felt like it took a really long time, which is not what you want when you're market prepping. You don't want things to feel like they're taking forever, and this did. The good thing about this, though, is that it is completely no-sew. You work the ears into the head, and then the body from that, and even the tail is... I slip stitched and then chained from a slip stitch, but I think the pattern tells you to like get down to like 6 single crochets and then do a chain tail, but I just closed up the butt and then did the tail on top of it. You do have to do some color changes for the feet, but you know, that's pretty normal. I mean, unless you wanted to do the rat without his little pink feet. I don't know if this is a mouse or a rat. This is definitely giving mouse energy though. So I'm going to call it a mouse. Oh, he can be like Remy and sit on my head. He's a little rotund for that. He just kind of rolls. I feel you, brother. So yeah, for the amount of time that it took to do this little guy, I don't know that I will be making more of this pattern. I need to find like a good, quick, easy rat pattern because I really do feel like the rats are going to sell good. But given how much this cost in materials, the size of it, oh, and how much time it took, he just went on a little walk. Hang on. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the cost of materials and the size of this guy, I feel like I would have to charge like a $25 price for it, but he's so little, I don't know that I could get that. It is very cool how he's fuzzy though. There's a little up close. That looks like a realistic mouse, does it not? I love it. And the Colorama cakes, they are ombre, like I said, so I figured that they would be perfect if I was making a bunch of these mice slash rats.
because some of them would come out dark gray, some of them would come out medium gray, and then some would come out white, which these rodents do come in all of those colors. So I figured that no part of that ombre skein would go to waste for this product. So let me know if you have done any quick and easy rat patterns, free preferably, because y'all know around here I'm cheap. If I can figure out a way to not have to pay for a pattern by freehanding something, I'll do it. Or modify a free pattern to make it look like the paid pattern, I will do that. So yeah, there's my little mouse. Oh, I did give him embroidered eyes. I don't know why I chose to embroider the eyes. I just thought that it would look cute. But if I used like 10 millimeters on these guys, you know, they're supposed to have beady little mouse eyes. So I should use safety eyes in the future. But I don't know about this pattern, you guys. I don't know. So then I made one lone dragon egg, which is so random. But I have made a bunch of these in the past. I have not actually taken them to market yet to sell them. And I want to have like a whole nest of dragon eggs for the Ren Fair. So I found at Goodwill, by the way, Goodwill is like where I get most of my containers to hold things for my interactive displays. And I found a little basket that had like some dried branch stuff like around the perimeter of it. And it looks like a basket, but also a nest. So I think I'm going to put some like hay or something in there to zhuzh it up a little bit, give it a little spice in that little nest. I think that that will just help them sell well so that people can visualize what they're meant to be. Now, it is kind of boring because there are no dragons inside of here. It is literally just an egg. I mean, these things take me like 12 minutes to do. Free pattern on Ribbler, by the way, I'll link it. And to make them a little bit more interactive, I put baby rattles inside of them because they don't have any sewn on limbs or safety eyes or anything. These I feel like are going to be perfect for the little ones if they want a little souvenir from the Renaissance Fair, but something that is appropriate for a small toddler or a baby. So I put baby rattles in here. So listen. You hear it? Now, I did try this with my baby, and this is too fat for her to grasp. She's 5 months old for reference, but she did really enjoy me holding it and shaking it. She was definitely like tracking it and reaching for it. She wanted to hold it. She can two-hand it, but she can't one-hand it, but that's okay. So I decided to use Burnout Mythical, and I feel like Mythical is perfect for pretty much everything with the Ren Fair because it, you know, it's mythical, magical, mystical, fantastical. So I decided to go green. I was looking up what colors dragon eggs were, and they are all colors, but there are some more common colors in fantasy. I want to do some gold dragon eggs next, but really the closest thing that I have to gold is mustard. I do have burnout velvet in gold, but that stuff, I don't know if it's a bad batch or what, but it sheds like crazy. Normally I don't have that bad of a shedding issue with burnout velvet, but it sheds, and it's also super thin, so I would have to double strand it, and then it would make the egg like super dense and thick. So I really don't like double stranding if I don't need to. So I need to find some good golden yarn to use for dragon eggs. I do have the Mythical in the yellow, so I might do some in that and kind of pass them off as the golden dragon eggs. Let me know what other colors you think I should do. I have done a bunch of eggs in the Burnout Velvet Twist, which I love. I've talked about it before. It is way up there, so I'm not going to go get it right now. But it is a really pretty, like, dark green, teal, and red twist, and it's velvet, and so it is, oh, to work with. So I need to do a bunch more of these. I get my rattles, by the way, on Amazon or Temu. I believe the ones that I got here are from Temu. They're not very big. They're maybe like that size, and you just do like a little bed of stuffing inside of the egg and then put the rattle like straight down in the middle of all the stuffing before you close it up. And there it is. So dragon eggs, we'll see if they sell well. Again, I think if they're displayed in a way that people are drawn to, then they're gonna sell. And I mean, these are like a $5 item. I might actually do $8 on them just because I did have to buy the rattles, and the rattles aren't super cheap. I don't know. I need to price out how much one of these cost me to make, and we'll go from there. But I would anticipate, based on the amount of stuffing that these use, which is quite a bit, this probably cost me about $3 to make. They are quick, but I still want to make a profit, and you know. So that, I made only one dragon egg. I have a bunch of rattles sitting out next to my chair in our bedroom where I crochet after I put Celeste down to bed, and I only got around to making one because I found another pattern that I was a little bit obsessed with this week. So let me show you. So this is a pattern from Etsy, and I actually showed this off in my 50 plus Renaissance Fair market make pattern video. If you have not seen that yet and you're into like the fantastical and mythical stuff, I will link it at the end of this video if you're curious to watch that. But I found this little will-o'-the-wisp, there's no of, it's just an O, will-o'-the-wisp pattern on Etsy that I thought would be a great market make because it looked relatively fast, and it was fast. It barely used any material at all, and it's something unique that I have not seen other crocheters doing at their booths. Now granted, I have not been to a Renaissance fair where I saw crochet booths doing like batch made items. Ryan and I do frequent Renaissance festivals and fairs. There's usually like 1 or 2 crochet artists there, and they typically have like the bigger one-of-a-kind things. I have not seen a crochet artist at a Ren festival that has, you know, like the little tubs of multiple of one item like how I do at my markets. So I thought that these would be a perfect make, and I had a lot of fun making them. So here's my little will-o'-the-wisp. Look at him. Ah! He's so cute. Oh, he has some pink fluff on him. There we go. He's so cute. And are these creepy white eyes not perfect? Oh my goodness. So a will-o'-the-wisp, if you did not know. Oh, hey, look, he goes with Merida back there. There's Merida's wisp. So the will-o'-the-wisp has a lot of different origin stories depending on what culture you ask. Typically, they're thought to be malevolent spirits who guide travelers to their doom. But I know in Brave, they guide travelers to what they seek, you know, so they're good guys. So it really depends on who you ask. I'm going to see them as a good guy, and I might even print out a little sign to tack to them with like a safety pin or something like that, that has a little legend of the will-o'-the-wisp. I was just watching Once Upon a Time season 5, which is my favorite because that is where my favorite Disney princess is, which is Merida. And in Once Upon a Time, they said that if you brought a will-o'-the-wisp, if you found one in the forest, and then you brought it back to the circle of stones where its home is and released it, then it would grant you a wish, whatever your heart desires. So that is kind of the origin story that we're going with, and not thinking of them as little evil guys trying to cause mischief. So I might put a little sign on them or something cute that's got like a little poem about a wisp. And I just think they're just so stinking cute. So their heads are stuffed, but their bodies are not. Their bodies are like Lovey style. Their arms are just little bobble stitches. And they work up so fast. I want to say it took me like 15 minutes to do this guy, and so I ended up doing 4 of them in different colors, and I do plan on doing more. And is this not like the perfect ghost as well? Like, you could absolutely make this in white and market it as a ghost during your Halloween, fall time, autumnal markets. You could even take this little thing off. So you start in like a single crochet 4 and then increase from there. But you could absolutely not do that and then just leave it like that and make it in white and make it a little ghost buddy. I feel like people will love that. And these eyes are 20 millimeter white pupil eyes, and I thought that if there's any time that I need to use white pupil eyes, it's on this little guy. I just think that it would not have the same creepy, mythical, magical effect if it was black pupils. So I'm happy that I had some of these. I need to order more because I do plan on making a ton of these little guys. So I used Burlap Blanket for this one, and he's like this dark teal color. I picked this color because it's similar to the color of the wisps in Brave. So I did one in that color. This is the color that they had displayed in the Etsy listing photo. I think that they used like Parfait Chunky or something though, because it came out very small compared to mine. I feel like mine might be a little bit bigger than the listing photo. Look at the hearts in his eyes from my ring light. Oh my gosh, that's cute. This is Sweet Snuggles Light from Michaels. So this like green minty color. Then I had this color in Elise Voluto, which is a really fun, it's purple, but it's not like a lavender purple. It's a very vibrant purple color. So I thought that that would be fun. And then this one, I purposefully put his eyes a little off so that it would look kind of like he's turning his head. I've said this before, when I batch make items or just make a bunch of one type of item, I really like giving them different personalities in their faces. So I don't just mean like embroidering like mouth and eyebrows and stuff to give them different expressions, because I do that as well. But I try to make each one a little bit different, or I'm not too picky about making them all look identical. Now, Ryan does this. He will make sure that every item that he does is identical, and he will count stitches again and again and again, which is why I always give him the little acrylic projects, because I just go with what my heart tells me. And if it's one extra round in the head or one extra stitch, then that so be it. This one just has a slightly bigger head, and that's just the way that it is. Because personally for me, when I see a bunch of stuffed animals, I've been this way since I was a kid. If I see a bunch of stuffed animals, I will pick up each and every one and I will look at it in its little beady eyes, and I will see which one connects with me on a soul level. And that's the one that I buy and take home with me. And so I like it when all of my little critters have kind of different personalities and looks, so that people can choose which one really calls to them, you know? That actually happened at Comic-Con with my little Kirby's. I had, I think at that point, like 4 or 5 of them left in my little acrylic tub. And one guy came up and he was like, I gotta buy this Kirby. I'm like, oh, are you a Kirby fan? And he's like, no, but his little face just got me. I couldn't resist that little face. So we bought it. And I'm like, perfect, that's what I'm going for. So this one has a little turned head. So I did the purple. And then because these kind of look like flames, I did an orange. And orange is probably my least favorite. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the color orange. It's Ryan's favorite color, so he'll scoff at that comment. But orange just kind of gave like the flame, the fire vibes, you know? And I was thinking about doing a red one too, but I'm not sure what's going to sell the best, you know? So I ended up doing 4 of them. So here they all are together. They're so cute. I have to order more of these eyes because these are pretty addicting to make. So speaking of things that are addicting to make, I also went on a unicorn making spree. You probably saw in the thumbnail, I made a lot of unicorns. I made 11 to be exact. So this is actually my pattern. This is my loaf unicorn pattern. It is available on Etsy. There is a link in the description box. Go show it some love if you want to support me. And if you like really quick, easy, fun market makes, I highly recommend my loaf unicorn pattern, but I am a little bit biased. There is a copycat pattern on Etsy. It's called like Starburst the Unicorn or something like that. That is not my pattern. That came out just happenstancely a few weeks after mine released when there was nothing else like this on the market. So if you want to go support them, you're welcome to do so. But mine is by the Celestial Homebody on Etsy. I will link it in the description box. But I normally hate batch making where, you know, you make the little parts to things and then you put them all together at the end and you make like 20 of this, 20 of that, 20 of that, and then you put them all together. I normally hate doing that. I would much rather just get out all the yarns and all the different size hooks and everything and complete one project at a time, because I find that batch making just burns me out completely, and then I get halfway done with all the things. I prep those 20 things and then I lose all interest and no longer want to complete all the projects, and then I have a bunch of whips sitting there. So I am personally not a fan of batch crocheting. However, this pattern is the only exception that I love batch making, and here's why. So the unicorn horn and the hair is all, so the unicorn horn is crocheted in, and then the hair you just add afterwards. You can slip stitch and chain, which is what I have written in the pattern, but I make the hair pieces separately and then I just tie it onto a stitch on the head and on the butt. So that's what I do. And then the only thing that you have to sew in this pattern is sew on the muzzle and do the embroidery if you choose to do eyelashes or whatever. But what I'll do is I will make a bunch of unicorn horns. So I was just sitting there making unicorn horns. I made 11 of them. Don't know why I did 11, but I did horns for like a half an hour until I felt like I had a good amount. And I was like, okay, now let's do hair. So I went through my stash of yarn and I picked out a bunch of just like skinny chenille yarn and did a bunch of hair and tail strands. And I made sure that I had an even amount so that hair and tail would match. And so I did a bunch of hair, and then came the fun part where you make the bodies, but then you get to play mix and match with the color of the yarn for the body and the hair. And I had so much fun doing that. I was like, what color would go good with the mint? And I picked the rainbow. This is my favorite color combo that I did actually. This chenille rainbow is from Amazon. I've talked about it before. It is so nice to work with. It feels just like the Juicy Couture yarn from Joann, the very, very expensive Juicy Couture yarn. I will link it. It's from Amazon. It's just no-name rainbow chenille. Love working with it. And is that not perfect for a little unicorn, you know, a little rainbow spiral? So to do the muzzles and the bodies and to sew everything together, these guys only take me 20 minutes. Okay, so once I have all the horns and the hair done, which took me like 45 minutes to do it for all of these unicorns, 20 minutes a piece to finish these guys, and they are a good size. I mean, this is, I think I'm going to charge at least $25 for these, if not 28. I mean, they're big. These are bigger than my loaf cats, which I charge 20 for. So at least $25. Now, if you use a burnout blanket or a sweet snuggles or something like that, they are not going to come out this big. This that I used for all of the unicorns that I'm going to show you today is the loops and threads from Michael's Fluffy Flex. It's a newer brand or newer line of yarn at Michael's. And it's like thick blanket yarn. It is classified as a size 6, which is wild that this is classified as the same size as, like, is Parfait Chunky a 6? Yeah, as Parfait Chunky. It, like, not even close. So this is all the Fluffy Flex. So what really started me on the unicorn kick was, I talked about this in my Comic-Con vlog, is in a past life, in my college years, I was a brony, and Ryan and I used to love the show My Little Pony. I mean, I still do. I just haven't watched it in years until Celeste is old enough to watch it, and I'm so excited to watch it with her. The story, the plots are so good. The music is so good. The colors and the animations, the puns for horses, like the horse puns. hilarious. It's such a good show. I highly recommend. Bluey is kind of like the new version of My Little Pony, you know, where it's meant for kids, but so many adults like it as well because of just the novelty of it and how good the plot is per episode and whatnot. Anyways, I digress. So Ryan and I used to go to like pony conventions and everything. So we love My Little Pony. So I decided that I wanted to make the main 6 in loaf unicorn form. I started off the week really strong with this little guy. So I wish that I had screenshotted who I was inspired by on Instagram. I should have done that. But a few weeks ago, I had seen another creator on Instagram. I did not recognize their name. I remember that. It wasn't somebody who, I don't think they're on YouTube. It was just a crochet account on Instagram. Posted a little bear that had the little clown hat and clown ruffle. And I thought that it was really cute. So I kind of clocked it in the back of my mind. So that I could remember to make it later. And so I did. So I purchased this pattern off of Etsy for the bear, and then I just freehanded the hat and the little collar. Oh my gosh, you guys, my pants are so tight. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. These pants, these jeans that I'm wearing right now are like one size too small, and I have them unbuttoned because I'm a busting can of biscuits in these things, and they're squeezing my intestines. Ow. Anyways, so for this bear, I used my all-time favorite brown color, which is Elise Voluto. Don't know the color number, but it is their medium brown, and I just love how milky this brown is, and it's not too red, not too orange, not too mustard. It is just the perfect neutral medium brown. And then for the hat, I actually busted out a yarn that I have not used in a very long time, and for the cream in it and the collar, that is, I used Juicy Couture. I believe the color is Angel or Angel Wings or something along those lines, but I have not used this yarn in a long time, and it's because you can't get any anymore because it was a Joann's exclusive, and I have not heard anything about the Juicy Couture line coming to any other stores. I don't know if Michael's has taken over it. Let me know in the comments if you happen to know. But I know that Michael's has taken over a lot of the Big Twist branded stuff, and they're actually like rolling out Big Twist branded yarn into the Michael's stores, which is very weird to see, because that's not their turf, you know. It's like Michael's and Joann's were like the Sharks and the Jets in West Side Story, and now like the Jets are leaking into the Sharks territory. That's what's happening. And it's a little unsettling, but I'm happy that it's being offered. But I have not seen anything specifically about the Juicy Couture coming over to Michael's or Hirschner's or anywhere else. And that's kind of a bummer because I do really enjoy working with this yarn. It is thinner. It is more like, I don't know, with like the Elise Voluto, Burnout Blanket, Chenille Brights, all of those, I use a 6.5 millimeter hook, but I have to use a 5 millimeter with the Juicy Couture. So I like it for accents on things, although they did have a couple of green colors that I really liked using for Pickles, that I think I have 2 more skeins of. It's off screen, but in my green stash that, again, I'm just like, I have anxiety using because I know that I can't get it again. But anywho, for the actual hat itself, this is Premier Chenille Basics Brights. Color is maybe called Seafoam. You guys know I like to make names up. I really should study before I sit down and film these videos, but what am I, a professional? This pattern was very easy to follow. It's on Etsy, and I will link it for you in the description along with all of the other patterns that I'm going to talk about today, as I always do. Oh, and by the way, if you ever see little pictures of the patterns instead of the links like how you used to see in my description box, that's just because YouTube did an update, and so now they're doing like the little picture things. Just click on the picture of the pattern that you'd like to purchase, and I believe that I earn a small commission off of it, so it helps you out and it helps me out. So that's pretty cool that Etsy is now like collaborating with YouTube to do that. I kind of want to make another bear like this. I was debating making a pumpkin bear. I actually, when I got out the brown yarn, I also grabbed some Elise Voluto burnt orange, and I was going to do the body orange with the little tail bauble. This is just a bobble stitch, which I really like, in brown. And then I was going to, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Oh my goodness. I just ate a salad and I think I ate it too fast. I like inhaled it so that I could get to filming this video after my nap because I overslept. And now I have indigestion issues. Anyways, I was going to either embroider or use felt for like a little jack-o'-lantern face. But then I decided that it's too close to Halloween, and as cute as I think that that would end up being, I don't want to have to hold on to it for a full year because I only have like a week till Halloween, so even if I put it up on the website, I don't know how many of you guys would actually want to buy it this close to Halloween. And I don't have any other markets until mid-November. No, November 7th is my next market. That's coming up in a few weeks. Oh my goodness, that is creeping up. Is that next weekend? Weekend after next? Oh my goodness. I didn't even realize how close November 7th was. And then on November 12th, I'm having my major gastrointestinal surgery. So November is going to be a wild month for me. Sorry, that just dawned on me that I have that coming up. But anyways, I ultimately decided to put the orange yarn away and then go with the clown situation that I mentioned I had seen weeks ago on Instagram. And if any of you guys happen to have seen this bear on Instagram and know what picture I'm talking about, let us know. And then I'll put in the description box who the creator was that inspired me, because I feel like that's important to, mention who you're inspired by. But anywho, cute little bear. His arms and legs are crocheted in, which is very nice. He can sit like that, which is so stinking cute. He can give you a little cleavage action like this, I do that when I want to do cleavage. See, look, it's like magic. Now you see it, now you don't. So after I did the bear, by the way, this guy's going to go up on the website if you're interested in him. So mid this week, I got a couple of orders on Etsy for chickens. So this is my chicken pattern, and I am biased because I did write the pattern, but it is my favorite chicken pattern. People tell me all the time that when they bring this chicken pattern to market, they sell better than like the Mabel chickens or other chicken patterns. Number one, I think because of the size, like these are a substantial size and they just fit so nicely in the hand. And then also with the way that their necks come up, it's just a little extra character versus like the Mabel chickens, which are just like straight across. And I know one of the reasons why I wrote this pattern is because I made a bunch of Mabel chicken patterns by who wrote that? Is it Cable and Canvas? No, that doesn't sound right. You know which pattern I'm talking about. I feel like everybody and their monkey's uncle has made the Mabel pattern chicken. But I brought it to my first couple of events and they barely got any attention. They did not sell well. And so I was like, okay, I clearanced them all out. I need to rethink this. I know Robin at Naughty Hook Crochet, she puts little wings on hers and she says that hers sell better with wings on them. But I feel like just since every crocheter is doing that style chicken, people just kind of glance over it because they see it all the time. Whereas something like this that has a little bit more personality and character to it, and something that, like it's a shape, it's still a simple shape. Don't get me wrong. This isn't like I didn't invent sliced bread or anything like that. But it's just slightly different. And so it turns people's heads a little more. And every time I bring these to market, I sell at least 2 or 3. A few months ago, I went ham. You might remember, actually, it was the,
was it the 100 plushie challenge? I think it was. It was a week in my life vlog where I was crocheting 100 plushies, and like 35 of those plushies of the 100 were chickens in various colors. I did some white, some brown, some black, some blue. And those chickens have lasted me 2 events. 35 chickens. They've only lasted me 2 events, and I'm completely out of white, and I'm completely out of brown, and I'm completely out of blue. I only have 2 or 3 black chickens left. So that tells you how well these sell. After 2 events, they're pretty much sold out. So in addition to getting a couple of Etsy orders, because I also sell the finished plushie on Etsy, I also just needed to make a couple for my upcoming market. So I got an order for 1 white chicken. So I made 1 white. I also got an order for a blue chicken, and you might be wondering why a blue chicken. This is an ode to a very famous, very popular video game called Stardew Valley. It's like a farming simulator game. So in that game, you own a farm and you run it and you take care of animals and things. And there is an elusive chicken species breed that is a blue chicken with a purple comb that looks just like this, that you can only get by marrying one of the non-playable characters, because he's like a farming whiz. It's a long story. Just know that in the game, you can get one of these blue chickens. Everybody wants one because they're really cool looking, but nobody wants to have to marry this NPC to get the blue chicken. But anyway, so this is a Stardew Valley blue chicken. It's my same exact chicken pattern, but the only difference is that the blue chickens, I put the little tail feathers on because that is what they have in the game. And this yarn is the new Premier Parfait plush, and I used to use for my blue chickens, what is it? From Michael's Chenille Home Slim or Sweet Snuggles Light. It is an identical blue color. It looks just like this. Like, honestly, I could probably mix them into one project and you would not even tell. Like, that's how close in color they are, which I'm ecstatic about because the Premier Parfait plush is so much more high quality than the Chenille Home Slim from Michael's. It used to not be that way. That blue that I used to get from Michael's was great quality. I mean, it still shed. It always has shedded. But recently, when I have been able to find it, which is rare, I can hardly ever find this color anymore in store. But when I have been able to find it, it is that gross, starchy, I'm not even like autistic, and it bothers my tactile senses. So I can't imagine if you have any like sensory things, how you would feel touching that yarn. So I don't want to have to work with it, number one, but I also don't want to have it in a plushie so that when somebody goes to buy it, they pick it up and they're like, ew. What did she do to this thing? You know? So unfortunately, I have been out of that blue yarn for forever until Premier released the new Parfait plush line, and I'm so fortunate that they have a good blue chicken color in it. So this is what it looks like. I actually made 2 blue chickens. I got an order for one and then I made an extra one. This one I actually shorted 2 rounds because I wasn't paying attention. So this is what it's supposed to look like. It's nice and tall and girthy, but I accidentally shorted 2 rounds on this one. I was watching a TV show and I've been watching on Netflix. It's called The Midnight Club. It's very spooky. I have a very high threshold for spooky though, so it doesn't freak me out, but it's got like, they just took every spooky movie, TV show stereotype and like threw it at the wall and see what stuck, because it's like, it's got serial killer stuff, it's got supernatural, it's got like time travel kind of stuff, it's got everything, cult stuff. But it is a good show. It's only 10 episodes. I'm on episode 8 now, so I haven't finished it. I will this week. But anyways, I was really into watching that. Oh, also, it has won the world record for the most jump scares in one episode. So that's pretty cool. So I wasn't paying attention when I did this, but I made one to take to market and one to send to that person who bought it on Etsy. And then I also did one brown chicken. This one I also shorted around, but I did that on purpose because this is fresh off the hook. I was very short on time today. So, but this is that same brown yarn that I used on the bear, that Elise Voluto. So 4 chickens, 2 of them already have homes. So over the next couple weeks, I'm going to need to be busting out some chickens like I'm McDonald's. That didn't work. That was supposed to be a joke about like chicken nuggets. That didn't land. I'm not editing this video, so I'm not editing that out. So the next thing that I made this week was the bulk of my week because it was the 2 patterns that I wrote. So I have a new pattern collection coming out, and these are the first 2 critters in that collection, and the collection's name is the Snuggle Sprites collection. How many times can Katie say collection? Oh my goodness. Take a shot every time Katie says collection. But the Snuggle Sprites collection is meant to be like for babies and toddlers, inspired by my own baby / toddler. She just turned a year old and she's really into stuffed animals. We're getting her to, like, she sees a stuffed animal and she'll grab it and she'll cuddle it and snuggle it and give it kisses, and it's so cute and it's so sweet. Hang on, there's something over here bothering me. That was hanging off my my sticker making supplies. It was bothering my OCD. So I made the first 2 creatures. So here's the first one. So this is the style of the Snuggle Sprites. So this is Blossom the bunny. The first 2 creatures that I made are both woodland creatures. And you guys, I have so many ideas for all of the different creatures and animals and like supernatural creatures that I want to do for this collection. But the first 2 are woodland. I thought I would start classic just to kind of dip my toes into it. So this is the style, and they're all going to be in this style, and I shaped them this way because they're meant to be snuggleable. That's hence the name Snuggle Sprites. And then I went with the sprites because these are not like realistic bunnies. Like if I saw a bunny that stood up like this IRL, I would run for the hills. But they're meant to be more like animal creatures, animal sprites, if you will. More anthropomorphic. Is that the word that I'm looking for? You know, more human-like characteristics. I think anthropomorphic is the right word to use here. But I also shaped them like this because I wanted them to be super snuggleable. So they're kind of thin up near the arms, but then they got these nice wide birthing hips, as my OBGYN would say. And so they feel so nice to snuggle, and they come out a really good size. I mean, this is pretty big. That's what she said. This is Burnout Blanket, and then the blush is the Premier Chenille Basics Brights. By the way, I didn't mention, I always do. Use my affiliate link in the description box if you want to purchase from Premier. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not going to make you, but I appreciate it if you do, because it gives me a small commission and it doesn't cost you any more money. So if you want to get like the Parfait Plush or the Chenille Basics Brights, use that link and I'll love you forever. I'll love you forever even if you don't use it, but maybe don't tell me that you don't use it. Yeah, don't tell me, because then I'll hold a grudge. I'm kidding. Anyways, so this is Blossom the bunny. Let me show you her back. her little cottontail there. Now her ears are short, and I did that on purpose. I was contemplating giving her nice long ears, but I thought that with her long body, the juxtaposition, look at me sounding smart with my big words today. The juxtaposition of her short ears that almost kind of made it look like she has a little bob hairstyle. I thought that that was the way to go. So Blossom is completely no sew. The only thing that you have to sew if you choose is if you want to give her a flower in her hair and if you want to do the pocket. But these two are completely optional, but you will need to sew them on. And on all of my Snuggle Sprites, I'm doing crocheted eyes because, as I mentioned, not crocheted eyes, embroidered eyes, because as I mentioned, I want these to be made for little babies. So I did embroidered eyes, and then of course it's me, so I had to bust out my blush compact and give her some blush, and then I gave her a little heart bunny nose that matches her outfit. It's a little too much blush pink in my opinion. I probably should have done her outfit in like ballet pink or just a different shade of pink maybe, and then kept her nose the blush, because I do think that this is a really perfect color for her sweet little nose. But that's okay. I do love the way that she turned out, and it fits her, it suits her Blossom the Bunny name. So this is the first Snuggle Sprite that is up for testing. I'm going to tell you how to apply for testing in just a second. This is the second Snuggle Sprite. This is Faye the Fawn, and she is wearing a flower crown. Now, admittedly, the flower crown is not part of the pattern. I was thinking about maybe in the future doing a accessory pack. Like once I have more Snuggle Sprites out, maybe 10 or 12 or so, then I will do an accessory pack where I have like little like coats and flower crowns and hats and bonnets and things that fit all of them. Because they're mostly the same. Like their faces are all going to be different shapes, but the widest round is always going to be the same number of stitches. That's my plan, so that way I can do that accessory pack. So this is Faye the Fawn. This flower crown, by the way, I actually made for Celeste when I was pregnant with her, and I just thought that it looked really cute on her. Oh, look at how cute it looks on Blossom too. I mean, it's a little much with her sewn in flower, but since she's like a springtime bunny, oh my gosh, you guys, look at how cute. Yeah, I highly recommend doing a flower crown for these guys. It really adds a little bit more character to them. But anyway, so Faye the Fawn, this one is definitely an intermediate pattern. Now it is low sew. The only thing that you have to sew on, optional again, is the pocket. The only thing necessary that you sew on is the ears. Now you could figure out how to crochet them in. I personally didn't want to do that because everybody's tension and yarn usage and hook usage is different. I felt like since I've already had you guys crochet in the antlers in the pattern, I didn't also want to crochet in the ears because I thought that there would be a high chance of them being misaligned and then not looking right and not being in the right spot. So if you end up purchasing this pattern when it's released in a couple of weeks and you want to figure out with your tension where you can crochet the ears in, then you're welcome to do so. But I just said sew them on in, this location. But in each pattern, oh, there's the back of her. She's got a little deer tail. In each pattern, you have the option of doing either on their overalls, the scalloped, what do you call these? Accents, I guess. The scalloped around the legs, or doing like a straight leg situation. So they are the same size. Oh, she lost her flower crown. Now she's looking like a frat boy at a party with the tie around her head. They are the same size. Actually, the fawn is a tad bit bigger, only because of my yarn usage. So like I said, this was Burnout Baby, which was a little bit smaller than what I used on this, which is Elise Voluto Mushroom. And then for the brown, it is the new Big Twist plush, scratch that. The new Parfait plush from Premier, and I think that the color is called Rust. Also in the pattern, these two rounds right here are also brown. So you see how it comes down right here and it comes down right here? Those are brown in the pattern. I was just playing around with it, and I had gotten too far. I didn't want to frog it out and fix it. I was lazy. Writing these two patterns, you guys, took me like 4 days. It was a lot to write these, and I really tried to do a good job with putting pictures in along the way so that there were minimal questions, especially with the fawn, because there's face shaping in this. As you can see, her nose comes out just a tad, and the eyes sink in just a tad, like doing pictures and stuff for that. So it was a lot taking pictures for the listing and for the pattern test call. And then also, of course, writing the pattern and figuring out how to get these guys to work. So anywho, these are the first two in the collection, and I am hoping to have the next two in the collection out in the next 2 weeks. So if you would like to test either Blossom the Bunny or Faye the Fawn, you're going to have a public crochet Instagram account. And I'm sorry that it has to be this way if you're not on Instagram. It's just the easiest for me to keep track of everybody and everything. So, I'm going to link in the description my, I almost said Etsy, my, Instagram. Go to my Instagram page to the pattern test call, and then just read the caption on that picture, and then you can enter to win, like it's a sweepstakes, offer to test for me on that Instagram post. Also at the end of the video, when the little end card comes up where it says thanks for watching, at the bottom right hand corner there will be a QR code. If you're watching on your TV right now and you have your phone next to you, just whip out the camera, scan that QR code, and it will take you right to my Instagram. That's always there, by the way. And just for fun, go follow me on Instagram, even if you don't want to apply to be a pattern test. I post fun stuff over there all the time, like sneak peeks at stuff that I'm working on, and like where I'm going to be next at my next event. If you're in the area and want to come say hi, all of that stuff I post over on Instagram. So here are the first two Snuggle Sprites. I'm so incredibly proud of them, and thank you to everybody, by the way, who applies to test. I wish that I could have everybody test, but you know that I can't, because my kid's gonna need to go to college in like 17 years, so we're saving for that. Also, I'm saving for my she shed that we put the deposit down on, so I gotta sell some patterns. So the next thing that I made was something that earlier I mentioned, Robin, Knotting Hook Crochet. I mentioned her, and I saw her use this pattern this past week, and I have been wanting to make an alligator for a very long time. In fact, last week, if you saw my crochet roulette wheel, it said alligator on there because I've been meaning to make one for a long time. So Robin made this pattern and she had good things to say about it, so I went ahead and bought it through her link to give her the commission. You're welcome, Robin. Creators helping creators. And I agree. I really like this pattern. This was fun. I believe the shop name, I got it on Etsy. It was Crochet something AU. I'll link it for you. Sorry if you can hear Jovi. She's chewing her bone down here next to me. But this alligator, despite the bobble stitches, this did not take long at all. These take maybe 45 minutes, if that. They're just fun to do. The bobble stitches are only 2 yarn over bobble stitches every other row, so it goes really quick. I really like to pet him right between the eyes right here. And technically this is a crocodile, not an alligator, but I wouldn't know. I'm not an Irwin, so I don't know the difference. Besides, crocodiles are scarier because they can run on land and alligators can't. That's the extent of my knowledge, though. Look at this girthy tail on this guy, you guys. I will say that I don't know if it's just me with my tension, but mine tend to arc. He just slapped me in the face because I didn't know if he was an alligator or a crocodile. It arcs down like this. I mean, when it's laying flat on the table, it's not a big deal. But I made 2, and this one does the same thing. Also, look at how scary this one looks with his eyes. So on this one, I did it like the pattern said, and I color changed for the bobble eyes and did white with the safety eyes and then the eyelids. And this guy can be pretty creepy too. This one, you know, it's more cartoonesque though. This guy though, look at those eyes. I decided to just embroider some yellow and then do some embroidery with the little pupils there. So this one's baby friendly, but this one's a little scary. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This alligator crocodile thing is scarier than the scary show that I was watching while I was making it. Also, I wasn't paying attention, and this one is way longer than this one is. This one, so I technically made this one first. And then I was like, I don't need the pattern. I can do it from memory after making it one time. And then I accidentally made it a little too long, but that's okay. A little extra length never hurt anybody. So these guys, even though they only take about 45 minutes, they do take a ton of yarn because of all the baubles. I'm thinking I'm going to put at least an $18 price on these. 2 of them took 3/4 of a skein of This is Burnout Mystical, and it was a brand new skein of Burnout Mystical. So that's a lot of yarn for like the size that these come out to be. So you do have to take that into account when you're pricing these. But quick, easy pattern. I really had fun making these guys. So I hope that these sell because I want to make some more of them. And using the Burnout Mystical, I think was a good call because of the, you know, the variegatedness of them. Although I will say that I might want to do one of these in solid green so that you can see the baubles a little bit better. I feel like they do kind of get lost just a tad with the variegated, but that's okay. Mwah! They kissed. Courtney, who I actually made the magic heart for, was that last no, 2 weeks ago? I made the little Pokemon magic heart. She wanted a few other plushies from me, so I set the magic carp aside. That still needs to be sent out to her. But she also wanted this little creature. So this is another Pokemon. This is a Spheal. Get it? Because it's like a seal, but it's a sphere. It's spherical. Spherical. You guys know that reference from Jake and Josh? If you're a millennial, you definitely do. But anyways, so this little guy was actually really fun to make. Pretty easy because as you can see, it's pretty much just a sphere. It took a butt ton of stuffing though. Whenever you're stuffing a giant void like this, you know, it's just, it felt like I would just kept putting more stuffing in and it was just like disintegrating and disappearing because I felt like I put so much stuffing in. But when I am stuffing a big empty void like this, what I'll do is I'll put stuffing in and then kind of like put my hands in there and forcep it, you know, like imagine you're at the gynecologist getting a pap smear. That's kind of the motion that I do. I separate all of the stuffing against the sides and then I begin like stuffing the middle once all of the sides are completely full. And that's how I get it into like this completely rounded shape without it being lumpy and uneven and stuff like that. And then for the spots, as well as the eyes and the teeth, I did felt. And in the pattern, this is a free pattern, by the way, on a blog. I'll link it for you in the description box, as well as all of the other patterns that I talk about. But in the free pattern blog, the teeth, they use like felting, you know, like needle felting, but I don't have any needle felting stuff. It is one of the crafts that I just have not gotten into yet, because I am very interested, but I don't have time for that. Yeah, so I did not have any needle felting stuff for the tees, so I just used some little white felt there. So this is a Sfeel free pattern. So that was really awesome and fun to make. It went really quick. It's pretty mindless. I mean, you are increasing, you know, for the ball, but this is like the most basic crochet shape. Now you do have to do all of the tails. There are 3 tails. You got to do the ears. The little nose bits were a little tricky, and I do think that I sewed them on a little bit crooked. Gives them a little bit of character, you know, and then the ears and the feet are separate. Did I already say the ears? I don't remember. But there was quite a bit of sewing in this, but all in all, it was fun. I feel like the time flew by when I was making this, and that's always what you want in a crochet plushie. So one Sfeel that will be going to its new home sometime in the next few weeks. So last week, I showed you guys that I had made a Sam from the Halloween movie Trick or Treat, which I still have not watched, but I promise it is on my to-watch list for this Halloween season. But I finished him because last week I did not have button eyes for him. So this is what he looks like with his eyes, and then I also added some twine. I almost said burlap. That's not what this is. Some twine around his neck, because he's kind of like a scarecrow guy. Is Sam a kid? I don't know the lore. I've never seen the movie, or I know nothing about the franchise. So he looks like a little guy. So is he a kid? Is he alive in a costume, like an actual kid going trick-or-treating in a costume? Or is he an actual supernatural creature? I don't know any of this stuff, but don't tell me because I don't want to be spoiled for the movie. I can't wait to watch it because a lot of you guys definitely recommended it. But anyway, so I had told you guys that I had gone to Walmart to look for buttons. They had no buttons that were big enough. They would have looked stupid on him. So last weekend we ran out to the city and I stopped at Hobby Lobby, and they have a really good button selection, and their buttons are always 99 cents for the pair, which is great. Sometimes even 4 come in that 99-cent price. So I thought that these were a good size. I probably could have gone a little bit bigger, but I don't know. When looking at pictures of him, the eyes are kind of small. I don't know. Hopefully he will sell at my market. I probably am not going to put him up on my website until I take him to market. I think that this is the kind of thing that's going to draw people in. He's not going to be super cheap, so it's definitely going to take the right buyer to purchase him, because he took a lot of yarn and also a lot of stuffing. I mean, look at that girthy body, you know? This colorway I adore. Y'all know I love the pastels, and this is a sweet little pastel turtle. So what inspired this color combo was I was at Walmart the other day, and a lot of you guys are telling me to check my Walmart for the clearance Bernat, and my Walmart has not had any clearance Bernat, or any of the Walmarts near me, because we frequent a couple. None of them have it, unfortunately. But they did just restock all of their Bernat baby, and it was so soft. It was like as soft as the Bernat Mythical is. You know how we all love the Bernat Mythical because of how soft and buttery and easy it is to work with, compared to that old stiff formula Bernat that makes you feel like you're getting those gains as you're crocheting with it. So I grabbed a couple skeins. I grabbed a white, I grabbed a vintage white, which is like a off-white, and then I also grabbed this Bernat baby in the color Pitter Patter. And I could see, like, from an aisle away, it was on an end cap, and I gasped, and Ryan was like, "What?" Like he thought something was wrong. And I scurried my patootie up to it, and I could tell just from looking at it from so far away that it was going to be incredibly soft. And I'm so glad that I was right about that, because I touched this skein and it was like the heavens opened and the angels sang, "Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah." It was fantastic. Unfortunately, they only had one skein of it. So I got the one that they had. The last time I had this yarn, it was that stiff stuff, and I ended up just donating it, giving it to like a fellow crochet friend from church, because I was like, I cannot work with this. It hurts my muscles so badly. So that was a long-winded way of saying I use this Burnout Baby Pitter Patter. So when I was thinking about what color I wanted to pair for it, I was like, pair with it, not pair for it. To pair with it, I was like, well, I could pull a baby pink or a baby blue or a baby yellow. I feel like that would be obvious, but I was holding that variegated skein up to all of my departments of yarn here. That's sometimes what I do, is I'll like scan the room. And I stopped at the purples and I was like, ooh, that gave me a little tingle. I was like, okay, which purple do I want to use with it? And I ultimately decided on this Elise Voluto lavender color. On camera, it looks a lot more lavender, but in person, it looks a little bit more periwinkle. But even though the variegated does not have this color in the shell, it just works so well because of all of the soft little baby colors. I adore this color combo turtle. And if it sells, which I'm sure that it will, because sea turtles always sell, I will definitely be making another one of these. And I got to figure out what else I want to use this Burnout Baby on. I was thinking maybe like a little bear or an elephant or something like, oh, a little deer. Well, no, if I made it in this, would it be obvious that it's a deer? Should I make that in brown? I don't know. I was just thinking along the lines of like baby nursery and do embroidered eyes on it. Some sort of creature that I could use this on to sit in a little baby nursery, I think would be sweet, especially considering it is literally Burnout Baby and called Pitter Patter. So I've been holding this turtle for so long. Some of you are probably so annoyed with me. So one little pastel tweedle. Then I made a strawberry turtle. This is the pink, the light pink is Elise Voluto. Dark pink is Hibiscus from Premier Chenille Basic Sprites. And then this little tip here, the little stem, is actually Yarn Bee yarn from Hobby Lobby. And I want to say, I don't know what the actual line of yarn is, but it's very thin. It's like a 3-weight chenille. I just know that it's a baby bee yarn, but if you know what it is, leave a comment so that other people can find it as well. It is not like true green. It's actually mint. And I just thought that the mint looked a lot better with these color pinks than like a stark green would. So I did one standard strawberry turtle, and then I also did one inverted strawberry turtle. So you're gonna have to let me know which you like better. Do you like the inverted or do you like it with the darker shell? I think I'm a dark shell kind of gal. They're both cute though. Oh, and then on these, I was contemplating making big like glitter safety eyes for these, but I do not have a ton of safety eye glitter. Oh, I just placed a humongous Amazon order to get some safety eye glitters, which I will circle back to in just a second here. But I was like, I don't really want to waste what little glitter I have on these turtles, especially because I put like a $12 price on these. I feel like with the size that these came out with that free blog pattern though, I feel like I should put more on these. What do you guys think? 18? They're substantial size, especially if I start making them with the glitter eyes. I think that is worth it. I was like, I'm jonesing to use these new eyes on something. So I was looking through all of the patterns that I have, all my free patterns on Etsy, saved on Instagram, and nothing was really calling to me. So I went on a hunt for something that I wanted to use these eyes on. And I kind of had a vision in my mind's eye. It started as like a dragon creature, not a dragon, but a dragon creature, you know? So I found this little pattern, but I did alter it to suit what I had in my mind's eye. So this is on Etsy. I'll link it for you in the description box. But this is the little critter that I partially came up with. the writer of the pattern came up with the majority of it. I did a few changes though, so I'll tell you what those are in just a second here. But this is like a little Luna celestial dragon monkey moth sort of creature. I don't know what you'd call it. This guy took a hot minute. It took me 4.5 hours to make this, and that does not even include doing the bedazzling on him or her, whatever. And I started using bigger yarn. So I started using the Premier Basic Chenille Brights in Periwinkle because I thought that with these eyes, I was like, I have to use Periwinkle. I don't want to use purple. I don't want to use pink. That'll be too matchy-matchy. I want a little bit of a contrast, but still keep that Luna vibe, aura about her, if you will. So I grabbed my Premier Basic Chenille Brights and Periwinkle, and I did the head, and I was like, holy moly, this thing is big. That's what she said. I don't have a dirty mind. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to finish this entire creature with this skein that I have. And so I frogged out the entire head, and I ended up using a 4.5 millimeter hook with, this is the Big Twist Baby Bear in the Periwinkle color. So it turned out a lot smaller, but honestly, I'm happy about it because I wanted the eyes to be a statement. I feel like if I had gone with like a 6.5 millimeter hook and the basic sprites, it would have turned out double the size, if not more. And those eyes just kind of would have gotten lost. And that the whole purpose of making this creature was to showcase how pretty the glitter is in these eyes and those purple pupils that I've never used before. So I am happy with the decision, but for as big as this thing turned out, 4.5 hours plus all the materials, I would have to charge way too much for this. So in the foreseeable future, this guy is staying with me. We'll put him back on a shelf somewhere, maybe back there, especially once we're done with all of the Halloween decor, we can find a spot for him. But yeah, the pattern was easy to follow. It was just a lot of parts and a lot of sewing. So the changes that I made was I added eyebrows, and I would have put the eyebrows a little bit lower, but because these are sinker eyes, my needle like just would not get in there, you know, to sew them closer. I didn't want him to look mad though, so I feel like it was a happy accident that they ended up a little bit higher, because I feel like if they were lower, then he would have looked a little like, you know. The other change that I made was I did different wings. So the wings on the pattern were more bat-like, and I wanted mine to be more butterfly or moth-like. So for the wings, I actually pulled up the pattern from All From Jade, her butterfly that I've done in the past. And I just did the big wings. Now, I feel like it would look really pretty with the smaller wings too, but after almost 5 hours of this thing, I was like, I can't look at it anymore. I do not want to make 2 more wings for this thing. So I just left it with these. And then this purple is also Big Twist Baby Bear in whatever their lilac lavender color is. And then I added the embroidery, a little star on the head. I have a bunch of embroidery floss because that is one of my other hobbies that I just haven't done in a long time, and I haven't really talked about on the channel, but I love hand embroidering. So I pulled out all of my threads, and I was looking through there, and again, I didn't want to go purple or pink. I wanted it to be complementary without matchy, so I pulled out like this dusty mauve. And then I do feel like the piece de resistance. I always want to say de la, but it's not. Piece de resistance is all of the bedazzled bejewels. So I wasn't sure what to do for the nose, because on the pattern, it had little like gremlin nostrils, and I was like, I don't like this. I want her to be like a cute little creature, not like a creepy gremlin thing. So instead of doing the nostrils as written, I just put a little jewel a little oval sideways, and then it kind of looks like a nose, right? It's so cute. Looks like she's like, it's Rudolph, but holographic. Yeah, and not a deer. And then for these jewels, I got these forever ago at Hobby Lobby. They're iridescent, so they're not clear jewels. If you can tell, they have like color to them, color shift, and that is what I wanted to use for her. And then for the star tail, I also put one big iridescent jewel on the star tail, just because I felt like all the action was happening up here, and then it was a little plain. And then one of my favorite parts is this fur. This fur, I've talked about it again and again because my heart aches for Big Twist faux fur. They had so many fun colors of fur, so many fun variegateds, and this was one of them. I want to say it was called a unicorn or unicorn something, and it is this beautiful pink, purple, blue, and white. And if that's not the perfect thing to bring all of it together, I don't know what is. And then I actually had to make the belly patch twice. So for the horns, I used Burnout Baby Sparkle. And if you've ever used this yarn, you know that it is thick. It is thick. I've never met a skein of the Burnout Baby Sparkle that was pleasant to work with. It must be something about that silvery shiny strand that runs through, or whatever it is to make the sparkles, but it was very thick. So I made the horns, and I actually had to remake the one of the horns because they were mismatched, and they're still a little mismatched. This one's a little bit thicker, but it's just like my boobs when I'm done breastfeeding. One is bigger than the other, and I'm not going to judge her for that. But I wanted to use the same color that I used for the horns on the belly patch. So I did, but what happened, because that yarn is so thick, is when I sewed it on, it gave her like a pregnant belly. It like puffed out, and then no matter how much I sewed it down, like I feel like I went around every single round and sewed it down, it did not really help, because then there was like a lip and it looked lumpy and it just looked so gross. So I cut that out, and fortunately, after a long time of me delicately clipping it, fortunately, I did not nick any of the actual body. So there was no repair that needed to be done. And then I used this Burnout Pipsqueak, which is a very thin yarn and a really small hook to do the belly patch. And that looks so much better. So much better. After I had put the Burnout Baby belly patch on, that was why I originally got out my embroidery thread, was I was going to embroider something on it, like a little moon and a star, make it kind of like a Care Bear situation. But that yarn is so thick, especially with how like firmly I had sewn it down, that I could not get my embroidery needle through there. And those things are tiny needles. I could not get it through there. Even with a thimble, like it was like hurting my thumb. So I'm happy that I ended up cutting it off. It bothers me just a little bit that this is cream and this is white, and then there's no other cream anywhere else on it, but that's just a me problem. I just got to get over it. In person, it does not look as stark of a difference as it does on camera. Also, the star I feel like looks more like a flower than it does a star. It looks specifically to me like the Polly Pocket flower. There was a Game Boy Advance game that I played as a kid that was like Polly Pocket at a water park, and you would collect these little stars, and that is what this looks like. Such a niche reference, but let me know if you know what I'm talking about, if you played the Polly Pocket Game Boy game too. So we got to think of a name for this little critter. Oh, Baubles. For the spikes, in the pattern, it tells you to do like each spike individually, and I said, and ain't nobody got time for that. I'm going on hour 5 of making this thing. So I just did surface crochet baubles, and this is that same Big Twist baby bear that I used for the wings. I think I talked extensively about you, my friend. Gosh, your eyes are beautiful. If I wasn't already married, I'd fall in love with those eyes. Okay, so since we were just talking about that beautifully amazing, sparkly colored Big Twist faux fur, let's talk about this next little thing that I made, which uses that same faux fur. So as you can tell, this is a little baby unicorn. And is she not the cutest little thing? So I was reached out to by a friend of mine. Her name's Kate. Her and I actually met in baby loss support group, in grief support group. And our boys are in heaven together, so we bonded right away, of course. So she saw that I posted that Highland cow along with the little dairy cow that I made a few weeks ago. She saw me post those and then reached out and was like, could you make me a unicorn for my niece in the same style? I said, absolutely. So that is the BK Crochet Charlie the Calf pattern. Oh, and by the way, for that gift exchange game at the retreat, I gave the black and white dairy cow. My brain is lagging so hard right now. Can you tell? That is what my gift was. And Tara from Old Soul Factory, I love her. She's a sweetheart too. She got mine. So anyways, that is the same pattern that I used for this. And then really the only modification that I did to it was I changed the ears and then made a little horn. I made the face the same, the body the same. I will say though that I did stuff the body. Even though these are half double crochets, I crocheted tight enough that you can't really get your finger in there. I mean, a little kid might be able to, but I mean, it's just stuffing in there. It's not big enough holes where you could like pinch and pull things out. So I do stuff it. It's very lightly stuffed though. It very, very lightly stuffed. I just feel like when you leave something as a snuggler, people assume that there was like a mistake because snugglers aren't super common outside of the crochet world. So I also stuffed the Highland cow back there. So I stuffed her a little bit. I used Bernat baby blanket for the white, and then this is Elise Voluto light pink. I already talked about the fur. And then for the horn, this, I want to say this is Big Twist Twinkle in purple, and it's got a little shimmer and shine to it. I am happy that I used the acrylic on it because it gives it a little bit more definition. I feel like if I were to use plush yarn on the horn, it would have looked a little more phallic. This one, you get a lot of definition to it. And it was a nightmare, an absolute nightmare to crochet with a 3mm hook. And this itty bitty yarn after I had been using all these fat yarns with a 6.5mm hook. But yeah, I'm very excited to give this to Kate, and it turned out so cute. Celeste loves it, so much so that I might have to make her own. She wants nothing to do with the Highland cow, but when she saw this, she was like, give me that. Yes, please. And then I felt bad having to take it away from her. So I might have to make little baby Celeste her own little baby unicorn. That kid has so many crocheted plushies, you guys. I did embroider the eyes. This eye looks better than the other one. And then I gave it blush, my signature blush, of course. And if you're wondering, once you put the blush on the yarn, it does not come off. It doesn't. I just really use my brush. I just use a little e.l.f. makeup brush, eyeshadow brush, and I just really swirl it and just work it into that yarn, especially on a light color like white. You know, it just works in there and it stains it pretty much. So unless you're like putting these in the washing machine, I think that the blush is going to hold up just fine. Ooh, I'm looking at something else that I made that I kind of want to put blush on. You know what? Let's talk about that next. So, Crochet Grove. You know of her? Is her name Anna? Anna? I don't actually know what her name is. I just know her as Crochet Grove. She recently came out with a shelf-sitting goose pattern. This goose has me in a chokehold, you guys. I swear I was born in the wrong decade because every time I see a goose with a little blue ribbon around its neck on a Pyrex or something at a thrift store, that baby comes home with me because I'm obsessed with the blue country geese. And that was big in the 80s. So I was born like 15 years too late. That is what this pattern reminds me of. How cute is this? So this goose sits on a shelf and then it looks down like that. So you bet your patootie that this little goose is gonna go up on one of those shelves back there. Oh my gosh, so stinking cute. Took me a little over an hour to make this, and the pattern is so clever how it's written. Crochet Grove does an amazing job with writing her patterns. They're just, I don't know how she comes up with like how you do this, because I guarantee you, if you think to yourself, how do you get it to be in this shape? It's probably not how she has you do it. And it is just so ingenious. Well, maybe looking up close at the stitches, you could figure it out, but such a clever pattern. And it honestly did not take very long. I think that it would be really cute to do this in like a mallard, maybe like a yellow duck. I think that these are going to sell really well at market. And honestly, they don't take that long. So I was just looking at this and I was thinking to myself, we need to give this baby some blush. So I will do it live here on camera for you. Do I have lipstick on my teeth? I swear I keep seeing it. All right, so I'm using this Wet n Wild blush. It's called Pinch Me Pink. It was the only blush that they had at Walmart at the time that was like a neutral pink color. I didn't want something too red or something too orange. So since she's white, I don't need a bunch on my brush. So I usually like to go right behind the eye, just a little bit lower, just like that. We're gonna go nice and light, and we're really gonna swirl it into those stitches like I was talking about earlier. We're gonna go a little bit more, make it more of an oval instead of a line. Oh yes, work it, girl. See, the goal to blushing your plushies though is that you don't want to go too heavy-handed. I made this mistake a few times, especially on white yarn, where I underestimated how much product the brush actually held, and then I put it on the plushie and it was looking like I should just put a feather boa on her and send her to Vegas because she was open for business, if you know what I mean. But if we go nice light-handed like that, then I think that it just adds so much personality. We're gonna go a tad more on this side again to make it more of an oval instead of more of a straight line. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. We can feather that out a little bit too, so it's not so dense. But yeah, that's how I put blush on plushies. That's really it. There's not much more to it. You just need a cheapy little thing. I think this is Wet n Wild and Elf are like the two cheapest makeup products you can get. So worth like the $2 or $3 that I spent on the blush with how much I use it on plushies. So anyways, this goose, highly recommend the pattern. That girl has sold over 400 of this pattern within the past week. She's rolling in dough. And I'm like, get that girl. I wish that one of my patterns would pop off like that, but I am not nearly as talented or creative to come up with these things as she is. Whatever her name is. Annabelle, Anna, Crochet Grove, Elizabeth. I don't want to say Elizabeth. I don't know. Let me know what her name is so I can actually start referring to her as a human instead of just her business name. Next up, we have Pika-Pee. This is Pikachu, electric mouse. So this is a splooting Pikachu. Now, if you have been in the crochet community in the recent past, which I'm assuming you have if you're here watching this, you have probably heard of Snuggle Beans Crochet splooting creatures. She has done tons of them at this point. I was going to say hundreds. It's probably not hundreds, but tons of regular like animals, real life animals. She's done like unicorn, dragon. She's done a couple of Pokemon, but she's only done the evolution. So she's done Eevee, Espeon, and Umbreon. I was actually in a pattern test a few weeks ago for Espeon, so you can go back and watch that this week's Makes video if you're interested in seeing what the process of making her patterns was like and my pattern testing journey with that. But because I had the splooting pattern available to me, I went ahead and modified the Eevee one to be Pikachu. So I don't really know what made me want to make a Pikachu. I'm not really a Pikachu kind of girl, if I'm being honest, but I just thought that, I don't know, bright yellow would be fun. So I did go with the brightest yellow that I have, which is the Chenille Basics Premier Brights. That name is way too long. Basics Brights. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. And we're just going to have a mutual understanding. You know what I'm talking about, I hope. So this is the color Sunshine, I believe. And then the brown is caramel. It is caramel. It is. I remember reading the label. I second guessed myself there for a second, but I like giving you guys the actual names if I can remember that. If I can remember them, so that way if anybody wants to recreate and copy, then you can and know exactly what yarns I use. And I use this 6.5 millimeter hook on no, I'm sorry, 6 millimeter hook on this guy. And they come out a pretty good size. I feel like he didn't take that long, but I was working on this at the retreat. So I was sitting there chatting with everybody as I was making him. And I had already come with his head done and his tail done. And then everything else I did there. And it only took me maybe a little over an hour to do all of the other parts and assemble it. And what's great about these is that the arms and the legs are crocheted in. And if it has a tail, then that is crocheted in too. But since I modified the pattern, I just sewed the tail on because I wasn't sure if I would like it, you know, where I wanted it to go and all of that stuff. And then the other thing that I changed about this was the ears. So for the main body of this guy, I used the Snuggle Beans Crochet Eevee pattern, but for the ears and the tail, I actually found a free Ribbler Pikachu pattern that I used the pattern for those two accessory pieces. So I'll link both the base pattern that I used and the Pikachu pattern that I used in the description box for you if you want to do the same thing and kind of Frankenstein together a Pikachu pattern. And honestly, it worked out where like the tail and the ears were the perfect size from that other pattern to actually look normal on this guy. And then for his little cheeks, I just freehanded them. And his cheeks are actually, I think this is Amazon chenille. Actually, it might be Naughty Pony. I think it's Naughty Pony Red. It is a pleasure to work with. If you have not checked out Naughty Pony yarn, it is produced by a fellow YouTuber here, Traveling Pony Studios. Hi, Carrie, if you're watching. Hey, bestie. But it is such a pleasure to work with. It doesn't shed, which made it great for this kind of thing, because with something this small and having to sew it on, oh gosh, I would have hated it if I was using Parfait Chunky for this and then, you know, shedding on the, just sewing with Parfait Chunky, gag me with a spoon. So I'm happy that I grabbed this Naughty Pony yarn as opposed to my Parfait Chunky when I threw it in my whips bag to go to the retreat. So he turned out a really good size. I do feel like his eyes are a little weird. These are 20 millimeter black pupils. I feel like I should have put his eyes down more and then his mouth down more so that it was more like on the tip here. So you see how it protrudes there. I should have put it down farther, but it is what it is at this point. I don't think that it looks bad by any means. I think that it just would have looked a little bit more like chibi if I put the eyes really low and then put the nose right in between the eyes, because that is a key component of chibi artwork, is putting all of the facial features super close together. So I'm a little bummed with myself that I didn't do that. I don't think I'm going to be making another one, but if I do make another one, I will keep that in mind for the future, that I need to put the nose closer to the bottom here where it actually bulges out, and then the eyes closer to there as well. So there's little Pikachu. I love how floppy he is, because with this pattern, they can sit up like that. He actually kind of looks a little creepy, honestly, sitting like that. They can sit up like that. I mean, his tail looks phenomenal, though. Everybody compliment Pikachu's tail. He worked very hard on it, on growing it. Or they can lay flat like this with a sploot, or they can lay with their arms in front, which I think is the cutest way that they are posed. Yes, the face is too high up. Oh, well. A Pikachu. We still have 4 big things. Oh my goodness, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me for this long. So the next thing that I made is, wait, I gotta hold it right. I went fishing down at the creek. I don't know why I wanted to make a fish, but I made a fish. And this was a free YouTube tutorial, so it didn't cost me anything. Fish is just something that I have never made out before this week. I made the goldfish and I made this bass. Pretty sure this is meant to be a bass. I can stick my whole fist in there. Wow. That can be used as something very inappropriate if fallen into the wrong hands. Get your mind out of the gutter. But this was the free pattern, so I said, why not? It only took me about an hour, which is not bad. When I was looking at the thumbnail, I was like, this is going to be like a 2-3 hour project. I don't know if it's going to come out that big, but I'm very pleased with how little time it took, with how good of a size it is. The only thing that I will say about it is this is not a mindless pattern. There are a lot of increases. You do like back loops only, you do color changes, you do decreases in random spots. It's just not one of those patterns where you can memorize very easily. I mean, you might be able to memorize it if you make enough of them, but I would need to make like 10 of these in a row in order for me to memorize the pattern. So that's the only thing, especially with it being on YouTube. You have to, like, I put it on like 2 times speed and then just read the instructions and pause it. That's normally how I do that. And I do know that the creator has a paid PDF version on her Etsy, so you can go that route too if you're like me and don't really like the video tutorials. But all in all, pretty quick, pretty easy, and I do think that this would be something that would sell really well at market. And I mean, that face, man, that's a face only a mother could love. Look into that abyss. Get a room, you two. It is no-sew. So even though we have all of like the fin parts and the color changes, it's all done no-sew. I used 20mm black eyes on mine and then did a white embroidery. Although I will say on this eye, the white is getting swallowed a little bit. So I think I need to go over with, I normally use not parfait. Oh my gosh. I've been recording for too long. I normally use Big Twist Baby Bear or Big Twist Posh in white. To do things like this, because the embroidery floss just tends to get lost underneath the eyes if you're using eyes like this. So I need to go over it with thicker white. But for the actual yarn, I used Burnout Mythical in the color Spearmint, and I'm for sure certain that it is Spearmint. This is, I think, my favorite green of the Burnout Mysticals. There's also the lighter green, which I think is called Fresh something. I like the Spearmint because it is variegated, but very subtly variegated. It's just enough to make it look a little scaly, but not be like crazy wild color changes with dark green and light green and mint green and evergreen. You know, how many times can I say green? Enough about the fish. On the same note as the Burnout Mystical Spearmint, I made another fan favorite. The last time I made one of these, you guys loved him. This is Wizard Frog number 2. The last one that I made, you know what? We're not going to revisit it. We'll just say it looked like a certain villain from a certain Disney princess movie. I'm sorry if you're outside of the inside joke, but I'll link the video that I showed my prior frog on so that you can get in on the inside joke if you'd like to. But this is a wizard frog. Well, actually, I think it's considered a mage frog. It has like a magician's cape, a wizard wand, and a witch hat. So all of you nerds out there, what does that make this frog? Is it just a mage, just a magical creature? Regardless of what it is, it's adorable. He's bulbous, he's rotund, it's spherical. I did Ali's Voluto, this midnight blue for his cape and his little hat accessory this time. Last time I did purple, which did look really good, but that led into the problem of me thinking that it looked like the Pocahontas villain. So I went with blue this time because I felt like the midnight blue is quite magical. His cape is a little lopsided here. I did sew his cape on to the front, but not to the back. So it can be moved. The first market I brought a wizard frog to, it sold at the Renaissance Fair. I think this guy I'm going to put up on my website. I do think that he would sell at a market, but if any of you guys are interested in a very rotund, beer belly, mage, wizard, magician frog, he'll be up on the celestialhomebody.com. I literally went outside my back door and snapped a twig off of the dead branch or off of the dead bush out there and stuck it in his hand so that it could be a wand. So if you do purchase this, then you will have an actual Katie the Celestial Homebody's property branch. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I gave him a straight across mouth because I thought it was funny. If he smiled, it would create... Oh, he looks like a magician. Are you kidding me with a smile? That looks like he's going to come to your birthday party and make you a balloon dog. And I am qualified to say that because my dad is a professional magician, if you did not know. I feel like the straight across makes him look a little bit more serious, a little bit more mysterious. So there we have a wizard frog. If you want to do this pattern, honestly, doesn't take too long. The frog itself took me about an hour, but then doing the cape is what takes a long time for me, at least. Doing flat crochet back and forth just takes so much longer, and I don't know why that is, but for to do the cape and the hat took probably 40 minutes. So under 2 hours for this guy, and he comes out quite a big size. I mean, he can fit in my hand, but he looks comfy up there, doesn't he? Very cute. Good work, Wizard Frog. Oh, I used 20mm black eyes on him too. A last crochet thing to show you, and then I have a couple of little like life updates for those who are interested in my life updates. So if you follow me on Instagram, then you might have already seen this, but this is a bunny. I just wanted to make a bunny. I adore this pattern, how she turned out. I have a few other bunny patterns. One of them you've seen before, probably. The Sakura bunny that I used those cherry blossom eyes on a few weeks ago. That bunny is like a normal bunny. You know, it looks like a realistic sitting little cottontail baby bunny. I wanted to do a bunny that was more anthropomorphic. I don't know what inspired me to do this, but you know what? Any sort of crochet inspiration, I'm not going to say no to. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Is that the saying? I think it is. After a few weeks of losing my crojo and my creative juices just drained, like we've talked about the last few weeks, inspiration struck and I said, you know what? I'm a hashtag treat yourself to a new pattern. So I will link it for you, of course. She took a while. There are a lot of stitches in this, and I mean, this is a good size, and she is very huggable. very, very snuggleable. And the thing that I love the most about her, I think, is the ear length. Those are big ears. In fact, after I made the ears before I sewed them on, I held them up to myself, and they are actual human ears. Like if I wanted to be in a costume of being a bunny, I could use this pattern. I did use a 6.5mm hook and Elise Veluto. This is my favorite brown color, this Elise Veluto. It's just like so creamy, the perfect neutral brown, not too orangey or rusty, not too muted or mushroomy. It is just the perfect color. I will say though, I will warn you, kind of a warning, if you're going to buy this pattern, just know that it took a lot of sparkles and magic to get the face looking like this, because the pattern is literally, it's just a circle. The head is just a sphere. So I really had to work with my sewing needle and extra yarn to shape it in a way that gave it, oh, we just got an order. It was $3.87. Cha-ching! That is going straight into the She Shed fund, the That's What She Shed fund, which by the way, we're finding out next week. Wait, I'll wait to talk about that till the end. I was saying though that it took a lot of face shaping to get it to be like sunk in here, to get the nose sticking out a little bit. So just know that if you make this and your bunny just kind of looks like flat faced, it's because mine did it first too. I just had to do that trick where you take like the same color as the bunny on a needle, you stick it up through the neck, you wrap it around the eye, wrap it around the other eye, put it back through that same hole that you went through, pull it tight, and then tie it off, and that creates that dimpled effect. And I had to do that on a couple of different places around the face to get it to be this shape. It was worth the extra time though, because I think that it gives her so much more personality. I did a little pink nose and then just some black cotton yarn for the nose split. I do feel like she's a little bit bare. I kind of want to make her a t-shirt or something like that, just because there's so much body here. So maybe in the future you might see some bunny clothes, and I am going to keep her, at least for this foreseeable future. I just love her so much, and I thought that she would look really cute sitting like on the couch in the shed office, you know. Oh, another warning for this pattern is don't stuff the arms as firmly or as high as I did. I would stop stuffing probably about here, and just like feather your stuffing out inside, because I stuffed mine to here, and as you can see, she's looking a little bulbous, giving Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and that's not really the vibe, but it's gonna be fixed if I put a t-shirt on her. You won't be able to see that. But all in all, I love this pattern, love the size that it comes out to be. Look at that little tail. I was contemplating giving her a fluffy tail with fur yarn, but I didn't really have a brown that went well, and I was like, I could do white, but I feel like it would be a little bit stark against all the brown. And then I did take time to embroider eyelashes and little eyebrows too. So there's my sweet little bunny. We need a name for her too. Oh my gosh, the way that her little ear falls back. Oh, stop it. She's so cute. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your week, and I hope to see you on the next one. Bye-bye.